That was the request of the prosecutors for a protective order to prevent the
Okay, I'm going up to the DMV to work on getting my license plate. I'm so tired.
The United States who are guilty, according to prosecutors, of using violence and witness tampering and are threat to destroy evidence if they get their hands on this. And Judge Hellerstein said, yeah, no, that makes sense. We should not be sharing that information. But like TikTok and talking about it, if they're sharing it, they sort of sympathize with the defense on this. The defense is arguing whether we apprehend these 4 people or not, their actions are going to be presented and talked about in court as part of the case over this narco-terrorism charge. And so how are we not going to be having any sort of communication over the evidence at hand? It's, again, a sort of threading of the needle, if you will, but the judge didn't seem inclined to say you can't share the actual evidence with people who might destroy it or try to intimidate witnesses that surround it. So that was the other big component in court that was discussed.
Interesting. Sam Brock, we'll wait for an update when they're next in court. We really appreciate it. And then after the break, spring awakening as cherry blossoms peak here in Washington. President Trump's approval numbers hit a new low according to very popular poll. The panel digs into the numbers and the blossoming politics of it all. Is about
He says lots of words about
nursing education. We can provide the support you need for a rewarding career.
I think that's his fault.
Shop
I mean, sexual harassment.
or your shop. Run their new customer care products at by 24/7 customer support.
About hookers? Yeah. Never said such a thing. I've never said anything before. Because he's shouting it and then it's a weird situation.
Welcome back. President Trump's approval rating has hit a new low in Washington's most recent poll, with 41% of voters approving of the president's job plans and 59% as parts of the Middle Party and some key voting groups begin to drift away from the president. That's a drop of 8 points from a year ago and the lowest mark for President Trump's second term in Fox News polling. I'm joined now by our panel, Nicholas Hill, congressional reporter at Semaphore, Megan Hayes, former special assistant to President Biden, and Michael Dubke, former Trump White House communications director. Thanks to all of you for being here. Nicholas, let me start with you. Let's put these poll numbers up so that everyone can see them. So this is a new low for President Trump in this poll, basically showing 41% approved, 59% disapproved. What do you make of these numbers? What are the implications coming against the backdrop of the Iran war?
There's a lot of factors right now that are working against the president, whether it's increasing gas prices, the war in Iran, and so on, return of inflation. And, for Republican Congress, the big question for them is what they do about November and whether you start to see folks put any distance between themselves and the administration. And they'll feel that most acutely in the coming weeks when Congress takes votes on a war power resolution to rein in the action in Iran, or even voting potentially on money to fund the war. There could be a number of Republicans who end up opposing.
Michael, it's a great question. Let's take a look at the Republicans
Right.
specifically. 84% approved, 16% disapproved. That's also a new low for President Trump in this poll. It's not terrific.
It's and probably within the margin of error, and this is where when I got the poll, I took a look at it to see where the base was on this. And I still make this argument that until that number significantly slips, and I think losing 3 points is a significant slip, I think the White House is going to feel fairly comfortable with the direction that they're going. If that number goes from 84 and it gets down into the 70s or the 60s, now it's got a real problem.
So that's an alarm bell.
Yes, and a lot of polls are now trying to separate mega Republicans from traditional Republicans, and then we really get back to the midterms because Donald Trump's not going to be on the ballot, and where do those voters go? Or do they stay home?
Yeah, Megan, weigh in on this. How do the Democrats use numbers? How are they planning to capitalize, quite frankly, on this moment? As Mike is saying, this is not necessarily alarm bell territory yet because Republicans still are largely 5.5.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend on how Republicans are looking at their members of Congress going into the midterms. The Democrats need to stay focused on the economy, but they also need to come up with a solution. You can't just say everything Trump is doing is wrong and then not have solutions. We already understand that some of his decisions have led to increased higher prices, gas, grocery prices. Democrats need to focus on plans to get those lower and really convince people in their own districts that they should vote for them, because Republicans in the district are not Donald Trump, so their constituents may still vote for them regardless of Donald Trump's poll numbers.
And one of the constituents that we watched so closely in 2024, and that we're watching to see what happens in the midterms, it was Latinos, because they did shift. They helped President Trump to win a second term in the White House. Take a look at the approval today, 28% approved, 72% disapproved. That's down from 48% in December. That's actually a big shift, and we don't typically see that large of a swing in polling.
This is one of the biggest questions for me with the midterms. Is what we saw in the 2024 results was that a lot of the president's gains across the country were driven by minority voters, mostly Latinos and Asian Americans. But heading into this cycle, a lot of the assumptions that Republicans have baked into the congressional map are based on shifts in Texas and Florida, especially with redistricting. And if everything went according to the way it did in 2024, sure, you might see a lot of Republicans do pretty well in November. But if shifts end up being like that, these gerrymanders that were thrown into place, or even places that Republicans thought were safer with shifts in Latinos, might not be as safe.
Like President Trump was asked if he had concerns about the Latino vote. Take a listen to
I turned that whole thing around. The Hispanics like me and I like them. And it's interesting with the Hispanics. When I built the law, everybody said, oh, that's going to ruin us for the Hispanics. It's just the opposite. They know all about immigration, and they know all about death and crime, and they're smart people, and they have common sense.
What do you make of that?
No, I think the last part of his comment is spot on. You've seen that in other polling, that Latinos actually do, especially Latinos that are here legally, really do, have the same kind of feeling about the law as other Americans. The problem that the president of the White House has is that the other makeup where ICE has been, not going after necessarily hardened criminals, but in Minneapolis and other locations, that's problematic. And then to your point, the gerrymander, the mid-season gerrymander was all based on 2024 numbers. If that vote isn't there, we got a problem.
Megan, Democrats don't exactly have the moment numbers. And their popularity overall is really underwater as a party. So, and I know you're saying Democrats have to stay focused on the economy. To what extent do they need to stay focused on here are our plans as opposed to this is our plan, and again, this is what we're supposed to try?
Yeah, they absolutely have to stay focused on their own plans. But I think that the Democratic Party is more of a bottom-up organization, and so their local leaders in their communities are winning races. They won 28 special elections since election day 2024. A woman just won a House seat in Trump's backyard. He won by 10 or 14 points. And we saw it in Texas and Tarrant County. We saw a massive swing. So these people are turning out. So I think that some of these different listen seekers might stay home, where Democrats and independents are going to turn out some droves, where other people just might stay home. They might not. The poll number might be good in certain areas.
I don't have a problem with the Democrats. I mean, just looking at Democrats don't like Democrats.
Yeah.
And that shows up. And so, they're underwater with their own party. And at some point, on the federal level, for the office holders, Democratic office holders who had to deal with Donald Trump, that's going to be a problem.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't think that Democrats are going to have this sweeping majority. I think they will go back to the House, but I don't think it's going to be a wide margin. I think they're going to have a sliver of a margin. But I do think that this is going to be an incumbent. This is the referendum on the incumbent. I don't think it's war for Democrats. This is against the incumbent.
I want to take a small turn and talk about these landmark social media cases that came in this week in Mexico, in California, basically finding these giant social media companies liable for harming children online. Nicholas, what do you think the implications are for Congress? Is there going to be more pressure to pass bipartisan legislation to enhance security?
This can certainly give some more momentum to the different pieces of legislation that are going through Congress right now. There's COSA, there's the KIDS Act, both of which would try to rein in social media companies that with children. But after so many other things in Congress right now, there's a big split between the House and Senate. So it's up to them to figure out how to reconcile that.
I mean, what do you think? Do you think that this issue is going to become a bigger issue politically? That it's going to become something that candidates start to talk about on the campaign trail as much as any of the other issues?
Absolutely, and I also think the reforms on AI and how you regulate AI is going to become a really big thing. And if I was an AI company, I would be able to do lawsuits. I know it's not apple to apple, and what they can do there because they are so
And you've seen that though, in Arkansas, the Governor Sanders outlawing cell phones in schools. So I mean, on the Republican side and the Democratic side, you've had similar pieces of legislation. So it is a bipartisan issue.
All right, guys, really appreciate your being here today. Thank you very much. We do want to turn now to our beloved friend and colleague, Savannah Guthrie, who is opening up about the desperate search for her mother and the anguish she is personally battling every single day. In her first interview since her mother Nancy's disappearance nearly 2 months ago, Savannah told NBC's Hoda Kotb her dear friend about the moment she and her family realized something was terribly wrong.
From the very early moments, Andy and Tommy were saying this isn't that case that you are used to where someone wanders off, she can't wander off. My mom, she was in tremendous pain. Her back was very bad. She was trying to, on a good day, she could walk down to the mailbox and get the mail, but most days not. So there was no wander off. And the doors were rocked open. And there was blood on the front doorstep. And the ring camera had been yanked off. And so we were saying, this is not okay. This isn't, something is very wrong here.
And then also says she fears her mother was taken because of her. Here she is recounting part of the conversation with her brother that was deeply painful.
I just said, do you think because of me? And he said, I'm sorry to me, but yeah, maybe. But I knew that. I hope not. I mean, we still don't know. Honestly, we don't know anything. We don't know anything. So, I don't know that it's because she's my mom and somebody thought, oh, that lady has money, she gets to make it like that. I mean, that would make sense, that we don't know, but yeah, that's probably just too much to bear. To think that I brought this to her bedside. That it's because of me. And I have to say, I'm so sorry, Bobby. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to my sister and my brother, and my kids, and my nephew, and Tommy. And brother-in-law. Just like so sorry. I'm so sorry. If it is me, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
And we are all just so heartbroken for Savannah and her whole family, and we are just keeping all of our prayers for her. You can see more of this interview with Savannah tomorrow on the Today Show and on NBC News Now. And please, if you have any information about Nancy's disappearance, call the tip line, the FBI tip line. You see it right there, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Please reach out if you know anything. We're back tomorrow when we get this now. There's more ahead on NBC.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
At Cox, your internet and mobile price won't change for 5 years, from 5 Halloweens to 5 4th of Julys. Same price, guaranteed. Cox, a step ahead. Requires 2 gig speeds and gig unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Monica Alba in Washington, where Republicans on Capitol Hill and the White House are zeroing in on a potential deal to end the travel chaos at airports around the country. by funding TSA and the Department of Homeland Security as the shutdown enters day 39. According to 4 sources familiar with the negotiations, the path to a possible agreement involves a 2-step plan. First, by giving Democrats something that they might like, a framework to fund nearly all of DHS, except for the part of Immigration and Customs Enforcement that handle deportations, which Democrats are adamant needs major reform. Then Republicans would plan to use a budget maneuver to bypass Democrats to fund the rest of ICE, while also advancing the president's efforts to overhaul voting requirements. The big question right now, will it work? For Republicans, that begins with getting the president's support. Here's some of what he told reporters today about where negotiations stand.
Well, I would look at, to take a good hard look at, I want to support Republicans.
Comfortable with a deal that involves separating ICE funding from the DHS funding package in order to real.
Well, they're working on all of that. That's a detail that they'll explain later. I don't want to comment until I see the deal, but as you know, they're negotiating a deal. I guess they're getting fairly close, but I think any deal they make, I'm pretty much not happy with it.
That lukewarm message, however, is still a shift from just a day ago when the president insisted his party shouldn't make a deal until they pass sweeping legislation to overhaul elections in America, among other priorities.
I'm suggesting strongly to the Republican Party, don't make any deals on anything. The most important thing we can have is what's called the Save America Act. Don't make any deal on anything unless you include voter ID, and you have to be a citizen to vote. Republicans do not settle with Democrats and let them out of this hole that they've buried themselves in.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune today telling reporters that a visit by Senate Republicans to the White House last night was able to convince the president to get on board.
Justice rejected plans for this weekend. Why did he change his mind now?
Well, I think there are, I mean, obviously, maybe you can just say that my colleagues are more persuasive than us.
Now, a source familiar with the negotiations says that Democrats are open to the proposal and are eager to fund DHS. The Democratic leaders today publicly voiced their frustration with the current state of play. Here's some of what they said.
This does not have any reforms in ICE, but they've sent us negotiations are ongoing, and they've sent us an offer, and we'll be sending them an offer back. And I can assure you, it'll contain significant reform in it.
We'll evaluate it in good faith, whatever is presented, but it's got to be consistent if it's going to deal with ICE, with the types of changes that are bold, meaningful, and dramatic.
All of it comes as hours-long lines persist at some of the nation's airports. The TSA call-out rate again surpassed 10% nationwide, pushing past 30% at some major airports. And as the administration deploys ICE agents to more than a dozen airports to help with those delays. Joining me now is our NBC News team, senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Julie Sirkin is on Capitol Hill, and Aaron Gilchrist is talking to travelers at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta. And with me on set, senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Thank you all for being here. And Gabe, let's start with you. Can you first explain the president's apparent change of heart? Is what he was presented with last night actually meaningfully different than what Leader Thune presented him with over the weekend?
Well, Monica, it doesn't appear to be because Senator Thune right there, that his colleagues are more persuasive. But look, I think that there's several other factors that are now in play here. Senator Markwayne Mullin, for example, just confirmed last night as the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. That was another hurdle to cross that happened last night. And also, look, the president watches a lot of television. He has been seeing those lines, those long lines at airports across the country. So the political pressure is building here. So it appears that the senators that came and spoke with the president yesterday were able to make a convincing case that it is in their interest to strike some type of deal. And the president doesn't really like to get involved in these details per se. You heard him allude to that basically earlier today at the White House when he was asked about it. He's not going to get into the nitty-gritty of legislating this particular deal. But see, they want to blame Democrats for whatever for this process and why it's taking so long. As long as he can claim a win on some of his priorities and part of that, then he may be willing to go along with this. The White House basically saying that this is an acceptable solution thus far, but that negotiations are still ongoing.
And it's minute by minute with President, right? Because he even said, well, he may not be happy with me to, it's all totally fall apart.
Well, I didn't know as well as I do, of course. We don't know that this will hold up. And President, while he at first said he didn't want to comment on this, that he came out and he did comment. And whatever deal they reached, he would be unhappy with. But again, he reverted back his talking points about blaming Democrats here. If Republicans are able to get to some sort of deal that does have at least portions of the Save America Act for absolute reconciliation, then that could be something that the president could latch onto and call it a win, even though Democrats might eventually get some of the ICE reforms that they have won.
I think the president has already kind of pitched that more expansive version you just referred to of the Save America Act than what currently exists. So if he does shrink it to get through reconciliation, will that be enough to satisfy this priority of his?
Well, certainly it's all about the messaging at this point. If he can come out and say that he's stuck up for what he views as election security and can make the case to his base and to Republicans as a whole that he came out victorious here against the Democrats, then that might be enough. But as we just discussed, the president will try to say that he's not happy with the deal in general, but if he makes the case and that striking this deal will bring some relief to airports and not have to cave to the Democrats, then he may end up going along with it. But this point's still up in the air. Although multiple sources here in the White House and from our team, as we've been hearing from our team in Capitol Hill, they are sounding more optimistic.
And we will go to Capitol Hill landscape. Thank you so much for that, Julie. So I want to ask you, there is a path it seems, but is there enough buy-in here from both sides of the aisle to make it happen?
And that's really the key question right now. Well, it seems like Republicans at least agree upon something among themselves, although I'm not so convinced about that because after the Senate, Republicans met behind closed doors a couple of hours ago on Manhattan lunch. Some of them came out and were frustrated that they aren't only funding ICE. They're funding about $5 billion of the overall $10 billion package. They're not funding enforcement, as you see there on your screen. So there might be some tension points within the Republican Party as well, but within the Democratic side of the aisle. This morning, I talked to sources who thought for sure that in this proposed bill from Republicans, they would include some of those reforms that the White House had already agreed to when it comes to immigration enforcement. But turns out, according to Senator Schumer, those reforms are not in there. So for now, they're holding on as well.
Okay, so that's on the Senate side of things. What are the chances if it does go through there that it can make it through the House?
Well, that's the other wrinkle in all of this, because Speaker Johnson is dealing with a very different collection of Republicans, if you will, on the Senate side, and there is some heartburn because the Senate does tend to jam the House, especially when it comes to funding matters as crucial as these. So, for the House perspective, let's take a listen to Speaker Johnson, and we'll talk about it more on the other side.
That is not my preference. I can tell you the House is funded DHS twice. We're prepared to do it again. Switching funding the entire department. That's the responsibility to do this thing. We've been very resistant to any idea of regular part.
They might be resistant about it, but if the president does get behind this effort and starts working the phones and calling up Republicans, we know that he's done many times in the past, I think if this passes the Senate, it would eventually get through the House. But I think the question of the president's support is an interesting one. It was about 30 hours ago where I was at an event with the president in Memphis, where he told a room of law enforcement officials, right at an airport I may add, that he's not going to accept the deal from Democrats, instructing his allies not to make one. And today we heard those comments from him, lukewarm, but privately I'm told he did agree with Senate Republicans last night for this exact proposal.
And those sides may be looking for an offer there. Julie, can I just also ask you, we saw that in-person meeting at the White House last night, so does that tell you that there was a sense that Republicans were going to be willing to fuck the president if they felt like they couldn't get the White House on board?
That's an interesting question. We know that Leader Thune tried convincing President Trump over the weekend to get behind this deal, but we also know that White House allies wanted this deal. And some of them, we know that many of them were on Capitol Hill trying to negotiate this and bring a solution to this because Republicans are in charge. The president, by effectively said for the last couple of days, would own a shutdown if it were to continue, especially in those airports that I don't want to air it about. But I think when it comes to Republicans bucking President Trump, we haven't seen that happen many times, but certainly their patience could run thin. Monica?
Julie, thank you so much for that perspective.
Aaron, we will go to you next since you are there in Atlanta, which has seen one of the highest TSA call-out rates. How are things looking there today?
Well, things have actually been looking pretty good here today, Monica. I think we talked about the early morning hours, which are the busier hours at this particular airport, and we did see a crush of people lines sneaking outside the airport terminal, even in the pre-check line. But the reality, since about 8 o'clock this morning, has been this is a very normal-looking airport. You may see behind me here, this main checkpoint has been virtually empty for the last little while. At different points during the day, we've seen the volume sort of increase a little bit, but nothing like what we saw yesterday, over the weekend, and into last week, where we saw lines sticking through the airport terminal. At the same time, people who've been looking to travel have been coming here with the understanding that conditions could change at any moment. And so people have been getting here earlier than they might otherwise get here to just sort of be prepared for a long line if they have to wait long. We literally hear from a few passengers that we spoke to a bit earlier today about their travels as they were coming into this airport.
We're a little bit worried about when we leave here next week.
You have an idea?
Get here early.
So you just sort of grin and bear, huh?
Grin and bear, that's all we can do.
I would recommend traveling right now if you don't have to, especially if you have kids. I mean, it's a lot. It's very overwhelming right now, so.
What do you think of the fact that obviously we know a lot of the TSA agents have not been working, calling out because they're not being paid? What do you think about that part of the struggle?
I mean, good for them. I understand, I get it. I mean, gas is high, everything is high. I mean, we all get paid. I mean, that's just real rap.
What's the secret to detail? The right micro in bloom. Micro habits, microbians, even microdose GLP-1s.
It's starting at just $99? Heck yeah.
Now starting at just $99. This is Evolves Fast. Our students are ready. Learn more at wgu.edu.
Amy's Hot Chicken. This is a public service announcement. I don't know what y'all was thinking when y'all took those cauliflower bites off of the menu, but come back. Put down the back.
Thank you. It's cauliflower now chicken. Oh my God.
I cannot get enough of that.
It's so crispy, the flavor is so good.
They just changing the game here.
This is a cow? Okay.
This is toast.
Okay.
How is this not chicken?
I'm Jonathan Lawson, and I'm here to tell you about life insurance for the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, price. Price can afford, a price that can increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54, was a smoker, but I quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, I'm retired, and I take medication. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day.
Call for your free Colonial Penn plan with important information you need. Plus, you'll receive coverage options to fit your budget and needs, as well as a simple one-page application form. No health questions asked, guaranteed. Call 1-800-780-6743.
You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exams, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason.
Call for your free, no-obligation Colonial Penn plan and get the information you need. You'll also receive a simple one-page application form as well as helpful ways to leave important messages for your family. Get your planner today and let them know what's important to you. Call 1-800-780-6743.
Use this valuable guide to include your important information and give helpful directions to your loved one with your final wishes. So call now for free information.
Call now to find out more. Call 1-800-780-6743.
Now, a lot of airports have been telling people to check their websites for wait times, have to stop posting wait times because they were just inaccurate. They were so unpredictable for several days. It is worth noting, though, that the Logan airports in Houston, George Bush Intercontinental Airport, does still post wait times on their website, and they've been showing all day long 4-hour waits for people who are going into that airport. So, Mark, I think it really does depend on when you're traveling and what airport you're going to, whether all the security checkpoints are open or not. And that's something that has been less and less predictable because the call-outs happen as a matter of what shift is coming in. So they may not know that they have fewer TSA officers until it's time for them to be here and they don't show up, and then the lines can get long again.
4 hours. Wow, that is staggering. Aaron, I want to ask you specifically there in Atlanta where you are, has the travelers that you checked in with told you whether they feel like the presence of ICE agents is maybe making a difference in some of those lines and the changes you're seeing today?
We have heard from people about that. I think most people have just sort of noticed that the ICE agents are in the airport. I can tell you that for the last hour or so that we've been in this particular area in the main checkpoint, we haven't seen any of those ICE agents walk by. And the ones that we have seen as we've been moving around the airport have just sort of been walking around or standing together in groups. We know they cannot run the X-ray machines at the TSA checkpoint here, but we were told that they could help with crowd control, that they might be able to check IDs, but we haven't seen them engage in any of the TSA operations at this particular checkpoint behind me. I was at LaGuardia yesterday afternoon. We didn't see them engaging in those operations there either. And so at this point, we know they're in the building, and that's about all we can say.
Aaron, thank you so much for bringing us back from Atlanta. We really appreciate it. We're going to turn now to Julia Ainsley, who covers DHS, and I wanted to get your expertise on the new DHS secretary, who was just sworn in today. Should we expect major changes to the administration's immigration policy, or do you see these recent staffing changes as just at the top as mostly a rebrand?
I think that the rebrand began on January 24th, and that was the day that Alex Craig was shot in Minneapolis. After that, we saw Russia Vino, who was the commander of Border Patrol, leading the surges in those cities, be pulled off and put in Tom Homan. And Tom Homan is remaining in that post as border guard. He told me that he thought that if they did not conduct targeted arrests, meaning criminals who they knew to be criminals, rather than people who merely went in the country, they would lose the faith in the American people. And that seems to be the same brand, the same mantra that we're seeing here in Spirit. Now, Mark Mullen was someone who was chosen who could be an easy pick, and you could see applications through. Trump gave a March 31st exit date for Secretary Nolan and said, here we are on our TV, and he's already there. And so I think what we're seeing now is a pivoting in this administration, and you, of course, know well, the White House covering that as well, of trying to get away from immigration enforcement issue as a top talking point. To try to have someone at DHS who can command at home, keep the lights on, to try to get this agency back up and running. But it isn't going to cause a lot of drama. He even said in his nomination, I feel audit agency would be the top I want it.
Which one? Not any of the headlines from your report about that right now, exclusive that you wrote. Let's talk about the funding deal that is on the table right now that would potentially fund just part of ICE. How would that work, and how complicated would that make spend for an operation?
Yeah, it's not something I'm familiar with exactly procedurally how they can do that. You typically fund an agency as a whole, like a department like DHS. But just to put in perspective how much money ICE has right now, they previously walked into this administration with a $9 billion operating budget. The one big beautiful bill increased that to $75 billion. Of course, that's over 2 years. It doesn't mean it's going to be what they get on a recurrent basis, but they have the most well-funded law enforcement agency in the country. So it stands to reason they could get by without having an infusion through more money coming through a dedicated annual funding bill. And so obviously that seems like a palatable choice for a lot of people right now, hoping they can come back around to ICE later. And maybe if they give it some time and let Mark Mullen stay there for a little while, they will have to come around to this period, to the table as well.
Appreciate it. And now we will turn to the president of the American Federation of Government Employees, the union which represents TSA workers. Everett, if you can hear me, there you are. Yes, thank you so much, sir. Yes, I can. Hopefully you can hear us. Thank you, sir. Oh, okay. We'll try to see if we can get that worked out. Can you hear me a little bit better now?
I think I can.
Okay. potential deal that is on the table right now to fund most of DHS, which of course is impacting many of the workers that your union represents. What do you make of the current deal?
Okay, you better think on it, but I think I understand you. This is very disturbing for the people that represent. We are now in day 39 of this shutdown. And what does 39 days look like for the people that live in this country? More than 400 TSOs has quit. Thousands more calling out because they cannot afford to get gas, get work. And so what I want to say is this: if there was a deal on the table, then bring it forward, sign the legislation, and let's get these employees paid so they can continue to protect Americans as they travel the state.
Well, the president was asked if he had a specific message for those TSA workers who are staying home right now amid this shutdown. Take a listen to his answer. We'll talk about it.
Well, some of them are needing money, because the Democrats cut off the money. I blame the Democrats more than anything else.
The president blaming Democrats there, and we have heard stories from some TSA workers who have had to get their cars repossessed, sell plasma, who are concerned with tax day around the corner, how they're going to make those payments. What's your response to the president's comments there?
Well, I don't think that we have what we should be pointing fingers at anyone. I think that this is the time for the nation to come together. This is the time for legislators to come together and think about, the fact that these are human beings. These are their lives. These are people that are losing their homes, losing their automobiles, losing the opportunity to come to work and do the work that they want to do for the American people. So I don't think this is the time to be pointing fingers. This is the time for us to come together. And if there is some legislation that we can pass to ensure that America continues to operate the way it should, then that's what it should be.
Well, let me ask you specifically, do you blame one party then over the other for this shutdown, which has been dragging on for almost 40 days now?
I don't think that I should be blaming any party over the other, because like I said, it's the United States country that needs to do that job. I employ all of them to do that job. If they do that job, then we wouldn't have this crisis. So it's not one party or the other. It's collectively, what we do as the legislative branch. Let's get the job done. And you think about, the possibility of Easter coming and some of them leaving and going home. I submit to him that they need to make sure that they make sure that these employees are paid prior to leaving for home for Easter.
Well, DHS has reported that more than 450 TSA officers have quit since the start of this partial shutdown, and those call-out rates we've been talking about, topping 10% nationwide. Are you worried that more workers could quit, and how difficult will it be to replace them?
Really, you have to understand what these employees are facing. This is the third time in 6 months that they have been without pay. And certainly they have to provide for their families. So I am afraid that if we don't put a stop to this shenanigan, then we will see more and more people putting a job to a seat. And it'll be hard to recruit those people once they are out of the system. And I don't want to see a system failure, but I do think that that's what some people are planning on. But, if we can get these people paid, get people back to work, I don't think we'll have these issues to worry about.
And you have been critical of President Trump's decision to send those ICE agents to assist TSA at the airports. We've been talking about, saying that they don't have the proper training. DHS says that the agents are actually being tasked with non-specialized security functions, like guarding entry doors or crowd control, and that they're making announcements. But considering the shortages, is that help needed? Is it welcome?
Well, if that was real there, what I'm seeing and understanding, there's this walking through, maybe helping people, get in and out of cars, passing water out. There's nothing really that they're doing to assist the TSA agent that have this specialized training. They go through at least 6 months of specialized training, and then they need that in order to be effective and efficient on the job. And these agents, while not meant to be disrespectful, they just don't possess the skills needed to perform their duties.
Edward Kelly, thank you so much for bringing us that and the perspective of those TSA workers who live in change.
Thank you.
And coming up, a new wave of attacks across the Middle East after the White House says Tehran wants to make a deal and Pakistan moves to be the key mediator in negotiations. Plus, the search for answers. Authorities ramp up their investigation into the deadly collision at LaGuardia Airport between an Air Canada jet and a fire truck. You're watching the press now. Welcome back. Speculation continues to grow about the back-channel talks between the U.S. and Iran to end the war, as several countries are now stepping up to act as mediators. Today, President Trump was asked if he would send Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to engage in direct negotiations with the Iranians. Here's what he said.
We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD, with a number of people doing it. And the other side, I can tell you, would like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you with them? I don't want to say in advance, but they agree they will never have a deal. Never agree to them. They will make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present. And the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and we said they were going to give it, so that meant one thing to me, we deal with the right people.
Exactly what that present is remains completely unclear, but the president did say that it's related somehow to the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump also discussed the leadership in Iran right now, saying there has been regime change there.
Yeah, really. Regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones we started off with that created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, was regime change.
It comes as Egypt, Turkey, and Pakistan are all acting as intermediaries between the U.S. and Iran, according to a source familiar with the diplomatic efforts. In a post on X, Pakistan's prime minister said his country stands ready and honored to facilitate meaningful and inclusive talks between the U.S. and Iran, and he tagged President Trump, Special Envoy Witkoff, and Iran's foreign minister in that post. Two sources tell NBC News that an in-person meeting could be held in Islamabad in the coming days. Joining me now to discuss all of that is NBC News international correspondent Matt Sanchez in Doha and NBC News senior national security correspondent for EQ. Brett, I'll start with you. What more do we know about these talks? Who's involved in them? And could they actually lead to the beginning of the end of this war?
So, Monica, I can tell you here in the Middle East and frankly across the world, people are desperately trying to figure out, are these talks for real? Could they seriously end the war? Or was this President Trump just trying to bring down the price of oil, which he did manage to do with that initial announcement? No one is following it more closely than the countries here in the Gulf, which have been on the front line in terms of getting hammered with Iranian drone and missile attacks. I had a chance a little bit earlier to ask the foreign ministry spokesman here in Qatar whether they share the president's optimism that a deal could be in the making. Take a listen.
Based on what you know about the negotiations, do you share his optimism that there could be a negotiated ceasefire sometime in the near future?
Now that I'm not involved in this process. Our views about any talks that they exist are consistent with our very principles that all conflicts will end on the negotiation table and support all of these.
And just to follow up, when President Trump threatens escalation against Iran, the Iranians respond by threatening to retaliate against Gulf states like Qatar. Do you feel like the president is adequately taking the danger the Gulf ally states into account when he makes these threats of escalation?
We are in constant communication with the investigation to make them exactly what the Iranian attacks are doing to our country. We are grateful for the partnership that has allowed us to help protect our countries against these attacks and these attacks.
And when he says that they are informing the White House about the damage being suffered as a result of these Iranian attacks, one of the world's largest liquefied natural gas facilities is here in Qatar. It was hit last week by an Iranian missile, and that is going to last that damage for years. And it's going to have an impact on the supply of gas for years to come. So even if shooting were to stop tomorrow, there would be extended disruption. As you said, Monica, Pakistan is emerging as a potential key mediator here. That makes sense in some ways. Pakistan is a country that has open lines of communication with both Iran and with the United States. And unlike Qatar, unlike Oman, who have acted as mediators in the past, Pakistan, of course, is not under fire from Iran right now, so is potentially in a position to act as a go-between.
Right, did you talk about some of that reaction in the region, how desperate they are for an understanding of what the president might be hinting at? Tell me more about how Israel is reacting. Specifically, we know Prime Minister Netanyahu has been in touch with the president and with Vice President Vance as well. How important will it be for Israel to also abide by any potential agreement that's reached here?
Need better internet? Cox Internet has the fast, reliable speeds you're looking for. Get Cox 300 meg internet with a 2-year plan, price lock guarantee, plus equipment included. Switch today. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Hi, I'm Jessica. I'm currently in the ADN program at Galen College of Nursing. There's so much guidance. Everything I need to succeed is here at Galen College of Nursing. And it's here for you too.
AAA Auto Insurance has been ranked #1 for auto insurance customer satisfaction in the Southwest.
Hey Google, what's the fastest way to get here?
It's no longer a time for putting off, but rather a time for making the most of today and tomorrow. Don't quit. Lock in your faith.
Well, for the Iranians, it's going to be absolutely crucial. They are not looking to negotiate a deal where the United States stops bombing, but the Israelis continue, and it is going to be difficult to design some kind of agreement that gives the Iranians the guarantees that they're going to be looking for, that this war is not going to flare up again 6 months, 9 months from now. Of course, both the U.S. and Israel bombed Iran back in June of last year. As you said, President Trump spoke to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday. The Prime Minister acknowledged that President Trump is looking to make a deal. He didn't in any way endorse that idea, but we will see whether Israel can be bound by any agreement that comes out.
We will see, Raf. Thank you so much for that reporting and your question there. We appreciate it. Corey, let me turn to you now because you have some new reporting about the possibility of additional troop deployments. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so despite the fact that there do appear, according to the Trump administration, to be some sort of ongoing mediation or talks or passing of information, whatever this actually is, we are still seeing the Trump administration approve the deployment of additional forces. So just in the last week or 10 days, we've now learned of more than 11,000 U.S. troops who are heading to the region. Section. The first is this Amphibious Study Group, Great Expeditionary Unit heading from the Asia Pacific area plan. They are close to being in the region. That's the 31st field. Now there's another unit, the 11, heading from San Diego. It's making its way to the Middle East now. That will take a bit longer, further to go. And then now we just learned from two sources familiar that in fact there are elements of the 82nd Airborne that the president has approved the deployment of. Now, 82nd Airborne itself is more than 3,000 soldiers. They are, some parts of them are part of this quick reaction force, a worldwide reaction force. It's not clear that's who's going to go. We do know that the headquarters, an element of sort of the more administrative side, and then some ground people go, somewhere between about 12 and 1,500 total forces. Again, they don't have their deployment orders yet, but the president has approved it. So you just have to look at what's happening. Even though all these talks or whatever are ongoing, they're still sending people towards the region. Yeah, two different kind of competing narratives here on whether this really is winding down or breaking up in another sense. Now, the president did sort of initiate this 5-day pause, allowing Iran potentially to respond and see what happens here before threatening potential additional strikes on Iranian power plants. So let's say these talks totally fall apart, that devolves. Does the U.S. still have the capability and capacity to strike Iran's energy infrastructure at the end of this week? Yeah, absolutely. They have everything that they need to do that. I mean, I think that the challenges are going to be, the first one is striking cannot, the law says you're not supposed to stretch facilities that would cause massive harm to civilians. Now, there are facilities that primarily are servicing the military or the siege or some of the elements of the Iranian machine, but that's the first challenge that they would have. The second would be how would Iran respond? Iran has already threatened that if that happens, they will go after energy infrastructure in the region, they'll go after desalination plants potentially, so it could unleash a retaliation that would only continue to escalate. We've already seen that happen in other sort of areas in this war. Thank you so much. Up next, what we learned this afternoon from federal officials about a communication breakdown in the moments before that fatal collision at LaGuardia. Where the investigation goes next. You're watching Leave It Right. Welcome back. New details today about Sunday night's deadly collision between a plane and fire truck at New York's LaGuardia Airport. Federal investigators tell reporters that the truck involved in that collision was not equipped with a transponder needed to trigger a warning on runway safety system called ASDX. In order for STX to work well, you have to know where ground vehicles and aircraft are. So in this case, that vehicle did not have a transponder. And it would have been helpful when you have a radar system, when you have a radar target, it does not provide you with the information that you need like it would for an aircraft as a controller. Investigators, meanwhile, have yet to begin reviewing information from the flight data recorder, but confirmed that there were 2 air traffic controllers in the cab at the time of the collision, which is standard for that shift. Both pilots from that Air Canada flight were killed in the collision. Dozens of people were hurt, but most have been released from the hospital. For more, I'm joined by NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo. Stephen, what else did we learn from the NTSB pressure today?
Yeah, including the information we learned from the ASDX system, which will most definitely be talked about in the days to come. There have also been a lot of questions about the air traffic control staffing itself at LaGuardia at that time. They mentioned there were only 2 air traffic controllers working in the tower cab for that midnight shift, which is standard operating procedure. They were in the early parts of their shift, and for those 2 controllers in a situation like that, they have combined duties. We heard from the NTSB today that is a typical situation. They have combined duties during that overnight shift, which is usually not as busy. But we're also hearing from the NTSB that practice is something air traffic controllers have sounded alarms on and raised concerns about for years now. Of course, it's not clear yet what role, if any, that staffing itself played into this tragedy, but that, of course, is something that's being looked into.
Yeah, much more to discover there. So, Stephen, what is the focus of the investigation right now? Where does this go from here?
Yeah, so right now the NTSB did walkthroughs of the crash site yesterday. And something that's hard to appreciate unless you're there in person is the debris field around it. Our focus goes directly to this very surreal site of this plane, the tail on the ground, the nose missing. But there's a large debris field around, a large amount of wreckage thrown around. They had to go through and catalog and photograph. And that very time consuming, of course. And as it relates to air traffic control, the NTSB also saying there are inconsistencies in the written logs for LaGuardia's air traffic control tower. So they're actually said to be right now conducting interviews with employees that they plan that can release more information, of course, after they do these interviews to try to figure out where those discrepancies are and figure out maybe there was another air traffic controller standing by to help if needed. That is sometimes the case, but it's something they're not able to answer right now.
And what about that information that they were able to obtain from the cockpit voice recorder? Was that able to provide investigators with more information, more clues again about what happened with the collision?
Yeah, I was actually surprised how much they were able to give us from the flight recorder. The last 3 minutes, they were able to sort of break down what went on and create a bit of a timeline for what happened here. And they said, just to give you some small snippets of it, the last 20 seconds before the crash, the fire truck was cleared across the runway. 9 seconds before the crash, the truck was told to stop. 8 seconds before the crash, the landing gear can be heard touching down, and then just 4 seconds before the crash, the truck was again told to stop, but it was too late. We did not actually hear that recording. That could eventually come out. It sounds disturbing to hear, but there are a lot of questions people want to know to prevent something like this from happening again.
Yeah, many more questions. Steve, thank you so much for being on top of
After the break, the march to the midterms that kicks it down high gear in April with a major redistricting vote in Virginia that could help Democrats flip 4 seats in a fight for control of Congress. Steve Kornacki is at the big board to break down what to watch for. You're watching Meet the Press now. Welcome back. Turning now to the battle for who controls Congress, which could be determined by a battle over redistricting. The state in the spotlight right now, Virginia, where voters will be voting 1 month from today on a new map that could give Democrats an additional 4 House seats this November. But some Democrats warning that the state's redistricting referendum is, quote, not a done deal. Congressman Don Beyer telling NBC News, we have to effectively make the case that even though this seems unfair in Virginia, it's totally fair for America, for those of us who believe that taking back the House is the most significant thing we can do to stop Donald Trump. Democrats also worry that the timing of the special election on the referendum in April makes voter turnout unpredictable. That Virginia election is one of several April races that we will be watching along with NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki, who joins me from the big board with more. Steve, what races will you be following most closely from now?
Yeah, Monica, it's interesting. We've reached a lull in the primaries for the midterm. We have 4 elections coming up in April, different types of elections here. Special election perhaps in Georgia on April 7th, and also Wisconsin State Supreme Court race, a special election for Congress from New Jersey. That's a seat in Mikey Sherrill now at Governor Hill. Her seat now this will be filled in the middle of April. And then, as you mentioned, that Virginia redistricting amendment, that's going to be up April 21st. So now one of these is a primary, but 4 very interesting elections the next few weeks.
And walk us through those April 7th elections that are going to take place in Georgia and Wisconsin and Washington there.
Yeah, so the Georgia special election for the House here, the Republicans should win this. This is a catastrophe for the Republicans, and this thing we're even close. It's a runoff. You can see the 2 candidates will be in the runoff. March 10th was the preliminary. The Democrat Sean Harris, the Republican Clay Coleman, and the Democrat Harris got more votes in the preliminary, but the candidates from all parties ran on the same ballot. There were a lot more Republican candidates than Democratic candidates. Harris kind of consolidated the Democratic vote here. Fuller, there were more spread out Republican votes here. This is a district that Donald Trump won like 37 points in 2024. So this is the kind of district that Fuller certainly should win. Just be looking at what the margin is here. I think here the Democrats have some overperformance to brag about, or figure out Fuller win by a Trump-like margin in this district. Also on the same day, will be that race for Supreme Court in Wisconsin. These types of races have gotten a lot of attention and a lot of money the last few years. This one a little bit more low wattage. Why? Because the balance of the court is not up for grabs here. The liberals, ideologically, the liberals in Wisconsin have the majority. No matter what happens here, they'll keep that majority, but the question is how big will it be? These elections, these 4 elections in Wisconsin, the Democratic aligned candidates, the liberal candidates, have been doing very well in these recently. Why? Because turnout tends to be very low in these elections, and in Wisconsin, certainly the Democrats in these elections have had a pronounced turnout advantage over the Republicans the last few years. They had one of these 4 races last year, tens of millions of dollars were spent, and the Democratic aligned candidate ended up winning by 11 points.
Steve, let's jump back up to New Jersey. What should we expect from that special election coming up on the 16th?
This is an interesting one because I told you Georgia was such a pro-Trump district, that Georgia House election. This is a Democratic district, but the Kamala Harris margin here was 9 points here. So this is the kind of district in the right environment Republicans can make it better. Now, it's very difficult for Republicans in New Jersey with Donald Trump in the White House and with his approval rating low. We just saw that in the governor's race in New Jersey last November. It ended up being a landslide for Sherrill. This wasn't for Sherrill's local congressional district, but this is still a little interesting because the Democrats had a very crowded primary, and the candidate won anomaly. They got less than 30% of the vote. She's ideologically pretty far left. AOC Sanders back. It'd be interesting to see if the Republican here, suburban mayor who has distanced himself from Trump, can make this a little more interesting than on paper, wouldn't it?
And the short time we have left, Steve, can we go back to this big discussion, that referendum on the ballot in Virginia? What do recent polls say about how voters there feel about it?
Interesting. You remember you had one in California last fall. Democrats put a referendum there, had it on the ballot. It passed
same thing right here, trying to gerrymander this. Here's what the first poll showed. This is a couple of weeks old right now, but look at this. Opposition to changing, keeping the current map-making process the way it is, started out ahead of this race. So it is a blue state. Democrats were able to do this in California. They're trying to take that knowledge into Virginia. They may have some work to do.
Thank you so much for all that data. And still to come, the political gamble facing both parties in the fight over DHS funding, as party leaders try to dig themselves out of the jam after having dug in on their demands. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Parents are bringing their children here because they're getting strong academics, qualified teachers, extracurricular activities.
It's an opportunity to make lifelong bonds. Your child is going to have the absolute best educational experience they possibly can have.
More boxes, more options. Korea has over 1,700 box packs in stock, and they can help you pack, store, and ship everything. And you can count Grainger to deliver their boxes fast. Count on Grainger for boxes. Call or click Grainger.com/boxes today.
New from Einstein Bros Bagels, the $8 breakfast and brew. Build your own egg sandwich on a fresh baked bagel and pair it with a large hot or iced coffee. The $8 breakfast and brew. Your fresh fuel up.
Welcome back. I am joined now by our panel, Francesca Chambers, White House correspondent for USA Today, Kirby Ziskin, who served as the White House as the principal deputy communications director during the Biden administration, and former Pennsylvania Republican Congressman Charlie Dent. Thank you all so much for being here today, Francesca. I do want to start with you on the possibility of this DHS funding deal. Should we be cautiously optimistic that something is coming together, or is this all very close?
Well, nothing's more motivating for members of Congress. I'm sorry. Nothing's more motivating for members of Congress than a recess that's coming up, because they have to go back and have to face their constituents. Many of whom are probably pretty upset about what they're seeing right now in airports as they're trying to get on their spring break. And also, Congress just wants to get out of town. So in one sense, this is helpful. On the other hand, Monica, President Trump kind of throwing cold water on it in the Oval Office earlier, saying he'd take a look at it, like these are things that they're going to discuss, but also saying, yeah, he wants to see the details.
Yes, and he wants to be able to support Republicans, but he's not sure that he can support anything that involves Democrats. We're not really sure how you get to a solution from that. But I do want to ask you, Congressman, is there a risk for the president here as seen as caving if he ultimately does get on board with this possible agreement?
No, I think he has to get on board. I mean, yesterday he almost blew things up when he conditioned support for funding on the SAVE Act, which has zero chance of becoming law, which basically meant he would own this mayhem. So I think right now he's in a position where he's going to have to eat whatever Congress sends him. I hope they get there. And by the way, Congress, they don't want to stand in lines either. You know, their constituents are, but the lines, the back of the public is being so inconvenienced, is being noticed, and that's why this thing is going to happen. So I'm reasonably optimistic they're going to get there.
Yeah, it does seem like those pressure points are all kind of converging, but what do you think was the ultimate pressure on the president that did start to work here? Was it the idea that Republicans did threaten to revolt, and they were going to have to come out and say the president is wrong about all this publicly, and not even if that's what they're saying privately?
Well, of course. I mean, every Republican knows that this SAVE Act cannot become law. And even those who are voting for it, some of them are private, will tell you there are all kinds of problems with the bill on the, well, I can't even say that, but there's a lot of problems with the SAVE Act, to put it mildly. And so conditioning funding of the government on a proposal that has no chance of becoming law just makes absolutely no sense. And it would put the Republicans in a position of being blamed even more than they already are.
Okay, let's talk about the Democrat strategy here. Did they get anything out of this shutdown so far, or is this sort of a repeat of what we saw with healthcare at the end of last year?
They have got something out of it. The president's the proverbial boxer, or patching himself in the face. He's holding TSA funding hostage over legislation that the Congress says is crazy and not going to pass. And the public is looking to see lines are long, families are canceling trips, business travelers aren't going on trips, there's 3-hour lines, it's havoc. And voters ultimately blame the party in power. The party in power is the Republican Party. And for Democrats, it's continuing to let this president, hit himself, because right now it's accruing a little bit of benefit to Democrats.
So even if this does pass the
do want to play what Minority Leader Jeffries had to say over the course of the shutdown for that.
Republicans have consistently refused at this point in time to enact the type of bold, meaningful, and dramatic changes to ICE that are necessary to get ICE under control. Our position remains the same. We need dramatic, bold, meaningful, and transformational changes to get ICE under control. That's what the American people want to see. We've drawn a hard line in the sand on behalf of the American people, and we're not going to allow the Congress to cross it. ICE needs to be dramatically reformed.
He has spelled it out pretty clearly there. So if it does pass the Senate committee, could this potentially be a wedge within the Democratic Party? How are they going to navigate that?
Well, there's something to see exactly what's in this bill, but there shouldn't be a challenge of doing two things at once, which is dramatically reforming ICE, which everybody agrees is necessary right now, including the president, and funding TSA, getting our airport security up and running so travelers can go out for the holidays and see one another. Both are possible. We have to learn more about what's actually going to be in this proposal.
The president keeps linking all of this to the Save America Act, and he has been talking about overhauling voting entirely. We were able to confirm what the Washington Post first reported, which is that the president voted by mail in this special election that is happening today in Florida, which he has even referred to as mail-in cheating as recently as yesterday. So is that hypocritical?
Well, of course it's hypocritical, but that's his problem to say that. I mean, you're talking about getting rid of mail-in voting, proof of citizenship. These are big deals. And getting rid of mail-in voting, by the way, would be very problematic for many red states like Florida, like Utah, and others where they have very sophisticated systems. Nobody's really cheating down there, as far as I can tell. And so I think this is terrible. And the fact that everybody, Democrats are conditioning support for TSA and ICE points, Trump conditioning on state action. We have set up a situation in this country now where shutdowns have become normalized. And it's leading to this paralysis and instability in government. And I really dread the future if this continues at this rate.
Yeah, multiple this in the last 6 months. So, Francesca, if we are seeing more Republicans vote by mail as the president, just as recently as the last couple of days, is there potential for that to backfire on this election? How's the handle that?
Well, Lisa Murkowski has been one of the outspoken Republicans saying that this isn't really something that would work for her state, at least not the way that the president has outlined it and described it. But going back to what we were talking about for a moment, about this deal that's potentially underway, one of the questions that's always faced Democrats is whether or not they were going to be able to get these reforms even after this partial shutdown had occurred. And they have been struggling over the past couple days, Monica, to really say, okay, if you just put only ICE, you do a carve out for just ICE, given that ICE has already been funded mostly through the earlier bill, unless you get these reforms that you've been seeking, what did Democrats end up getting out of this?
And is there a concern from Democrats, or do they see this more as bluster when the president says he really does want to do something about overhauling the election and specifically trying to go after mail-in voting?
Well, we should just call a spade a spade. He's still litigating, and we litigated the 2020 election, which he lost over 7 million votes. And it's not just state. Every single one of President Trump's judicial nominees in his second term, about 37 of them, every single one has refused to say who won the 2020 election and what happened on January 6th. They have to take loyalty tests just to be judges. SAVE is the latest incarnation of this effort to go back in time. And if you're a voter, worried about prices, worried about paying at the pump, and all you're hearing about is an obsession with the 2020 election, like the person who lost the election, it's unhelpful politically for President Trump.
All of these issues need to converge and come together that we're talking about here today. Thank you guys so much for your time. Corby, Congressman Charlie Dent, Francesca Chambers, we really, really appreciate it. And we will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now, and there is much more ahead on NBC News Now.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
When I started Goldman last night, I needed a website. GoDaddy Hero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins. While they're shopping for goggins for their noggins.
H&R Block makes it easy to reserve time for your taxes. Tap us in, find a time that works for you, upload your docs ahead of time, and track your return from start to finish. It's all in the MyBlock app. Get started at hrblock.com.
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
On this edition of the Fifth Estate,
One way or the other, we're gonna have Greenland.
Donald Trump's demands shocked the world. We have a fundamental disagreement with the United States of America concerning our own rights to self-determination.
we set out to uncover what's really behind the American president's pursuit of Greenland.
There's definitely a very eager audience for mining minerals, rare earth, critical minerals.
This is almost like another battlefield, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Some would say that this is the new Cold War, the new great powers competition.
The race for critical minerals has American interests eyeing Greenland, but also major projects in Canada.
I mean, in the perfect world, they shouldn't touch the area.
Is Canada giving away control of a vital resource? Is this a company that should be involved in such a key Canadian project?
Why not?
We reveal the people close to the president looking to cash in.
Doesn't matter who is invested in the companies. We control the assets that are in the ground here.
But when a volatile and resource-hungry neighbor is involved, is it really that simple?
Are those projects Americans, Canadians? Who are they gonna serve?
I'm Stephen D'Souza. This is the Fifth Estate. Even before he officially stepped back into the Oval Office for the second time, Donald Trump was sounding more like a conqueror than an incoming president. His sights set on Canada.
Why are we supporting a country 200 billion plus a year? All of these other things, they should be a state.
But it wasn't his provocative comments about Canada that put the world on edge. It was what he was saying about another large, snow-covered piece of real estate.
We need Greenland for national security purposes.
The self-governing Danish territory seemed to attract more than just a passing fancy from the president.
Can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, we're not going to use military or economic coercion?
No, I'm not going to commit to that. It might be that you'll have to do something.
It's not going to grow insensitive, but you sort of begin to expect it.
Diana Danielson is Greenland's Minister for Trade and Mineral Resources. She says Trump's threats had a profound impact on residents.
I think it's been a process, a very brief process, with a lot of disbelief in the beginning, a lot of anxiety, a lot of fear, a lot of frustration, and I think then we had a period where there was a lot of anger as well.
Anger because in their mind, Greenland had long been a partner with the U.S., willing to work on issues of defense and trade.
We're willing to build projects that can benefit more than just Greenlanders. So for us, we are open to business, but we will not discuss a compromise on our right to self-determination.
So what was behind Trump's bluster? We have to go back to 2018, 8 years ago. Talk of Greenland then was confined to a select few.
Hi, how you doing?
Hello, Matthew, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, John, Stephen. John Bolton was Donald Trump's national security advisor during the first administration, and one of those in the know on Greenland.
Well, he called me down to the Oval Office one day late in 2018 and said that a prominent New York businessman that he knew had suggested that the U.S. buy Greenland. What did I think of it?
That prominent businessman, billionaire Ronald Lauder, a longtime friend and financial donor to the president. He's an heir to the Estee Lauder fortune. Last year, he wrote about Greenland, a place where he has business interests. He promoted the territory's wealth of critical minerals. Critical minerals are in the electronics we use every day, from cell phones to electric car batteries.
They are a series of elements that are necessary in the push for cleaner technology. They are used in wind turbines and in solar panels. Within that group are rare earth elements, also found in high-powered magnets for advanced weapon systems, from the F-35 jet to submarines, to hypersonic weapons and precision-guided missiles. But right now, China controls most of the world's supply, so Trump wants to break that stranglehold on the market, looking to grab critical minerals wherever he can get them.
We're telling Ukraine they have very valuable rare earth. I'd like to buy minerals on Russian land too, if we can. The rare earth, they have very good rare earth also, they both do.
For Bolton, a well-known hawk amongst Republicans, going after critical minerals makes strategic sense.
We shouldn't simply accept that China or anybody else has us by the throat when it comes to these minerals if we're willing to look around.
Back in 2018, Bolton says they were working quietly, behind the scenes, to come up with a way to increase U.S. influence in Greenland.
He agreed that we could have some very quiet contacts with Denmark about security in Greenland and the Arctic generally. And in particular, we had zero discussion about the use of force.
Bolton says a meeting was scheduled in August 2019 with the Prime Minister of Denmark. But then the Wall Street Journal broke the story that Trump wanted to acquire Greenland.
I didn't know where it came from. I learned later that at Mar-a-Lago during 2019, Trump had asked many members of Mar-a-Lago what they thought about buying Greenland. And I think that's where the story came from.
What had been quiet and exploratory became loud and, in typical Trump fashion, incendiary.
Well, President Trump has used the term nasty in reference to yet another woman. This time it is the Prime Minister of a foreign ally, specifically Denmark.
Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen rejected the idea, and that set Trump off.
I look forward to going, but I thought that the Prime Minister's statement that it was absurd, it was an absurd idea, it was nasty.
After he called the Prime Minister of Denmark a nasty woman, he did a posting on Twitter, I think, a picture of Nuuk, the capital of Greenland, with a golden Trump tower in it, and the caption was, "I will never do this to Greenland." When you know what he was thinking of was doing exactly that to Greenland. I think there's every reason to believe if we could have kept it out of Yankee Stadium with the floodlights on, that there was a deal there.
Fast forward to 2025. Trump's takeover threats put Greenland back in the headlines, and the MAGA world was eager to be the first wave of the invasion.
So I want to give you in this audience an exclusive update of what I was up to this last 24 hours. Donald Trump Jr., a very good friend of mine, gave me a call and said, "Hey, do you want to come to Greenland?" Said, "Yeah, that sounds great."
The president's son, Don Jr., made a highly publicized trip, posing with MAGA-curious Greenlanders welcoming his presence.
We're really excited to be here. Thank you guys so much.
Another person in Trump's orbit, mixing their private interest with the president's policies. A few weeks later, Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife made another high-profile trip to Greenland.
China and other nations are taking an extraordinary interest in Arctic passageways, in Arctic naval routes, and indeed in the minerals of the Arctic territories. We need to ensure that America is leading in the Arctic.
Of course, we don't negotiate on our right to sovereignty. That's not an issue to negotiate on. So we're used to dealing with national security issues or trade issues, but we're not as used to dealing with imperialistic ideas.
Coming up, the American thirst for critical minerals isn't just targeting Greenland. U.S. interests with close ties to Trump have been looking at a vast supply right here in Canada.
When you look at who's taking the actual decisions, you see that there are very, very close relationship with the Pentagon and the President Donald Trump.
Toronto is the mining finance capital of the world. More mining companies are headquartered in Canada than anywhere else, so the industry's annual convention here is a big deal. Critical minerals are top of mind for many at this event, as developers, politicians, and power brokers look for the next big project to counter China's dominance. In the crowd, a former U.S. Special Forces soldier, now on the front lines of President Trump's mission to acquire critical minerals. Drew Horn has a direct line to the White House. He's a founder and CEO of GreenMet.
Our next guest is spearheading private investment efforts in Greenland.
Over the last year, Horn has been on the airwaves hyping critical minerals in Greenland.
What President Trump is offering is billions of dollars of investment in the form of private investments and projects, all of which we're looking at that span from AI data centers to multiple rare earth and critical minerals projects.
His business pitch echoes Trump's talk of a takeover.
I mean, the sky's the limit, and everybody benefits from this.
He made time for us in D.C. after some high-level meetings. Your team had mentioned you were at the Pentagon and what White House? Was that today?
Yeah, today and yesterday.
How those meetings go?
Yeah.
What did you talk about?
A lot of projects we're working on. We want to make sure that it's supporting U.S. policy goals.
From serving in the U.S. military to advising the vice president in the first Trump administration, Horn has helped shape U.S. policy.
What I was essentially the evaluator for the White House on technologies and projects that were deemed worthy of government support and financing.
Horn's GreenMet co-founders show how closely he's linked to the president. There's former Trump Organization lawyer George Storial and Keith Schiller, Trump's longtime bodyguard. Those names are among the company's biggest assets. GreenMet doesn't mine or process minerals. They broker deals involving business and government.
Keith and George, were, fundamental in helping us get the company up and running. They're now passive shareholders.
Horn has made numerous trips to Greenland, promoting a potential rare earth mine in the south and a proposed AI data center in the north. But Greenland's mining minister says Horn is missing one key connection. So have you met Drew Horn before?
I haven't met him personally, but of course we have meetings with him as we have with any other interested investor into Greenland.
Do you think people with business interests are pushing Trump's imperialistic tendencies?
I don't know. I cannot speak to that, but I can, of course, identify that all these different agendas are at play.
She says there are challenges to mining in Greenland: harsh weather, lack of infrastructure, and strict environmental rules. Despite the pitch from people like Horn, right now there are just 2 mines, and neither involves critical minerals.
I'm not aware of any concrete projects moving forward on this side. I am aware, of course, of the discussions around them, but I haven't seen anything tangible yet.
There are going to be critics and people watching this who are going to say that these are just people in Trump's orbit trying to take advantage of the situation to make money. What would you say to that?
I can understand the skepticism. I can understand the strong emotions, even the anger that I believe is driven just by misunderstandings. I'm happy to be fully transparent to basically show, while within full legal compliance with what I'm allowed to disclose and when, how we plan to do this, and with who, and all of those details that we demonstrate this is real and not some sort of geopolitical stuff, as some would say.
Too strong. There, perfectly balanced. In today's world, a lot of things are pretty easy. Why not make getting your lab tests easy too? Any Lab Test Now offers high-quality lab tests right in your neighborhood. Choose and schedule your test online or just walk in. Use our easy self-checking system and get confidential results delivered directly to you. Choose your test, choose your time, get your answer. Visit anylabtestnow.com.
I'm Elster, you're mid-mobile. You might not know this about me, but I come from a long line of fiscally responsible individuals.
It was important that he get his family plan be affordable for everyone. That's why, unlike the wireless, this view is two people can be on a mid-family plan and get a lowest price of just $50 a month per person. That's a deal that my great-great-great-grandpa, Frederick Frugal Reynolds, would be very, very proud of. And this is how he's super dead.
Warren and his team aren't the only Trump connections looking for the next big project. The industry knows there's a gold rush of sorts. But what Canadians may not realize is the U.S. Department of Defense is pouring tens of millions of dollars into our mining industry.
Yeah, that was critical. Yeah, no, it's not.
The House of Commons Defense Committee held hearings this month. Rohit Turgeon is with Mining Watch, an environment and human rights group. Faced with Trump's calls to annex Canada, he wants Ottawa to be open about how it will handle foreign access and control of Canada's critical minerals.
If that's not a threat, what is a threat? That's why today we asked the government to be clear on their analysis of the situation. If it's a matter of national defense or national security, they have to act on it.
Turgeon's group is out with a new report. And if they found the Pentagon has invested at least $62.6 million US in projects located across Canada. We've also been independently digging into the numbers. An analysis by the Fifth Estate found even more investments by the Department of Defense. Another $260 million. One of the companies targeted for funding is a rare earth processor called Ucore, based in an unassuming office building in Halifax.
Rapid SX is at least 3 times faster.
It's touting new separation technology that speeds up processing rare earths, but for years it struggled to get funding. In 2023, the U.S. Department of Defense under President Joe Biden came along. The hope is Ucore can help break China's processing monopoly. So far, the Pentagon has injected more than $22 million US. That's paid for a prototype in Kingston, Ontario, and plans for a commercial processing facility on a former U.S. military base in Louisiana. We reached out for an interview, and Ucore didn't want to sit down with us. We did, however, talk to one of their boosters, Drew Horn.
Obviously, we're big fans of what Ucore is looking to do in Louisiana and elsewhere. I think the processing, especially midstream, is the big gap. And so you obviously need to find solutions throughout the chain.
Warren helped facilitate a deal between Ucore and a proposed mine in Greenland, although the mine is still years away from actual production. We've seen the Department of War invest in quite a few Canadian companies. Is that something that you've been consulted on or consulted with?
Yeah, we've been big advocates for consideration of Canada as a domestic consideration for Department of War programs, which they've had for quite some time. And we think that's the right way to approach it.
At a time when the Prime Minister wants to move away from U.S. dependence, critics say our mining sector appears to be exempt.
Where's going to stand the Canadian government there? Is he going to support its communities, First Nations, or the foreign interests of the U.S. administration that is threatening to annex Canada to access the rare earth? Once you are establishing who's the threat, you have to come up with legislative changes to make sure that those companies are not actively present in the mining cycle, in the mining industry, in the mining system in Canada, and that's not what we're seeing.
As we kept examining U.S. encroachment into Canada's mining sector, once again, we found Drew Horn linked to a major deal. Turns out he also helped a large U.S. private equity firm take a stake in what could be Canada's biggest ever rare earth operation.
That was one of the kind of key milestones or key sort of examples of U.S.-Canadian collaboration that we think can be a continued blueprint to double down on with other projects.
But is it collaboration or control? As we'll show you, the deal in Quebec involves another company with close ties to Trump, raising the question, Who benefits from the rare earths mined here?
How much is being dictated by those interests and not from offices in Quebec?
Everything lies on Canada's side. Canadian interests here depend on what Canada wants to do with the project.
This windswept and snow-covered landscape isn't Greenland, but it is a place American interests have targeted in their push for critical minerals.
This is the biggest forecourt in North America. So this is really where the action is.
We're in Sept-Îles in eastern Quebec, but we're not here to see the iron ore. We're here for another project, one with links to the Trump White House that Radio-Canada's Alban Romandel says is drawing local attention.
So Metro Torngat is a big project. It intends to exploit a huge, an important mineral pit of rare elements up north, about 250 kilometers north of Shepherville in Nunavut.
What was the initial sales pitch to people here? How are they selling it?
It was mostly about renewables, windmills, electric vehicles, batteries. There's a lot of demand for rare elements in those sectors, that's for sure. But that was the initial pitch here.
The proposed project is in Nunavut, northern Quebec. Rare earths would be extracted from a massive open pit mine. Up to 13 million metric tons of material would be trucked along a newly built road every year for 30 years. It would then be shipped down to Sept-Îles for processing. If built, it would be the largest rare earth mine in Canada.
So the vision was trying to break is to build in Canada, Quebec in particular, an extraction to refined value chain that would make Canada and Quebec unique as the main alternate source to the Chinese monopoly, something the Western world is eagerly awaiting.
When we sat down for this interview at the end of February, Quebec businessman Yves Leduc had been CEO of Torngat Metals for about 11 months.
We have enough capacity to supply the needs for heavy rare earth of both the entire G7 ecosystem.
That much just from this one.
Yes.
If everything goes according to plan, yes.
Everything will go according to plan. The project is so important.
The worldwide attention on critical minerals put Torngat in the spotlight, but that wasn't always the case. In 2018, an earlier version of the company had financial trouble. Torngat was rescued 4 years later by $50 million from one of the largest private equity firms in the U.S., Cerberus Capital Management.
Without Cerberus, the company probably wouldn't be around today. So they saw the opportunity and decided to invest, and that capital allowed the team to bring the project to the stage that it is today.
But who is Cerberus?
I'd like to thank the President of the United States, President Trump, for his nomination.
That's former Cerberus CEO and founder Steven Feinberg, a major Trump donor. The president picked the billionaire to be the #2 man at the Department of Defense. He's overseeing the Pentagon as it invests millions of dollars into Canadian mining operations. We did some digging. In his government ethics filings, Feinberg disclosed millions of dollars in Torngat stock, which Cerberus told us is now in a qualified blind trust. But while Feinberg shuns the spotlight, companies Cerberus has controlled have made headlines for the wrong reasons. The operatives who later killed a journalist were reportedly trained by a Cerberus-owned company. They faced a public backlash for owning a company that made the gun used in one of America's deadliest mass shootings. And another of his companies was charged in a kickback scheme. Is this a company that should be involved in such a key Canadian project?
Why not? We have one of the most amazing opportunities in Canadian mining history. We have the means to make it happen. Those means involve the capital that came from Cerberus.
In Sept-Îles, the Trump connection became the story.
I think for the people in Sicily, the American part is important because U.S. tariffs have been hit hard in the region, in the forestry sector, the aluminum sector as well. And I think the U.S. is getting a bad image here.
This company is doing everything it could to give the idea it's effectively developed by people based in Quebec. When you look at who's taking the actual decisions, you see that there are very, very close relationship with the Pentagon and the President Donald Trump.
Adding to the concerns in Quebec, Radio-Canada revealed former Trump official Tom Gilman was chairman of Torngat's board.
My role right now is chairman of Torngat Metals, and Torngat is basically the largest deposit of heavy rare earth minerals outside of China.
He worked for Chrysler for a number of years, and then he went to work for the Trump administration, and then he left and participated in the very controversial Project 2025.
Project 2025, the conservative blueprint for government. Gilman wrote controversial sections calling for major cuts to climate change research.
I've had a long 20-year relationship with Cerberus.
A very different message than what he was telling local communities about Torngat's goals.
It is incredibly important to us that we understand this, we respect them, we are on their lands, we understand that, and we are in their environment, and we have to be respectful of that.
Tom Gilman was connected to Project 2025, but when you talk about having a very environmentally focused project, how does that square when you have a former chairman of the board who holds these views?
He's the former chairman of the board. He's actually the person who brought the opportunity to Cerberus back in 2022. That's all I need to know about him.
He left the company just days after the Radio-Canada story.
Torngat was pretty clear that there was no link between the two things, our peace and his departure.
You mentioned Tom Gilman is no longer the chair of the board. That came very close to when the story first came out about his involvement in the company. Were those two connected?
As I said, Maryse Bélanger was hired in July, and she was appointed to eventually become the chair. Tom Gilman was past his normal retirement age and was happy to step down.
Is he still involved in the company?
I don't know.
Yes, it is. With so much attention on the project, the 6 different indigenous groups in the region surrounding the mine and residents of Sept-Îles want to know as much as they can about its potential impacts.
I mean, in the perfect world, they shouldn't touch the area.
Maggie Murlock is chair of the Catholic Regional Government. Her community, down the river from the mine site, now finds itself in the middle of the global rush of critical minerals. What are your concerns about this project?
Wildlife, the migrating caribou, the migrating birds, the salmon, the diet. If they're harmed, then we're going to be harmed.
She says the mine site will be as big as their entire community. But she notes their region is covered by a treaty signed in the 70s with strong environmental guidelines for any new project.
Any kind of development, including mining, if it was ever to be developed, there has to be consultations.
Cerberus is fully aligned behind our environmental indigenous strategy. There's no question. The capital that's being raised is largely about making sure that our technologies are appropriate and designed so as to protect the environment. That's not even a question.
The question is, who really benefits?
Torngat Metals has entered into an MOU with VAC, which is a leader in global rare earth magnets. A lesson that our partners to the south, the Americans, have learned about the vulnerabilities in the rare earth magnet supply chain.
Last year, the Prime Minister highlighted a deal Torngat signed with a German company to provide rare earths.
VAC Magnetics has shipped its first rare earth magnets for commercial use.
That company, though, has a deal with the U.S. Department of Defense. They'll take Canadian material and send it to a facility in South Carolina to make magnets for F-35 fighters, drones, and other weapons.
At Cox, your internet and mobile price won't change for 5 years, from 5 Halloweens to 5 4th of Julys. Same price guaranteed. Cox, a step ahead. Requires 2 gig speeds and gig unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
Good, thank you. Thanks.
Remember White House ally Drew Warren? He connected Cerberus and Torngat, and he says Trump's pick at the Pentagon, Stephen Feinberg, is primed for war.
Anytime there's a business case for U.S.-Canadian collaboration, you're going to find overwhelmingly supportive folks, especially in this Pentagon, right? And so, if my colleague Steve Feinberg came to Rare for the first time, with a Canadian-U.S. Joint venture and collaboration, you can bet that he appreciates the possibility and opportunity that represents in other projects. And so I think there's an even greater appreciation for U.S. Canadian collaboration now.
Thank you. National Program Co-Lead for Mining Watch Canada.
Critics like Mining Watch say the feds and companies like Torngat need to be transparent about who benefits from the minerals dug up in Canada.
Let's be clear on that and do not cheat the population, because if that project is ready for national defense, then say it.
Leduc insists the U.S. stake in their project is a positive.
I think it's a Canadian project that happens to have been believed by an American firm. The more interest the U.S. administration showed in Torngat, the greater the leverage for Canada, and that's actually a good thing.
He says their plan will live on past the current president's threats to make Canada the 51st state.
And that's not going to last. In the end, this project will be in operation after the next election in the U.S. And we need to keep our focus on what's really important here. The world needs the Strange Lake project to be a success, okay? And we are committed to doing it right.
The project may last, but the Duke himself did not. 9 days before our broadcast, Torngat announced he decided to step down. The company said he wanted to focus on other work in his personal life. When we come back, we take a hard look at the Canadian government support for an American-owned mine.
So would you propose we not put those cards in our hands? Do you think
No, I
we'd be
just
strong?
don't-
Do you think we would be stronger if we didn't have those cards?
I just think maybe those cards aren't as strong as you're saying. At the mining conference in Toronto, where the federal government's announcements around critical minerals drew big crowds, Canada seized the moment.
We are so very pleased to have you joining us today. Minister, the podium is yours.
Tim Hodgson, Canada's Minister of Energy and Natural Resources, came armed with a slew of funding announcements and agreements, and echoed his boss's realpolitik message heard around the world.
There's an obvious elephant in the room these days. We are at a hinge moment in Canadian history. In fact, the whole world is experiencing what our Prime Minister so aptly called a rupture in the world order.
Like Prime Minister Mark Carney, Hodgson is a former executive at Goldman Sachs. Both are eager to make deals with the world to lessen Canada's dependence on the U.S.
Ultimately, access to your own critical minerals, access to your own energy is sovereignty, is strength, is security.
But for all the talk of independence, U.S. companies are very much in the picture. Last summer, before these photo ops, the government had already made a major commitment to Torngat. Ottawa handed out $165 million in loans to the Strange Lake project in northern Quebec. The backing comes years before most permits have been issued, and before the required environmental assessments. The government calls their financing first of its kind and unprecedented.
All of us watched Mr. Zelensky being lectured about how he had no cards. Canada has great cards. We need to play those cards well. Our critical minerals are those key cards.
He's a man that knows what he wants.
But how much leverage does Canada really have? When a firm close to Trump has a significant stake in what's being promoted as a game-changing Canadian mine.
Can we have the right to say no to some of those projects? Can we have the right to say yes, but to some of those projects? And can we make sure that those projects will benefit Canadian interests?
Look, we are in a world where world powers, hegemons, are using supply chains and our economic integration to get what they want. The way we diversify against that is we bring our own resources to market. We welcome foreign investment from responsible parties.
Are companies like Cerberus with strong ties to the Trump administration, do they fit that description?
When the investment is done in a responsible way, there are Canadian investors in Torga as well.
But Cerberus does have quite a large portion of the company. Was there a national security review done when Cerberus made that investment in Torga?
I don't have that particular answer.
We checked, but the federal ministry responsible would not tell us if in fact they had conducted a national security review of the American investment in Torga. They said under the Investment Canada Act, that information is private.
As Drew Horn looks for the next deal, he says Canada and the U.S. must stay united to counter China's monopoly.
This is almost like another battlefield, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Some would say that this is the new Cold War, the new great powers competition.
Canada is a mining nation. And after years of delays and uncertainty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
But as Canada tries to chart a new path, how much Pentagon investment is too much?
Do you look at, Department of War investments in Canadian companies and say, maybe we should limit this, or is there a stage where it becomes too much?
So the U.S. has been our largest trading partner. We will continue to trade with the United States. We will continue to trade with them when it benefits Canada. What we're focused on doing is growing our relationship with other countries. That puts cards in our hands.
When the Prime Minister was talking about a new world order and shifting our focus away from the U.S., but it seems in this industry, it's still sort of the old world order.
Absolutely not. In a world where the strong want to do as they may and the weak do what they must, we're going to make sure we're not in that category of doing what we must. Those are cards in our hands.
But I think when we signed free trade agreements with the United States, we thought we had cards in our hand back then. And as much as you say we have leverage, can we have leverage when the U.S. administration just decides suddenly wants to take our critical
So
minerals?
you propose we not put those cards in our hands? You think
No, I
we'd be
just
strong?
think-
You think we would be stronger if we didn't have those cards?
I just think maybe those cards aren't as strong as you're
I
saying.
think it's a lot better to have those cards than not have those cards. And that's why we're working hard to create those cards. Again, as the Prime Minister said, we need to engage in the world as it is, not as we wish it to be. Having control of critical minerals, having control of the energy resources we have, where we're an energy and natural resource superpower, gives us the ability to look after ourselves in this challenging world we're in right now.
But there are no guarantees. Just ask world leaders like Venezuela's former dictator, Nicolas Maduro.
It was the greatest step in the history of America. Nobody has ever stolen our property like they have. They took our oil away from us.
When Trump changes the rules and decides to take what he wants, having resources can also make you the target. Meanwhile, communities around the Torngat project wonder, with millions of public dollars committed, is it a done deal?
What message does that send to you and your community that they're putting so much money in at such an early stage?
When we hear this, we just look at each other and say, wow, this is really serious. It's not they're not just playing a game here. It's going to have to lead to something very serious.
It's a gambling play. It's not certain that this project will see the light.
Mining Watch's Louis Turgeon says the federal government should slow down.
Why are you putting so much pressure? Why are you giving so much leverage and and means to a company that has not even started yet to have real discussion with all the indigenous communities.
Does it essentially say this is a done deal, we want this to go through, even though they haven't really had their say on the environmental assessment?
Absolutely not. Any proponent who ultimately brings a project to production needs to ultimately get support of First Nations. That's a core part of our government. Part of companies developing these resources is engaging with First Nations and Indigenous peoples of all types, Métis and Inuit as well. This is a normal process in any mine that we go through.
But it's not though, because EDC said they've never really given this much money into a project that early, right? So
we've never been in a situation where one country controlled over 90% of the world's supply of critical minerals that are required to make all the things we rely on as a society. We're doing things that are exceptional because we are in exceptional times. I'll go back to what the Prime Minister said. We are in a huge moment. We are in a rupture. We need to respond to that.
Nike and Mudluck says the mine could help the region's economic prospects, but she says they still want to fully understand the impacts of the project.
They know that they can't just bulldoze and start mining tomorrow because of the environment section that we have. It's a very small one.
I don't see it as a poker card or a poker game. I just really want in general to cooperate with the countries.
While Canada forges ahead, Greenland is taking a more cautious approach.
It's a slow business and it takes a lot of work, and that's why we don't see many succeed. So it's not a lottery, but it's hard work.
While they welcome U.S. investment, Danielson says they won't compromise on their values. You're not going to be bullied or bulldozed over your environmental regulations just to allow these critical mineral projects to go forward.
Absolutely not, because if I did that, we would not have the backing of the people. As a politician, you also need to have the guts to say no to project if you believe that that is the right thing in order to maintain the backing of the local people and communities. So for us, that's a really important issue, that if you want mining, you have to do it in a responsible way. And in this day and age, it does include taking environmental concerns seriously. So we're not going to change that.
So wonderful to see you all here for the formal opening of the Canadian Consulate in Nuuk, Greenland. Let's just raise our hands and clap for this day.
Greenland's experience mirrors its neighbors in northern Quebec. Two groups living in cold and pristine landscapes, both targets of America's insatiable appetite for resources. In February, amidst Trump's latest threats, Canada opened a consulate in the territory's capital, Nuuk. Maggie Mudlook was there.
Talking to the local Greenlandic, what they were talking about, the fear of war, what could actually happen. We're not used to those kinds of discussions locally. We're not part of these discussions, but we get to see in the news, and it's scary.
Back in northern Quebec, Inuit in the region are going a long way to make their opposition clear. Groups have made the more than 200-kilometer journey by snowmobile from Shepardville. To the Torngat mine site, they made sure to make their presence known. A reminder that in a race for critical minerals and the high-stakes game of international politics, there are a lot of cards to play.
We know we have a voice. We have to have a voice. We can't be bulldozed. We're a people too.
Tycoons are in many ways the lifeblood of society. They're the most competitive people you will ever find.
Inside the secret world of the mega rich are some of the most powerful people on the planet. This time, China, the second largest economy on the planet.
I mean, if I didn't see a new high-rise in the morning, I felt a little jittery.
The world's factory that also mass produces billionaires.
Many of the stories are like, wow, hold the phone, it's incredible.
But its tycoons have to respect the rules imposed by the party.
TTBC, we will not tolerate any tycoon to openly challenge the party.
China, a nation of over 1.4 billion. It's generating over 200 billionaires a year, faster than anywhere else in the world.
China is a kind of billionaire factory.
Today's China has been coined the booming dynasty. It's an explosion of ostentatious wealth after decades of oppression.
I watched China go from bicycles to Bentleys.
Fanciest clothes, handbags, lots of different jewelries, up to tens of thousands of dollars.
And the people driving this incredible growth are China's tycoons. These men and women are changing the world and the way we live in it.
You know, China moves fast. It's got so many people and so much ambition and so much skill.
But China's tycoons are facing a new threat. They are at risk of becoming pawns in an economic Cold War between China and the West.
As Americans, we should all be concerned about any company beholden to a foreign government to burrow into the American telecommunications market.
And China's population has become less tolerant of its homegrown ultra-rich.
China is one of the most unequal society in the world today, in spite of having a Communist Party government.
With shades of the hardline past, alarming news reports like these highlight how President Xi Jinping has taken extreme action against some billionaires.
He was spirited out of that hotel along with his bodyguards and then taken to the mainland.
Even among the most powerful Chinese tycoons, no one is above the party. Jack Ma was one of the planet's wealthiest men. He formed the online marketplace Alibaba in 1999. His flamboyant personality, on clear display in some bizarre yet memorable performances, saw him as the fun, friendly face of China's .com boom.
I always say, make you progress, so see that's what's next step. High quality man. Thank you, Jay.
Alibaba connected China to markets around the world.
China used to sell everything from textiles to fruits to heavy machinery to technology to toys. They've taken away the need to travel to China to go to manufacturers. You don't have to do that anymore. You use Alibaba.
Alibaba came from nowhere to break New York Stock Exchange records in 2014. The listing made Ma the richest man in China.
And to make a splash, the size that they did, it had enormous symbolic value in China.
And the man behind it became China's most famous, most extrovert tycoon. His performances are eccentric and extravagant, but who really is the man behind the mask who rocked global stock markets? Ma Yan, or Jack, was born in 1964 in Hanzhou in southeastern China. His upbringing was full of hurdles.
The story of Jack Ma is really the story of China.
People said he wasn't smart enough. People said he wasn't capable enough. People said he was harder working than he was maybe capable, but he was persistent.
In 1972, an event happened that changed history and Ma's life. President Nixon broke tensions by visiting China. He visited Ma's hometown, and this visit created a tourist mecca overnight.
Jack Ma offered to take lots of foreigners around the city on free tours if they would teach them English.
These Western tourists opened my mind because everything they told me was so different from the things I learned from schools and from my parents.
Ma realized his route to prosperity was by connecting with the West, but he had many setbacks on the way.
He was not an academically gifted student.
I failed primary school test for 2 times, and I failed 3 times for the middle schools.
He famously wrote to Harvard 10 times, rejected every single time. There's a great story that when KFC finally came to Hangzhou, every single person got the job but him.
When I tried to be a KFC person, rejected. I would try to be a policeman, rejected. I want to be a hotel waiter, rejected. So I get used to it. As an entrepreneur, one of the qualities I have is that when I'm rejected by people, I get used to that.
Amateur video shows Jack's popularity in his first job as an English teacher. But it was a trip to the US in 1995 that he saw a way to make it big. A friend showed him the internet. His first efforts with what he learned were caught on camera.
My friend said, "This is internet, search whatever you want." So I searched the first word beer. I'm sure it's easy to spell, but there's no beer from China. So we made a small, very ugly looking page, a China page. I got a phone call from my friend. He said, "Jack, you know, you have 5 emails." So what is email?
Jack Ma realized the web could connect foreign businesses to China.
He came back to China and Alibaba turned into this e-commerce behemoth.
At home, Ma became incredibly popular. But some began to say the fame had gone to his head.
He's very well known for his karaoke appearances at Alibaba parties and events. That became more and more eccentric as time went on. But is he sort of like this billionaire playboy?
The charisma that had charmed the tourists also charmed the global power players. Political leaders began to reach out to him as an ambassador.
He was very, very visible, not just doing TED Talks, but also with political leaders. Those are the kind of things that the government does.
One of the most talked about encounters was in early 2017 when he met the president-elect.
Jack and I are going to do some bring them small business, right? Let's go to small business.
Jack Ma went and met with Trump, and then had a press conference with Trump, pledging to create 1 million jobs in America through e-commerce. My guess is that was not sanctioned by the party.
Then in 2019, amidst rumors he was forced out, Ma retired from Alibaba to concentrate on his spin-off, Ant Financial. He planned to float Ant on the stock exchange, a sale that would put him back on top as the richest man in China.
The IPO of Ant was pulled at the very last minute.
The Ant Group's listing in both Shanghai and Hong Kong have been suspended.
It was going to be the largest IPO in the world at that point, almost $35 billion raised. So this was a huge shock to everyone, to the whole world.
Some believe Xi Jinping blocked the sale after Ma mocked the government at a business conference.
好的创新不怕监管，但是怕昨天的方式去监管。
Jack Ma had made this very, very offensive, incendiary speech to China's top banking regulators.
中国的金融道德思想。
Then Jack Ma disappeared.
They had to make an example of him because he was the biggest, the most admired, the most successful in people's eyes. If you're going to give a signal to billionaires, especially the tech billionaires, who's your daddy, you bring down Jack Ma. That lets everybody know that everybody's fair game.
The man who brought the Communist Party to power in 1949, vowing to eliminate capitalism and class, is Mao Zedong. Families were stripped of their wealth and many brutally killed. The banning of private farm ownership also led to tens of millions dying from famine.
The first 25 to 30 years of Communist Party rule under the Mao Zedong, China underwent some pretty horrific experiences, including a great leap forward where in about 3 years, 40 million or more people starved to death.
In the early 70s, while the West enjoyed booming growth, China's soul was crushed.
China no longer had belief, whether it's in religions or in the traditional Chinese culture. So what did they believe in? They believed in making money.
Life changed in the 1980s. Relations with the U.S. thawed, and Mao's successor, Deng Xiaoping, tried to free up the economy.
Come 1980, China takes an enormous hit with reform and openness. Foreign direct investment starts to roll in, and we start to imagine China's development story as the manufacturing miracle that so many of us are familiar with.
China encouraged foreign firms to form partnerships, providing investment and training to China's millions. These companies could tap into China's vast, skilled workforce.
You see these companies moving to China as a means of accessing cheap labor, cheap land, cheap production.
Multinationals from all over the world came in. China was the new gold rush.
By 1985, most urban families and half of rural families owned a TV. For a few, Hollywood provided glimpses of the free world and dreams of a better life.
They crave the big houses, the big cars, the technologies, everything they could see in American movies. They want.
But the growth was rife with corruption. The people started asking for a different China, a democratic one. China's revolutionary moment came in 1989. Around 1 million people descended on Tiananmen Square to protest. The world watched as violence erupted.
Hundreds, perhaps thousands of people were killed. It was really an assertion that Communist Party control over China was always the most important goal for China's leaders.
Deng Xiaoping crushed the uprising, but continued launching several special economic zones in the south that would encourage foreign investment.
He went south, planted a tree in Shenzhen, symbolic of there it will bloom a new city, there it will flourish a new economy, and it really did.
People flooded from the countryside to find work. The migration created enormous demand for homes, and Deng changed the laws to enable real estate trade for the first time.
You could privately own your own property. Based on your station in the factory, you got assigned this apartment. In the late 90s, real estate developers could now build buildings, and then individuals could actually buy rights to live in these buildings.
One man spotted this as an opportunity to get rich. He went on to become China's wealthiest tycoon. Wang Jianlin is the founder of Dalian Wanda, a global conglomerate. Glossy and bold marketing on its website portrays its position as the world's largest commercial property enterprise. It owns shopping malls, cinemas, sports teams, luxury hotels, and theme parks. Wang Jianlin was born in 1954. His father fought for Mao's Red Army. At 15, Wang too became a soldier.
He eventually ended up in charge of a state-owned property group. When that privatized in the early 90s, he emerged as the majority owner.
The Bentleys and the Mercedes were everywhere. It was such a booming business. Houses were over the top, very Trumpian actually, with very bad taste in gold and glitter and anything to look lavish.
Wang Jianlin also realized burgeoning city populations would become consumers and set up shopping malls all over China. In the early 2000s, Wang took an audacious leap directly into the heart of the USA.
He famously bought the American AMC cinema chain.
Wang's shopping spree in entertainment continued into Hollywood.
His firm Dalian Wanda will buy legendary entertainment. They produce Godzilla, Jurassic World, and also the Dark Knight trilogy.
A big thing for him was Wanda as being the major player in entertainment in China and ultimately also abroad.
In 2016, Wang became Asia's richest man, worth over $28 billion. He often celebrated his successes at company events by confidently, yet awkwardly, serenading his staff. Good reason to belt out a well-known folk song.
He's got a flamboyant personality, but different from Jack Ma.
But like Jack Ma, the tide turned on Wang. The party were apparently unhappy with the level of Wanda's debts, and his Hollywood trophy purchases had hit a nerve with U.S. politicians. And as some of his assets failed to deliver, Wang's roller coaster ride was over.
Wang then sells off a lot of his assets and then takes a step back from the limelight.
But Wang Jianlin was only able to lower his profile so far. His son is a prolific social media influencer.
In China, there's this idea, it's called Fu'er second generation rich. And Wang Jianlin has a very prominent, wealthy son named Wang Sicong. When you think of the flashy playboy, global, cosmopolitan, very spendy In 2015, he bought gold-plated Apple Watches for his dog.
Cute snaps of the pampered pooch, proudly showcasing the $10,000 timepieces, appeared on the dog's social media blog. The post went viral for all the wrong reasons. It was symbolic of a generation of ultra-rich kids.
You can imagine that sitting on the side of the road eating $1 street food, and then you see a Lamborghini fly by, the ultra wealthy flashing their wealth, was beginning to create more distaste.
Overt displays of wealth and debt may have been tolerated before Xi Jinping, but changes were afoot. In 2012, a new paramount leader was elected. Xi Jinping has a strong communist bloodline. His father fought in the Red Army in the 1930s. After university, he followed his heart into the Communist Party, where he climbed the party ranks before becoming one of the world's most powerful men. The Chinese Communist Party has always played an instrumental role in the lives of China's wealthy.
For Chinese billionaires to become successful, they need to be connected to the government in some way.
Every company in China has to answer to what the party wants. Not doing so puts one's at huge peril.
Xi Jinping had made it his first priority to clamp down on the corruption that was blighting China. Xi made 1.5 million anti-corruption arrests. Many simply vanished or were put in prison.
He had a real good case to make because the party was in real trouble. There was no institution that was trusted.
And there was no safety to be found abroad.
He first introduced something called Operation Fox Hunt, which has since been superseded by Operation Skynet. And in some cases, they were involuntarily held to be returned to China. Some people would call it basically the internet access to China.
Some allege the real motive behind Xi Jinping's anti-corruption drive was to remove any potential political enemies and cement his power. Some tycoons were jailed for lesser offenses, like Jimmy Lai from Hong Kong, whose crime was commemorating the Tiananmen Square protests. Hong Kong had once enjoyed the freedoms of the UK to protest, but under party rule, that changed. In 2020, China introduced a national security law, making it easier to arrest people after mass demonstrations in the city. There's one man who's avoided the scrutiny of Xi Jinping. Instead, U.S. intelligence has been the thorn in his side. Ren Zhengfei is the founder of telecom Goliath Huawei. His company manufactures Wi-Fi network hardware and has annual sales totaling $100 billion. Born in 1944, Ren Zhengfei lived through the Cultural Revolution, but video portraying his life through the company lens showed how, despite this, he always considered himself lucky.
在我那个小时候，我在那个县呢，这个乡镇呢其实是很贫穷的。我们家庭就算好一点呢，因为父母是教师，那好一点的标志呢，你看炒菜是可以放盐的。
Ren Zhengfei started off in China's military And eventually he left the military and started Huawei, this kind of upstart telecommunications technology firm.
Archive footage from the early years showed how Ren started Huawei with a little over $5,000 from a decrepit apartment in Shenzhen. It gave an insight into bygone telecom equipment that helped the company quietly make a meteoric rise.
Huawei's initial success was linked closely to its contracts with the Chinese government and with the Chinese military.
Huawei's architecture was ambitious too. Each area of its research and development campus represents a European city. It even has its own metro system.
They're just an R&D machine.
By 2016, when that investment started paying off, Huawei became a major point of contention in the USA.
They would come in and undercut on price. It looked like they were carrying out a government mandate.
The company appeared to come from nowhere, and in the summer of 2017, Huawei's sales outstripped Apple's. Concern in the West increased when Huawei leapt ahead in the 5G race across the globe. 5G networks are set to power the next technological revolution.
If you do not stop Huawei, the majority of the world is supplied by the Chinese, and the West isn't. So that is a major security risk.
Ren cites its success to being privately owned. But the true holding of Huawei is a contentious issue.
The problem with Huawei is you just don't know. They say it's employee-owned through some very, let's just say, not very convincing ways.
Concerns that Huawei is a Trojan horse of the Chinese government only escalate.
As Americans, we should all be concerned about the potential for any company beholden to a foreign government to burrow into the American telecommunications market.
The fight became personal when the DOJ charged Ren's daughter, his chief financial officer, with fraud and conspiring to violate sanctions. After 3 years under house arrest, the charges were dropped. Ren Zhengfei fiercely argued its independence.
We will never undertake any spying activities, and we will never accept anyone's instructions to install a backdoor.
The U.S. stepped up their campaign, urging other countries to boycott Huawei.
We convinced many countries, and I did this myself for the most part, not to use Huawei because we think it's an unsafe security risk. It's a big security risk.
But Huawei remains the world's biggest supplier of telecom's network gear. Ren has the full support of the party.
Obviously, in the United States, Huawei is a dirty word, but in most of the world, Huawei is one of the leaders in this technology and is really making an impact on places where the United States might not have the best reputation.
没有台湾会这么宣传，全世界人民都知道华为这么厉害，这么好，所以我们市场供应是特别快的。
Ren Zhengfei is one of many tycoons to have a daughter at board level. An extraordinary amount of women have smashed the glass ceiling in China.
There's hardly any females in senior government positions. So what you can do is you can go out and make money. Chinese women are formidable.
In 2021, the country had a total of 85 female billionaires, 2/3 of the global number. China's one-child policy imposed between 1980 and 2016 is considered effective. It was brought in to curtail a booming population growth.
If you have a second child, you would be subject to heavy fines. You would probably be fired, and your second child would be ineligible for an free education.
For family businesses, that child is female, then they're going to still pass on control of the family business to that one child, that daughter.
But many women have made it without inheriting a business. One such lady is Zhou Chunfei. In 2017, she became the richest self-made woman in the world. Zhou Chunfei is known to have a sharp and daring business mind.
不能只是担心时办，我就不去创新。像企业来讲，我相信，但是10个创新里面有5个就已经，我觉得已经很成功了。
China is one of the biggest smartphone, not just creators and manufacturers, they also put together the smartphones for all the non-Chinese companies in the world. It's sort of like the story of the California gold rush. The guys who really made it rich, they're sort of the person selling the pickaxe at the beginning of the gold rush.
Zhou Chunfei found her gold rush selling smartphone screens. Her story encapsulates China's rags to riches narrative.
She was born in central China to a poor family, and her father had a lot of influence on her.
Her mother passed away when she was 5, and her father was injured in an industrial accident, so he injured his hand and he's blinded.
The accident left them in dire poverty. Pressed to make ends meet, 16-year-old Zhou dropped out of school.
She worked at a factory, the conditions were terrible, and so what she did was she wrote a resignation letter and basically talked about how she wanted to leave it for these specific reasons, and her boss was so impressed by it that he actually promoted her.
In 1993, with just $3,000 in savings, Zhou started her own business called Lens Technology.
They made the glass for watches. And then Motorola approached them to help them with their new Razr mobile phone.
Zhou got her second big break when the iPhone launched in 2007, and she was chosen to supply the screens. She put up her apartment as a guarantee to get a loan for new equipment.
From there, it just kind of took off. They produced a really high quality screen for Apple as well as for Samsung.
In 2020, Lens profits almost doubled to $31.6 billion. Zhou's lifestyle now couldn't be further from her humble start. Manufacturing tech for the world created a nursery for new talent in China. The city of Shenzhen became a breeding ground for tech startups. The region experienced massive growth, building on the ideas of Silicon Valley.
It's just absolutely incredible. It's kind of like some artist's rendition of what the future will look like with flying cars and jet suits.
And money started flowing. We started seeing the fancy cars, parties, when somebody got their company funded. They had a party with ice sculptures.
With a population of 17 million, Shenzhen became a tech mecca, snapping at the heels of Silicon Valley.
Silicon Valley sort of feels like that 45-year-old who's already had a couple of successful ventures, kind of like the middle-aged entrepreneur versus that hungry, driven startup that used to define the area.
One company formed in 1998 now sits in the top 20 largest tech companies in the world off the back of smartphone app technology. Ma Huateng, aka Pony Ma, is one of the richest people on the planet. He co-founded Tencent, an internet colossus and gaming empire. He also has stakes in Tesla, Spotify, and Snapchat, among thousands of other startups. Pony Ma grew up in Shenzhen. China's rags to riches story had become more of an investor's dream by the time he came of age.
Tony Ma was a quiet child, a nerd. He really liked astronomy. His parents were kind of wealthy, got him a computer, which he got really into. He started his first company.
The company was called Tencent. He set it up with classmates. His big break came in 2011 when he launched a super app called WeChat. China's massive population skipped over computers, instead using the more affordable smartphone. WeChat became its backbone.
WeChat is kind of like your WhatsApp and your Facebook and your Twitter all combined into one on steroids.
When you wake up in the day, from when you read the news, from how you book a restaurant to how you pay off your debt to how you pay for the subway. I mean, all of these things can be accomplished within WeChat, which of course Tencent is.
Cash is useless in Shenzhen. Everything is through a QR code. I scan you, you scan me. Even stands on the side of the road. Click, click. All right, there you go.
Pony gave Tencent a further boost, moving into the gaming industry. While building its own games, Tencent swallowed up a medley of other gaming firms. It is now by far the world's largest video game vendor. But Beijing soon pulled the plug on Pony Ma's gaming exploits. So-called Grandpa Xi was unhappy with the time kids were spending online. He introduced laws to limit access. Under 18s could now only play for 1 hour on Fridays, weekends, and public holidays.
The concern that the government had was if you're from the street the whole time, your social skills become quite retarded that way. Basing your life on likes, which are the things that we talk about in the West, is quite a concern. It's just that the Chinese government is acting on.
The gaming laws were part of wider reforms that would have a devastating blow on China's tech giants. President Xi empowered his crackdown regulators to go after platform companies like Tencent. They were accused of creating monopolies. Pony Ma has always denied that Tencent has acted as a monopoly. Tencent was one of several fined by China's regulators, and its value plummeted in mid-2021. It had a merger deal blocked, and new registrations to WeChat were temporarily suspended. Perhaps reflecting on the treatment of his competitor Jack Ma, Pony Ma appeared instantly compliant.
In this new era of tight political scrutiny of China's billionaires, Pony Ma's approach has been much smarter than that of Jack Ma. Pony Ma has recognized that China's tycoons need to keep a low profile.
Jack Ma actually reappeared in January 2021. In what was coined the hostage video, he was seen addressing village teachers on state media.
今年因为疫情的原因啊，我们不能在三亚见面。
But Ma's company and group was broken up by regulators. Xi Jinping wants a fairer society, expecting the wealthy to be more charitable. Jack Ma is now concentrating on philanthropy. Several others have followed suit, leaving senior posts.
There's a sense that people that have done really well are having more sense of social responsibility and are willing to give back.
And one billionaire's company donated $375 million to fight the world's COVID pandemic. Chen Yiming is the founder of ByteDance, better known for its addictive app, TikTok, the most downloaded app in history. Only around since 2012, TikTok has sensationally dwarfed Facebook, Insta, and BuzzFeed.
basically a short video platform that also allows folks to live stream whatever they're doing.
The app uses artificial intelligence to get users hooked.
That was really the secret sauce of ByteDance. They were one of the first companies to use recommendation algorithms at scale.
By 2021, TikTok boasted 689 million users with over 2 billion downloads worldwide. Jian Yiming set up ByteDance from a small apartment at the age of 29 with his college roommates. A marketing video from ByteDance's YouTube page plays up Yiming's rags to riches story by returning to the apartment where it all started.
还有欠电费，那个跳蚤居然欠电费。
He grew up in a middle class family. He was not by any means very wealthy.
Yiming has several attempts at launching apps, but his real success with TikTok came in 2017 when he bought the lip sync app Musical.ly that was wildly popular in the US and Europe. It gave the app an instant international audience. All had been well for Yiming until TikTok hit the headlines in the West over censorship.
The Chinese-owned social network TikTok has apologized to the US teenager who was blocked from the service after she posted a viral clip criticizing China's treatment of the Uyghur Muslims.
I can't open TikTok, my phone is blocked from even using the device. It's just a black screen and it won't let me go on into the app.
It was also accused of deleting articles critical of Chinese authorities. Like Huawei, this created concerns about its true ownership and the privacy of its users' data.
President Donald Trump tried to ban TikTok in the United States.
President Trump has mentioned impending action on TikTok, and for good reason. With parent companies based in China, apps like TikTok are significant threats to personal data of American citizens.
TikTok said Ms. Feroza's account freeze was not related to the Uyghur video and was a moderation error. It lifted the ban after she raised concerns. TikTok has consistently denied it would provide user data to the Chinese government and says personal information is safe and remains in the US. Its US operation was spared by a federal judge before Biden revoked Trump's ban in 2021.
Frankly, the reason TikTok was so successful is it took the average consumer, and certainly the average settler, years to figure out that it was a Chinese company.
And despite Jian Yiming becoming Asia's richest man, in 2021 he left his posts. It is thought that his skills are being realigned with party ambitions.
He wants to do something even more impactful for the world. I believe he's working on those other new frontier technologies now.
And one frontier technology to have taken off is the drone. China is home to the world's largest drone company, DJI. Frank Wang is one of China's formidable baby billionaires.
Frank Wang was China's youngest billionaire, and he's always been very interested in helicopters, so it's not surprising that drones became his forte.
The commercial drone industry is big business. It's worth well over $18 billion globally. China dominates. DJI has an 80% share of the market. Drones are today used in many inventive ways, from delivering medication and even organ donations to reaching awkward places in industry and covering large areas of land. The future looks ambitious for transport. Light shows are already challenging firework displays to be the most awe-inspiring. Wang's dreams began when he crashed a remote-controlled helicopter his parents bought him. He decided to fix it himself.
He got interested in controller technology for helicopters, and from that, hooked up with friends and partners.
Wang headed to Shenzhen in 2006 to find his fortune.
He just innovated. His personal drones were coming up.
Like many other Chinese success stories, it was input from a Western firm that helped Wang take flight globally.
With American market, what he did was he teamed up with American.
The two developed drones with cameras that could record aerial footage and presented DJI with American marketing.
You would go to the DJI offices in Shenzhen, and it looked like Silicon Valley because it was as many foreigners as Chinese. They didn't have Chinese on their name cards because they didn't want to be Huawei.
Although DJI grew from strength to strength, Wang's desire to avoid the same plight as Huawei failed in 2020.
The Financial Times reporting the U.S. looking to add more Chinese tech and healthcare companies to its economic blacklist. This includes the world's largest maker of drones, DJI included.
Like Huawei, DJI was labeled a national security threat, with U.S. companies prevented from supplying it parts. In 2021, it was alleged that its drones were used in the surveillance and repression of the Muslim Uyghurs in Xinjiang province. Drone footage of shackled and shaved prisoners was leaked, leading to widespread condemnation. DJI has denied that it poses a national security threat to the U.S. and has rejected claims it assisted the commission of human rights abuses in Xinjiang. But armies of drones are becoming more prevalent in the control of China's citizens. Astonishing footage of their use in monitoring and commanding the public swept social media and reached international news streams.
The country taking some extraordinary measures to contain this outbreak.
Drones were used to surveil the areas under quarantine, and so if you had people who were in the fields out for walks and weren't supposed to be there, the drones would be used to basically identify them, and they actually had speakers on it to tell them that they needed to go home.
China has become the world's most prolific surveillance state.
It introduced concepts like social piloting, which monitors the behavior of individuals and give a rating to that, which will then affect whether that individual can or cannot do certain things. For example, whether one can take a high-speed train to travel in China or not, whether one is allowed to get out of the country or not.
Positive ratings are given to those displaying good behavior, such as volunteering or using green technology. But a negative rating is applied to those not complying. For example, failing to recycle correctly or parking in the wrong spot. And if citizens are unsure what constitutes good behavior, they can turn to the digital equivalent of Mao's Little Red Book. For some, this is compulsory.
They are spending significant time on their phone on this app called Xi Jinping Pa, basically. They have to watch videos of Xi Jinping's speeches, they've got to read documents, and then they got to take tests, and the answer to that test go up to a central database.
First thing I do when I wake up is to answer the test questions. Of course, it's meaningful, so your mindset will be loosened.
And since 2018, Xi Jinping has made it mandatory for any organization over 3 members to contain a party cell. These cells support members, but only in return for growing loyalty to the regime.
The first consideration of Chinese education is to train people embrace the party's leadership and support their leader.
The smartphone created frictionless living, but not with our footprint. Combined with artificial intelligence, CCTV, QRs, sophisticated facial recognition, and Huawei's powerful 5G network, the party has taken what it needs from its tech tycoons.
Technology can be used to destabilize a very authoritarian system. It can also be used to strengthen the capacity of that authoritarian systems to stay in power.
Xi Jinping is highly popular among the masses. But could Xi fully close down the Ming dynasty? Or will the hostile landscape push the next generation abroad?
More and more Chinese entrepreneurs are leaving the country. So in the future, when we look at a Chinese billionaire list, we may see entrepreneurs who are working on businesses that aren't even available in China.
Given China's tightening authoritarian ideology, though, will the Western world ever be as welcoming to its highly ambitious next generation?
The Chinese government's actions and distrust is ruining their ability to be global entrepreneurs. That's a very, very sad thing to see happening.
Every business is asking the same question: how do we make AI work for us? With NetSuite by Oracle, you can put AI to work today. To find out how, get the business guide Demystifying AI free at netsuite.com/AI Cloud.
Over the last 40 years, China has been transformed out of all recognition. The scale of its growth and the sheer speed of change is astonishing. Nothing like this has ever happened before. But as China rises, others will fall. In the 21st century, the balance of power in the world is changing. So how did an impoverished and backward communist country become an engine of global capitalism?
Just 40 years ago, China had a new leader, a 5-foot-tall chain-smoking veteran of a long march with a reputation for pragmatism over ideology, Deng Xiaoping. Under Deng, China renounced class struggle and embraced the market. It saw the biggest lifting of people out of poverty that has ever taken place in human history. China became a global economic force, predicted to become the world's biggest economy in a couple of decades. But what actually happened 40 years ago? And how did China do it?
China has 1.4 billion people, a fifth of all humanity. For the last 2 centuries, they've been engaged in a long-running struggle over the different pathways to modernity. China was a nation for 1,000 years in the 17th century. Then China began to close the door. We don't need these Western gadgets because we are so powerful. We have everything on us. So from then on, China began to decline. China closed off and
Chinese call what followed a century of humiliation. And its memory has marked China to this day. It suffered colonial oppression, Japanese invasion, and then civil war. 14 million Chinese people died in World War II alone. And in the countryside, the people were reduced to starvation.
From 1840, the First Opium War with the UK, the longest continued stability for China was no more than 10 years. So China's modernization process was interrupted again and again, and by foreign aggression, by peasant uprising, by civil wars.
So the communist triumph of 1949, they hoped, would bring peace. But soon economic disasters led to the Great Famine. And then in the 60s, the class struggles of the Cultural Revolution, when Chen and Mao waged war on China's traditional culture.
China had struggled with modernization because previously China had tried to modernize in keeping China's old traditional way of doing things. And the Cultural Revolution essentially was an attack on China's traditional way of doing things.
By the early 70s, the country was traumatized and exhausted, its economy in ruins. The people were desperate for a new path.
Most people, say ordinary people, were fed up with this excessive radical ideological campaigns one after another. So Deng Xiaoping personified this kind of demand for change.
Deng had been a party stalwart from the time of the Long March and the Civil War, but in the Cultural Revolution, he was purged for criticizing Mao. Exiled to the countryside, he worked as a fitter in a tractor factory.
Deng had been in the top leadership ever since 1949, and then he spent about 3 years in the countryside. A lot of the greatest leaders, Churchill, de Gaulle, Abraham Lincoln, they all had been in very high positions, fell, and then had time to think.
And Deng's conclusion was that rigid ideology had wrecked China's economy. In the 1970s, China was an agricultural country. 80% of the people worked the land. And after 3 decades of communism, they were still poor.
老百姓的生活很火大。我从出生到20岁，不管是冬天夏天，都没有穿过鞋。那个老百姓啊，有辆自行车啊，就感到很富有的了。
When I was growing up, hunger always haunted me. Almost every day, the thought of finding something to eat was always there.
The overriding priority was to lift the people out of poverty. And in 1976, when Mao died, the opportunity came. Deng Xiaoping returned from exile, determined to change China's direction.
Deng had a vision, and it was that China should become more prosperous. He shared Mao Zedong's concept that the only way for China to become more prosperous was to have stability. And he believed, as did Mao, that the only way to have stability was through one-party rule by a communist party that kept all the power in its own hands. But Mao's concept was not really stability. It was permanent revolution. And Deng didn't accept that. So when Deng came back after Mao died, his vision was to get rich is glorious, and we do it in the most efficient way.
But to achieve that, Deng first needed to outflank the hardline conservatives in the party leadership. And when he came back, he asked first to be put in charge of education.
而现代化不需要人才，这个时候国家最缺的就是人才。所以邓小平恢复工作之后，他首先提出要分管教育和科技工作。
The first step was to undo the damage caused by Mao's war on the middle class.
In '66, when the Cultural Revolution broke out, they closed down universities, they closed down all the examinations. There were a few people who received party recommendations to go to school. The schools were not operating the way they should.
When I finished my high school, I went to a factory in Shanghai. I did not have any hope to enter university.
A whole generation of China's youth had been sent to the countryside for what was called re-education, through hard manual labor to learn what it was like to be a peasant.
I was the probably the last cohort of people from high school that have to go to the countryside to receive re-education. I was thinking of my life was just stay there for my lifetime. Just gonna be in that village.
And then in summer 1977, Deng called a conference in Beijing on the future of education.
Higher Education Department, Professor Liu Daoyu, he told me, you are invited by the Deng Xiaoping tomorrow in the Great Hall, in Beijing. I go to the people grow, but no people speak, because at that time after Cultural Revolution, we are very fair. People were scared. Yeah. Then Deng Xiaoping said, you can take any opinion freely, comfortably. And did you speak? I proposed to the Deng Xiaoping. I have an opinion. I propose 16 words for the intern of the university.
Those 16 words would change modern China. Exams should start again as soon as possible. They should be free, fair, and open to all, not just the party. Deng agreed, and the first exams took place that December of 1977.
When the news announced that actually we can take the examination to get into college, we were just so happy and we exhilarated. It's just such a life-changing sort of moment for us.
It was very tough. 5.7 million candidates applying for the exam. Only less than 5% were admitted, and ages varied from 18 to 35 in my class. I was 20 at the time. They were coal miners, they were farmers, they were soldiers, they were workers, young apprentices like me. So that exam changed the life of many people.
In a culture that had for so long believed in the value of education, it was a transformational moment.
因为我的父母是教师，我这样的家庭，我深知教育的重要性，深知多学一些对自己是有用的，当然对国家也是有用，所以很有学习的动力。So your ambition was to be a teacher as well. 当时我曾经想做教授，我记得当我说出这个愿望的时候，还遭到一个人的讽刺。后来我还做了教授。
For Deng, it was the first step in his path to power. The following year, 1978, he emerged as preeminent leader.
He wasn't fully in charge. Guo Feng was still officially the top leader. but it was clear that he had been given the authority by his colleagues to be the dominant figure. He realized that all those people who had spent their lives working for Mao, including himself, who started in 1922, that what they'd been thinking about was completely wrong. And to be able to lead that kind of dramatic change, to get several hundred million people to accept something quite new and quite different, was actually necessary.
When I graduated from college in 1978, I could feel the strong wind of change. The Chinese, many people like me, the Chinese started to face the world and rediscover the world and also to learn from the world.
In May 1978, Deng sent a 5-week fact-finding mission to Europe, led by Google.
古牧是中国国务院的副总理。1978年的5月初到6月初，他率领一个30人的代表团到西欧5个国家访问，包括法国、联邦德国、瑞士、比利时和丹麦。
They were shocked by what they saw. They'd been taught that capitalist countries brutally exploited their workers and were backward and decadent. But now they saw for themselves how far communist China had fallen behind.
他回国以后，向中央政治局提交了一份书面报告。第一，他认识到欧洲国家的经济、科技发展水平很高，而中国远远的落后。古牧还汇报了一个重要的情况，就是这5个国家领导人都希望同中国建立密切的经济联系。
And they were prepared to help China also. Is that right?
因为他们意识到中国是巨大的市场，帮助中国发展的同时，他们自己也能得到发展的机会。
Deng himself now went on a mission to Singapore and Japan.
Deng was one of the few communist leaders in China who was exposed to the outside world. He spent almost 6 years in France as a part-work, part-study student. So this kind of international outlook helped him.
New plan.
Hey Google, what's the fastest way to here?
I've been angry that my family broke it.
Can you turn your mic off?
Welcome to Blackville, new season, Tuesday at 10 on TLC.
In Japan, Deng understood the extent of China's backwardness.
新干线列车当年是210公里的时速，而中国的列车时速是60公里，反差如此之大，可想而知邓亚萍受到了什么样的刺激。
He saw modern robots in the factory making cars. He saw the most modern steel plant in the world at that time. He talked to Matsushita, who was a great electronics man, and he could see the extraordinary technology. And he was excited like a little kid and seeing all those things.
Deng wanted the Chinese people to see for themselves how others lived.
He asked specifically the Central Television crew to film people's life, He said, please focus on how ordinary people in Japan lived, in Singapore lived. It's an eye-opening for Chinese at that time. When the Chinese saw through television, Japanese workers have refrigerators at home. It's awakening. It's a shock.
In 1978, there were no fridges and TVs in the Chinese countryside. Hundreds of millions worked the land in a rigid system of collective farms, huge communes on the Stalinist model. But it had been a total failure. China was still starving. This is Fengyang in Anhui province. A fifth of the county had died in the Great Famine in the early 1960s. And here the seeds of change were beginning to sprout at the grassroots. That winter of 1978, in the village of Shaogang, desperate local farmers broke with the commune system of collective farming. In this house, on the 24th of November, they secretly swore a pact to go back to family farms, selling their surplus. It was against the law, and the penalties were severe. But in this room, risking their lives, they put their thumbprints to what they called a life or death contract.
40年前，在肖岗村，没有一块砖，没一片瓦，家家户户空瓦的房，是泥巴里的墙上面盖的层。这是你过去没有钱嘛，穷嘛，现在老百姓搞讨房要饭。
我的时候，4个孩子是最小的一个是，那个粮食呢肯定是不够吃，这个生活困难，所以我们才按那个时候来解决问题。
What were the words that you put on the document? What was the agreement you made together?
我们签了个协议啊，我们上面写的这个，我们分田到户，每户户主签字盖章。如果说能干，每户要完成国家的，不去交公粮，不向国家申诉要粮要钱。如果说干不成，干不上，就交费要到18岁。我们的文书是这样写的。
And were you scared that the government might find out? Was it dangerous to do that?
所以说呢，我们当时的心情是特别沉重。如果说不这样干，我们就被饿死；如果这样干，我们拿危险。最后我们就选择了这条路。我们能宁愿去坐牢去杀头，我们还要帮出去分到这家伙。
So the ordinary people of China wanted change. The party leadership, though, was still split over the course China should take between the reformers and the hardliners who feared opening up the market would betray the revolution. Sensing the mood in the nation that autumn, Deng Xiaoping convened a conference about labor in Beijing.
Big grey building on the corner is the Jingxi Hotel. It's quite difficult to find. There's no sign saying it's a hotel, and not everybody can book in there, especially if you're a foreigner. Although if you look it up on TripAdvisor, it says that the decor is lovely and the staff are extremely good looking and very well trained. But it's owned by the People's Liberation Army, and many important meetings of the Communist Party have taken place there over the last few decades, showing the path of China's future. None of them so important as the meeting in December 1978.
"200 delegates from all over China met here in this room to discuss the economy and the commune system of agriculture. Still under Mao's shadow, they were divided about the future. So maneuvering against the hardliners, Deng prepared a short keynote speech that crystallized all he thought about in his years in the countryside. The key, Deng said, was to reject ideology. From now on, we must seek truth from facts. We have to think about what we've done. We're too poor, too backward. I honestly feel sorry for the people. From now on, he said, we must embrace science and technology and open up the market to change the backward condition of our country. The Conservatives were shocked. The Reformers were excited. Dunn concluded, the time has come to liberate our minds. But that winter, Dunn was also looking abroad. The USA recognized the nationalists in Taiwan, not the communists on the mainland, as the legitimate rulers of China. But now Beijing and the US were in secret negotiations. Stable to Roy was there.
Well, our relations with China for 20 years were frozen in a pattern of total hostility. Years, the relations between China and the Soviet Union deteriorated, and we couldn't take it down. And that's what the secret negotiations were all about. We had a great relationship with the friendly government. We had to end a security treaty with the friendly government, and we had to remove all of our military forces. And so President Carter was given the choice. Did he want to only get a partial relationship with China, or was he prepared to take the enormous steps necessary in order to get a full diplomatic relationship with China? It was very awkward. Before we began the negotiations, we briefed the top leadership in Congress, both the Republican and Democratic leadership in Congress, as to what our bottom line was in the negotiation. And what they told us was, we're doing the right thing, but we are going to criticize. So in other words, they were supportive of what we were doing, but for political reasons, they were going to criticize the way it was done.
On the 1st of January 1979, the US recognized the People's Republic. And then in mid-January, Dunn went to Washington to meet President Jimmy Carter.
Today we take another step in the historic normalization of relations which we have begun this year.
The odds of Texas were on Gulf shopping today. That's the Chinese country here, to give you a tour of this country.
In an 8-day trip, Dunn visited Seattle, Atlanta, and NASA in Houston. He even had time to get down home at a Texas rodeo. But behind the fun was a cool, calculating brain. He needed the US to help his reform.
因为他们意识到中国是巨大的市场，帮助中国发展的同时，他们自己也能得到发展的机会。
Engagement had a number of goals, some of which were self-serving on our part, some of which had to do with changing China, at which the West has been extraordinarily successful. There's no question about where the lion's share of influence has flowed. And much of the energy of engagement, and I'm not talking about government to government, but the institutions, universities, in some cases, cities, counties, churches, that were involved in engagement, it really was about development for a lot of them, about lifting people out of poverty and improving their lives as a matter of human sympathy.
To finance the first stage of the reform, Dunn asked the UN for help. He'd already made a speech there in 1974 calling for a new economic order. And China, he dreamed, would one day lead it. The person sent to China to begin the UN's aid program was a young tech consultant, Jack Fensterstock.
In the summer of 1978, I was contacted by the ranking official at the UN, asking me to come to New York to discuss with them an entirely civil project. And they told me that with the meeting, that by the end of the year, China was going to announce its opening up to the world, and that it was felt that they would need some technical assistance. So I was asked to lead this program mission to try to figure out what China wanted to do and what we were doing.
In
in the area of computing, which by the late 70s was clear was going to be the future, the third industrial revolution. They were way behind.
They were way behind, and they realized this. And the money was used for the equipment, mainframes, so they call it mini computers, the training of their people, better ways of storing and retrieving or assigning technological and industrial information. We put in a rudimentary hospital information system. China just had all these pieces of paper. There was no way that they could be organized, so we set up a database system. And then getting the area of having the database model, the econometrics models, and all of this, they took up very, very quickly.
So in early 79, the stage was set for the reforms. Guangzhou on the Pearl River in South China was to be the testing ground. China's historic commercial capital, the city had gone into a steep decline since the revolution of 1949.
When you came here 40 years ago, what you saw was a skyline of decaying factories with old-fashioned machinery, poor infrastructure, almost no cars in the streets. Guangzhou, said a local Communist Party official, has become the tired old man of the Pearl River Delta. And the reason was very simple. What good is production without consumers?
My first visit to China was in 1973, and at that time, I remember in Guangzhou, there were still dog carts. There were a lot of people without clothes who were so thin that you could not, you wondered if they were going to make it.
On his return from the States, Dunn came down south to initiate the economic reforms. A short drive into the Pearl River Delta, you could look straight across to Hong Kong, then still under British rule. 40 years ago, this was a vision of the promised land. This strait was the gateway to a better life for thousands of poor Chinese whose dreams of wealth often ended in bitter disappointment and even tragedy.
700,000 people, mainly young men, had attempted to cross over to Hong Kong, but many of them swimming directly across. 140,000 made it. Most were turned back, but many drowned. One of the codes here became known as the Code of Corpses. The reasons for the migration, of course, were economic. You could earn over there 100 times the daily wage of a labourer here in Guangzhou.
To change that, Deng Xiaoping found an ally in the new boss in Guangdong, an old revolutionary comrade who shared his views on reform. Xi Zhongxun, the father of today's President Xi Jinping.
这小组讨论发言里面，习总书记就说，广东那么困难，经济那么落后，主要的一双面捅得太死了，中央捅得太死了。如果广东中央给点权，广东放开一点，不要捅得那么死，独立的国家让我积极来动，没有人干预我们，我几年就可以把它搞上去。邓小平就肯定习主席。 就是要洒出一条水路来，叫他要洒出的水路来。
So Xi Zhongxun was now free to broker huge deals for local industry, unleashing the potential of the new economic reforms. Here in Shenzhen, then just a rocky peninsula opposite Hong Kong, a local entrepreneur proposed a business plan involving foreign investment, a no-go since 1949.
You had a plan to create a breakers' yard here, where old Chinese merchant vessels, and there were lots of them, would be broken to pieces and sold as scrap metal to Hong Kong merchants the other side of the water to feed the construction boom over there. Now, of course, there was no space for such an enterprise, but there was here. So on the 31st of January 1979, barely a month since the plenum meeting in the Jinxi Hotel in Beijing, the deal was signed. The first foreign investment contract in the history of the People's Republic of China.
Dunn had warned Xi that central government had no money to give him, but they devised a plan to try to free the economy through local enterprise. They called it a special economic zone.
This was totally typical of Deng Xiaoping's approach. They set up these 4 experimental zones near Hong Kong and Macau, and they permitted market forces to operate in those zones, but not elsewhere in the country. And when the zones were wildly successful, in large measure because Hong Kong took advantage of the cheap labor available on the mainland and moved their production facilities into these special zones. And this then became the model for the entire country.
In a system stifled by bureaucracy and ideology, Dunn's idea was to give more freedom to local initiative.
I think this is really the key. Test something at the local level, see if it works. If it works, expand it on a regional level. If there's pushback, pull it back and retool it and expand it again.
Thousands of small businesses were now allowed to spring up everywhere across China. The first on the coast of Zhejiang at Wenzhou, which had always been less controlled by Beijing because of its location.
You can see how Wenzhou has been shaped by geography. Hemmed in by the mountains, cut off from the interior, it's always been an outward-looking place. From the Sung dynasty onwards, its merchants have sailed down the river, up the coast to the Yangtze Delta cities, down to the Pearl River and on to Vietnam. So when the great opening up happened 40 years ago, this city, with its clan-based businesses, was ideally situated to take advantage of the new opportunities. And Wenzhou was the first city in China to establish a system of small private enterprise.
Wenzhou would be the birthplace of China's private economy. 130,000 small businesses, from noodle bars to China's first private airline. And the first private business certificate in 1979 was issued to a young woman selling knitting in the street. She's still here.
那时候我们已经在小小他在自己家门口摆了嘛，他们走过来告诉我们，就是说我们现在可以，国家有新的政策了，也许就是可以做生意了，领取一个营业执照，个体的营业执照，拿到执照以后，我真的很高兴有了这张证，有了保证一样。对我们个体来说呢，是一个保证。
So, how did you get into buttons then? How did the buttons story come?
客人会问，你家有没有衣服上的纽扣有没有？后来我就一想呢，去上海，那么就去上海呢，城隍庙那边看了一下，纽扣特漂亮，我就拿个几十个过来。拿到我们温州这个小摊子，大家都很喜欢后来呢，从那时候8年以后，从那时候呢，我就是几百个、几千个做小批量生意的，是这样的。
So China embarked on an economic and social experiment, mixing the communist command economy with the energy of capitalist enterprise.
Deng Xiaoping took a position of absolute pragmatism, and the view was it doesn't matter if it's socialism or market as long as it works. And this idea of combining both at that time was something that international economists, Western economists, IMF, World Bank did not accept. But that's what they did.
The Communist Party could push through big construction projects quickly, providing the infrastructure for growth. But they also needed to liberate talents lower down the chain of command, as Deng Xiaoping put it, to democratize economic production.
The big thing that we realized was that they had to somehow release sort of pent-up productive forces. And since the biggest component of productive forces is the human capital element, they spent a lot of effort on this. So they changed from one-man rule to collective leadership. No longer could decisions just be made up at the top. So they gave people downstream the responsibility and the authority to make decisions.
So motivated and talented middle people were really important.
The most important. These were the real people who got everything done.
And to train the managers of the future, Chinese students were sent to foreign universities without party control. In the next 20 years, over 200,000 studied in the US alone.
I remember, I think it's Brzezinski, National Security Advisor to Jimmy Carter, asked them, how many students you want to send to the United States, and then said how many you can receive. First, no limit. It's a lot of courage, because that the living standard between China and the West was so different. China was much lower, and many were concerned that students would not choose to return to China. And then said at internal party meeting that if 1 out of 10 can return to China, this policy will be a victory for us.
But success in the universities depended on standards in schools. And a major feature of the reform process was a huge investment in primary and secondary education, especially for women.
I remember when I was in middle school, in my class, there were lots of students from the countryside, from nearby villages. And there were very few girls, and even the few in our class, they were constantly urged by their parents to quit studying and go home. But all these have changed as the society has progressed. Now we see the countryside boys and girls are in schools, and they can decide their own future.
By the early 80s, the signs of reform were everywhere, from the schools to the cars on the streets where once there were only bicycles. And a huge demographic change began.
A key feature of China's modernization process has been urbanization. The rural population in China has been moving into the cities at a rapid pace. Now, to understand China's rapid economic growth, the productivity of a rural worker who moves into a city and gets a factory job increases about 20 times.
With a fast-growing middle class, production had to keep pace with consumer demand. And though big centrally controlled factories dominated, tens of thousands of small enterprises accounted for a growing percentage of national output in construction materials, clothes, and leather. This shoe factory in Wenzhou was a typical early 80s success story.
1980年，我们这家企业创办，应该来说，当时也是迎着改革开放、中国改革开放的冲锋。当时也是一家小作坊，慢慢的现在发展到了中国企业的领军企业。目前我们有全国各地有2万多名员工，而且品牌现在广受消费者的喜爱。中国协工。 它有一个非常健全的产业链的一个发展的格局。
So in just 4 years, China's agriculture, education, and industry were reformed. Private business allowed to flourish. They even opened a stock exchange. The energies of the Chinese people were being liberated.
You're talking about social transformation, economic transformation, psychology changing. All of these things have moved at a huge pace. It often baffles people here, not to say foreign observers who are trying to catch up and understand what's happening.
But Deng Xiaoping's concept of political reform was still only within one-party rule.
He embraced only economic liberalization, reject political liberalization or globalization, Western style. He said we must be very cautious on the political front. I call his political reform the rationalization, not democratization.
Chinese discourse of modernization since 1978 has been distinct from what we call modernity in the West. China has never claimed it pursued liberal ideas and values. It has claimed that it is pursuing modernization, by which it means economic and technological well-being.
Economically, this meant seeking new relationships and trade deals around the world. But politically, the absolute power of the Communist Party was reaffirmed.
Deng was a pragmatist. His famous quote, is it doesn't matter whether a cat is black or white, if it captures rats, it's a good cat. And he was experimental in looking for the best way to accomplish that. But the real changes to socialism in China occurred after that.
So after decades of struggle, China's path to modernization had been set. At the beginning, China's low production costs offered huge opportunities to the outside world.
What was happening was the valve was open. I worked on a lot of the early inbound investments. I did the very first deal for ExxonMobil, for Roche Pharmaceutical, for Bayer Chemical. I negotiated Ericsson's first joint venture here.
And with its fast expanding urban workforce, China's GDP would increase nearly 70 times in 40 years.
The reform and openness policies have been wildly successful in modernizing China's society and its economy. But China has what I call a pre-modern political system. It's based on this concept that power should be concentrated in the hands of the rulers. And all modern political systems are based on the concept that power corrupts, and therefore it needs to be checked and balanced, and that the just powers of governments are derived from the consent of the government. So there needs to be some sort of legitimization process. China does not accept those modern concepts. And so the contradiction between the way that China is being ruled and the nature of the society that has been transformed through the success of the reform and openness policies is a fundamental contradiction in China.
At Cox, your internet and mobile price won't change for 5 years. That's 5 New Year celebrations, 5 Valentine's Days, 5 4th of Julys, 5 Halloweens, 5 Thanksgivings, and 5 summers that go by too fast. Through it all, your price stays the same with our 5-year price lock guarantee. Cox, a step ahead. Requires 2 gig speeds and data unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price lock. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs.
But 40 years on, that's not a contradiction to the Chinese government, who proclaim their marriage of one-party rule and capitalist enterprise as the Chinese way. And their economy is changing now. Big Chinese companies have seized their chance in a global environment.
So 1999, the time when Alibaba was founded, the name, that's always linked to the story, Open Sesame. So Open Sesame, that means like how we can help the small and middle-sized enterprises to do the business. Open the treasure.
Across the whole world.
Exactly, okay. Maybe the people cannot realize. Alibaba from day one is a kind of globalization symbol. Because the first website of Alibaba is in English.
So as companies like Alibaba reach out to the world, economic liberation has enabled the growth of a huge Chinese middle class with its own tastes and desires.
China's middle class, that's about 400 million. It's bigger than the population of the United States, getting bigger. And these are people who are early adapters of technology, who value education extremely highly and will suffer for it individually in this battle. They are also people who believe in increasing their national prestige. The rate of accumulation of wealth, of course, is slowing, but it's still fairly high. And not only are they early adapters of technologies, but they are adapting technologies and developing new products and markets in a still relatively unregulated market where they don't face the kinds of consumer product protections that a lot of countries in the West and many in the East have. So they're moving forward very quickly.
And that lack of regulation has helped China catch up very fast with Western technology. Often playing fast and loose with intellectual property.
I don't buy into this and everything is been copied. What they did was called learning by doing. And what they did was they imported know-how and technology. They weren't so interested in the how of it, the theory of it. Let's put it to work. Let's start putting people to work. Let's start getting to the economy. And we have time, later on to figure all this out. But they started their own programs. They don't want to be dependent anymore on outside people for technology.
A key example is China's high-speed train workshops.
10年的时间，我们就从技术引进，然后到自主研发，然后到完全自主开发设计的这个高铁动车组。
How big is the network now? Is the network expanding every year?
到2017年底，然后中国的这个高铁里程是2.5万公里，然后基本上这个里程加起来是占全世界从第2名到第10名国家总和，然后这个是属于世界第一。
That's incredible. 25,000 kilometers of high-speed network. Looking at the future, and the network is still expanding. How do you see the future?
到2025年，应该全国的高铁线是3.8万公里，我们时刻准备着走到国外去。
And now, the Chinese government is pursuing globalization through their Belt and Road Initiative, linking up the trade of Asia, Europe, and beyond by land and sea. Searching for new markets and raw materials, it's an infrastructure project of extraordinary scale and ambition.
Right back in the Middle Ages, Chinese junks and Arab dhows carried the produce of China, tea and silk, and especially ceramics, to the Persian Gulf and the West. And now they're doing it again. From these container ports, ships are flooding across the world. And wherever you live, whether you're in the States or Africa or Asia, there'll be something here that ends up on your table.
And with growing economic power comes increasing political and cultural influence. The balance of power in the world is shifting very quickly.
China is very adept at spreading its practices or getting acceptance for its practices through markets. And this is not nefarious plot. This is happening in the world right today, largely with the complicity of American corporations that want to sell into China. But it has an impact here. And I think that the most telling example is Hollywood. Hollywood's profit model is the blockbuster. China has the world's highest box office. If you want to be a blockbuster, you therefore must play in China. China censors films heavily. The result is that American filmmakers, Hollywood, and these are the people who claim to be the architects of soft power, celebrants of the human spirit, human freedom, they won't rewrite a script that can't show in China. So we have handed to them a direct channel for influencing what we see here at the multiplex. Money talks. China will become the tastemakers to the world, both at the supply and the demand side, because they have the numbers.
But China's influence will go beyond economics and culture. Its sheer size means that it will join the US as a leader in AI too. AI will be the next phase of their superpower rivalry.
The AI is the fourth industrial revolution. Initial steam engine industrial revolution, electricity, the digital revolution in the 90s, and now AI. The oil that makes the AI machine run is data, and China will have more data because of its people and because it is able to directly use the data as they wish. So China may be very well positioned to be one of the two leaders in artificial intelligence.
To pursue that goal, China is now encouraging big business to work with new tech universities, many run by foreign-educated scientists who've come home.
This area is one of the most economically developed areas in China nowadays. And by combining Hong Kong and Macau, the central government has a plan to develop the whole project area into one of the biggest Bay Areas in the world to become competitive as compared to Tokyo Bay and San Francisco Bay.
And already, Chinese corporations like Tencent, Alibaba, and Huawei are spreading their influence around the globe, challenging the supremacy of US corporations. But they're also positioning themselves to take the lead in the greatest problem facing the world today, climate change. Having inflicted huge damage on their own environment, China signed up to the Paris Climate Agreement, and they're now massively investing in green technology, which they see as another growth opportunity economically and politically, especially as the US has walked away from the Paris Accords.
China will lead on environment. It will be the global leader in the fight against climate change. It's also going to be one of the global leaders, if not the leader, on technology. It's already the largest investor in AI. AI is not just about robots serving you coffee. It's about all the technology required for environment. It involves massive data to manage water, hydro, solar, all of these systems. So this will create all kinds of jobs. This is not the environment preventing growth. The next growth opportunity is in fixing the environment.
That long-term vision on the face of it looks unstoppable. But commentators in the West think that China's unwillingness to embrace Western-style democracy might impede the country's progress in the future.
China is not necessarily committed to the idea that electoral democracy can provide stability in China. But people like it when the party no longer tells them where they can go, where they can work, where they can study, what they can read, where they can travel. All of those freedoms emerged in China over the last 40 years. But the danger is, if you're open to the outside world, it's hard to maintain ideological conformity on the part of the population.
Every business is asking the same question: how do we make AI work for us? No more waiting. With NetSuite by Oracle, you can put AI to work today. NetSuite is the #1 AI cloud ERP, trusted by over 43,000 businesses. It's the unified suite that brings your financials, inventory, commerce, HR, and CRM into a single source of truth. That connected data is what makes your AI smarter, helping you make fast decisions. Right now, get the business guide Demystifying AI free at netsuite.com/AI cloud.
China wants to become a world leader in artificial intelligence, in robotics, in a whole bunch of areas that require educated workforce, require highly educated people. And if China closes itself off from the outside world in order to maintain ideological conformity, they cannot sustain the same pattern of rapid growth.
How things will work out in the future, no one can tell. Western commentators have repeatedly predicted that China's mix of capitalism and one-party rule was bound to fail. So far, they've been proved wrong.
When China started its reform 4 decades ago, China's per capita GDP was lower than Tanzania, Kenya, the level of Malawi. Now China is the second largest economy by official exchange rate and largest economy by PPP, purchasing power parity. And obviously China does something right.
This old idea that a consumerist middle class can become an advocate for democracy. Tennis was in these people a lot took place. But if you look at the way that people live in Beijing, in Shanghai, in Shenzhen, they go down to Thailand a few times a year. They go to the Paris, they go to the French Open, they go to Turks and Caicos. They can import dairy from New Zealand. They can go to special hospitals for the rich. Their children are at school in the UK, in Canada, in the US. The system, the party has brought them to this. It has brought them this abundance, these opportunities. So I think that the day of reckoning, and that's a Western way of speaking, not a Chinese way of speaking, is probably a lot further off than we think.
So you want to start a business. You might think you need a team of people and fancy tech skills, but you don't. You just need GoDaddy Arrow. I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert at looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Arrow uses AI to create everything you need for a business. It'll make you a unique logo. It'll create a custom website. It'll write social posts for you. It even sets you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/Arrow. That's GoDaddy.com/AIR.
Hong Kong, late September 1997. All the world's financial elite are flying in to come together for the annual conference of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. These two institutions were established at the end of World War II to promote smooth economic growth and to resolve crises quickly as they occur. When the heads of the financial world arrive in Hong Kong, they can look back on more than 10 years of strong, stable growth. The demise of many communist economies and heightened growth in East Asia have created a boom. Meanwhile, the global economy has moved toward an increasingly intertwined division of labor. Southeast Asian countries have been contributing strongly to growth in recent years. But for the past few months, the currency crisis in Thailand is slowly turning into a massive economic crisis, and now threatens to spread to other countries such as Indonesia and the Philippines. So the participants at the Hong Kong conference aren't just there to pat each other on the backs. Delegates from Asia in particular are concerned and are pushing for a joint crisis team made up of all the major countries' finance ministers. The heads of the financial world come mainly from the West, the kingpins of the new global economy. When they meet in Hong Kong, they can't imagine that their perfect world of steady growth might be in danger. But in fact, the crisis that began in Thailand was to develop into a wildfire that would engulf the entire region and bring misery to millions. The Asian financial crisis is to be the first modern financial crisis in the globalized world. Yet the global financial elite is unprepared for the destructive elements that would come to characterize all future financial crises from then on.
Fast forward only 10 years, and the world is literally on the brink of collapse when in 2008 and 2009, first the banks in the United States, and then the financial system of the entire Western world threatened to disintegrate. The heads of the financial system and Western governments had failed to learn the lessons of the Asian financial crisis. Had they understood the causes of the Asian bushfire and fought them decisively, they could have been spared the near collapse of the financial sector 10 years later.
The problem was the speed with which the financial markets acted out of sync with the speed of politics.
Until the US financial crisis in 2007, the lessons from the Asian crisis haven't really been taken seriously, and people thought that doesn't affect us. It won't affect us.
And today, where do we stand today? The world is currently facing many crises. How great is the danger that the global financial economy will crash again? Are policymakers better able to keep pace with the financial markets today?
It's surprising in retrospect how little was learned from the Asian financial crisis in 2008. I mean, in effect, much of the memory of 97, 98 was buried, or it was somehow declared exotic.
The developing and emerging countries in Southeast and East Asia had become important engines of global economic growth since the 1980s, aptly named tiger economies. When they are hit by the crisis, one after the other, the middle classes are almost wiped out. Millions lose their jobs. Hunger returns to countries that have finally been seeing prosperity. Riots break out.
It took 5 years before we got back to 1996. So it was a pretty deep and long crisis back then.
Thailand was the model of the new global division of labor. It was one of the first countries in the region to see a lot of foreign capital flowing in, starting in the 1980s. At first, it was mainly Japanese companies investing, with components or entire products manufactured in the country. Labor was cheap, as were raw materials.
I remember in the mid-80s, Thailand poverty rate was 30%. So 30% of the population were poor. Today, it's down to 90%, right? So it took time, but there were people who actually were able to benefit from this growth.
Almost all the countries in the region were booming. More and more young professionals were coming out of the universities. Asian countries were allowed entry into the antechamber of sustainable prosperity.
Bangkok grew very quickly at that time as well because a lot of money was flowing into Thailand through loans from overseas. And these are by Thai companies who borrowed to invest.
We mustn't forget that in 1993, the World Bank published a hugely influential book that stirred up a great deal of controversy. The East Asian Miracle. So if the World Bank, a highly influential organization, labels an entire region like this, then investors will be keen to get into that region. And that's exactly what they did.
The World Bank and the International Monetary Fund are headquartered in Washington. Their analyses and forecasts carry considerable weight in the international financial world. Their assessment for the region in the spring of 1997 is entirely positive. Joseph Stiglitz is the World Bank's chief economist at the time, focusing on East Asia, and he shared this assessment.
A more egalitarian policy at the center. They were much more equal societies than the United States was. They are focused on governments investing in infrastructure, investing in technology, investing in education policies that I thought were good policies for the United States, the kind of policy I had pushed when I was in the Council of Economic Advisors of President Clinton.
In the 1990s, the same phenomenon could be observed again and again in Southeast and East Asia. Within the shortest time, an urban economic culture had evolved, with great opportunities for social advancement.
In just one generation, farmers became engineers. Much of the money borrowed from abroad was invested in the future of these countries. These are in themselves the ingredients to a success story. But what was it that triggered the Asian crisis in the summer of 1997, bringing an entire region to the brink of the abyss? In the 1980s, the neoliberal restructuring of the international financial system had begun, first in the United States. Deregulation of financial institutions meant that the rules for granting loans became much more lax. A bank no longer had to keep reserves of the equivalent amount in its vaults for the capital it lent. This rule had previously acted as a brake on the volume of loans. From now on, Wall Street multiplied the amount of money that entrepreneurs in particular could borrow. The growth of the world economy owes much to this neoliberal financial policy. But the downside of the neoliberal monetary policy is that the mass introduction of new players in the game changes the financial landscape forever. They would borrow money from wealthy investors and invest it with the intention of making the highest possible profit with the fastest possible turnaround. The Asian markets with their above-average growth rates were extremely attractive to them. From now on, the rule of money is unstable at its very core. It's a watershed moment in history and our culture that is kicked off in New York and whose consequences can be felt to this day. From now on, financial institutions and the global financial sector grow at a previously unimaginable pace. Investor anticipation drives bankers forward. Short-term profits are best made from short-term fluctuations in the global economy, from currency fluctuations, as in the case of the Southeast Asian countries in crisis, from fluctuating returns on oil, ores, and wheat.
Once you start deregulating in the late 1970s and early 1980s, the financial sector explodes in size. Financiers begin to get paid a lot more relative to other professionals, and inevitably you start to have more financial crises.
The new players work at a breathless pace. For many, the time frame in which they trade money is no longer than 2 weeks, a month, or even a day. Finance has its own rules that are independent of developments in the real economy.
So to pump out as much borrowing and lending and financial activity as you possibly can to get paid. It's a bit like a nuclear power station deciding to pay its employees according to how much electricity they can generate, not how much electricity consumers actually need.
And a new kind of banker emerges. He defines himself as greedy because that is what is expected of him. He competes with others. He competes for the lion's share of investors' capital. This gives rise to a dynamic of its own.
One of the factors is scale. It's just the scale. It's huge. Thailand crisis is already a crisis, tens of billions of dollars, right? This is significant money.
When the heads of the financial world meet in Hong Kong in September 1997, very few of them have an inkling of what is already brewing right before their eyes. The International Monetary Fund, the host of the conference, is the very institution that was supposed to oversee the global financial markets and ensure their functioning. If a debt crisis arose in a country, the fund could extend loans which were usually tied to tough restructuring measures for the affected countries.
Of course, as if Spielberg had planned it, the conference in Hong Kong in 1997 was perfectly timed. The IMF and the World Bank hold their annual meeting outside of Washington every 5 years. And in the midst of the crisis, they met in Hong Kong.
Companies and private investors in Thailand had borrowed a lot of money from abroad in order to be able to further increase their exports, as well as to profit from the increase in property values. Just as later in the US financial crisis, the investment rush is based on the assumption of steady growth. Therefore, Companies and private individuals take on short-term debt in order to be able to redeem their loans as quickly as possible from the projected profits. When Thailand's export boom begins to falter due to an economic slump in Japan, and the first companies run into difficulties, the Japanese banks are the first to become nervous and cancel loans.
In Thailand, substantial investments were made in real estate, and that real estate, of course, yields profits, but in Thai baht. If investors accumulate debt in US dollars in order to finance real estate projects in Thailand, and the Thai baht to US dollar exchange rate plummets, then they have a problem.
In order to avert the devaluation of the baht, the Thai government then sent emissaries to Beijing and Tokyo in early June to ask both countries for bilateral loans in hard currency. Thai companies needed US dollars to repay their loans abroad. Both countries refused to provide the Thai central bank with enough foreign currency, which they could have used to keep the exchange rate stable and counter speculation.
The central bank can maintain a fixed exchange rate. At the same time, however, currency reserves slowly begin to dwindle. But slowly, we say. At some point, it's not so easy to predict when that point will be. All of a sudden, enough people start saying, maybe that's not such a good idea. And then there's a run on central bank reserves, and suddenly they collapse. And that's when there's an exchange rate crisis.
The foreseeable downward spiral now begins to trigger activity among hedge funds and speculators in New York. Their figurehead is George Soros. The speculation process goes like this. An investor deposits a security of $1 billion with a bank somewhere in the world. Then he goes to a bank in Thailand and takes out a loan for 25 billion baht. This is the official equivalent of $1 billion. He sells the baht on the open market. Immediately, other money traders follow suit because they now fear that the price of the baht will fall. When the exchange rate of the baht to the dollar has fallen, for example, by 30%, the investor then buys back the 25 billion baht with only 700 million US dollars, thereby redeeming his loan. He has made a $300 million profit and then hightails it out of the country.
I think that the happy place is for everything. I am basically there to make money. I cannot and do not look at the social consequences of what I do.
You see herding, you see very large-scale private sector activity directed against states, which only very big states can actually survive. So Thailand is not big enough to resist a comprehensive leveraged run on its currency by the hedge funds of this world. The United States is, but Thailand isn't.
So the baht shot up from 25 baht in US dollar to 50 baht in US dollar. And this, made firms and companies that were overseas very in distress because they couldn't pay back, especially when their loans, which is now double the size that it was when they borrowed it. So that actually had caused a panic among creditors overseas. So many of the creditors overseas actually asked for their money to be returned. And of course, the banks in Thailand, who were the mediator between these funds, could not return them.
On July 2nd, the Thai central bank gives up the fight against speculation and releases the exchange rate of the baht, leading to an immediate devaluation. This date marks the outbreak of the Asian crisis, but it is still considered to be just a local problem. On July 28th, Thailand asks the IMF for loans, but the IMF is reluctant to step in and help.
The problem was that the International Monetary Fund had committed itself fairly early on and had said that this crisis was mainly homegrown.
The result is a massive recession for Thailand. It's a harsh psychological shock for the country that had so firmly believed in its rise into the League of Prosperous Countries. As foreign investors flee Thailand, there is no authority to control the panic.
Das hätte eine
There would have had to have been a player who, during the speculative phase, provided dollars, ideally an unlimited amount, to the issuing banks, which can't just simply print dollars. And no one did that.
At the Hong Kong conference at the end of September, two very different realities clash. While the West is celebrating the victories of neoliberalism, a robust and growing world economy, and the exponentially increased importance of the financial sector, Asia is experiencing rampant fear amongst its populations. The finance ministers of the affected countries have an inkling of the massive social upheavals they will face as a result of the withdrawal of international investors and the panic on the financial markets. But the kingpins of world finance aren't listening as they convene in Hong Kong.
The IMF came together to push even more deregulation, capital market liberalization. They were pushing a set of policies that would make things even worse.
The IMF forced the countries to stifle investment of any kind, as well as consumption, at the height of the crisis by drastically increasing the base rates. And that was a mistake.
In Tokyo, before the conference, people are worried that the economic power of the entire region could collapse. Trade with Southeast Asian countries has become steadily more important to the Japanese economy in recent years.
When Thai crisis spread to Indonesia, then we are afraid that crisis may spread to other part of the Asia. But at the time when the crisis took place in Thailand, we didn't expect such a spread eventually to Korea.
In Tokyo's government district, staff at the finance ministry are putting in long hours discussing how to avert the looming recession. The IMF's strategy for Thailand and Indonesia are considered wrong. Both countries need new and long-term loans to reform their economies without bankrupting many of the country's companies and banks.
You don't increase the capacity to grow, to repay debt, by causing a depression, which is what the IMF did. There were very clear alternatives, and I laid out very clearly why the high interest rates, tight monetary policy, and austerity predictably would make things worse. Okay?
The Japanese government develops a plan to set up an Asian monetary fund. This is to be endowed with 100 billion US dollars. This large sum would, on the one hand, calm the international financial markets and, at the same time, make large loans available to the affected countries. Japan is soliciting support and participation of the governments of Singapore, China, and Korea in particular.
It was until November 1997, international institutions didn't play any effective role in preventing that kind of crisis, even managing the crisis. That was a real problem.
During the Hong Kong conference in late September, stock market news and exchange rates signal that the crisis is spreading unchecked.
The Japanese government did propose the established population loan fund in Hong Kong. However, at that time, the U.S. government, particularly Larry Summers, who was representing the U.S. Treasury, opposed the established population loan fund.
Behind the scenes in Hong Kong, both Sakakibara and Summers are seeking support from other key delegations. In the run-up to the conference, the U.S. Treasury Department had informed all governments in East Asia that it was strictly against an Asian monetary fund. The approach prevails. No one dares oppose the United States. The Hong Kong conference would have been the ideal opportunity to avert the crisis. But the loans made available to the hard-pressed countries were too small. There is small-scale maneuvering and waiting. Meanwhile, the crisis rapidly worsens. The global financial crisis of 2008 and 2009 is ultimately defeated by the US government's willingness to deploy the maximum amount of money, thus stopping panic and speculation. This political will was lacking 10 years earlier in Hong Kong.
Until 2007, there was this sense of arrogance that people said, well, that's the Asians and we can do it better. That's a common pattern in the financial markets.
Auf den Finanzmärkten.
Hong Kong is the most important banking and stock exchange center in Asia. When, a month after the conference there, stock prices collapsed, it's clear to everyone that the crisis is not over. It's only just beginning. Late November 1997 in Tokyo's government district. The Japanese government knows that large amounts of money are needed to quickly save Korea from default and massive economic collapse. It urges the US Treasury Department in particular to act quickly and decisively.
Korea was the 10th largest economy in the world at that time as it is today. It had only $8.9 billion in its reserves. That amount of reserves would last the government only a few days.
President Clinton personally made a phone call to President Kim Il-sung that the South Korea is under financial crisis.
The US president intervenes, making it clear that Korea is of a different caliber than Thailand or Indonesia, economically and above all, geopolitically. It's the bastion of the West against North Korea and China. Korea successfully competes on the world market in important key industries such as electronics, car production, and shipyards. Its major companies, like Thailand's, have borrowed heavily abroad in dollars. When the exchange rate for Thailand's currency, the won, plummets, they are unable to repay their loans. Only now, at the end of November, do the heads of the US administration realize they must act. The factor changing their minds is the geopolitical dimension. If Korea had to declare insolvency, the reputation of the US as a guarantor power for South Korea would suffer massively in the eyes of the world. In Tokyo, the government urges the US Treasury to hurry. A large rescue package is to be put together, in which many participate. Korea has already agreed to many of the IMF's conditions. Everything seems ready for the deal. When finally the IMF director also flies to Seoul, everyone expects the Korean rescue package to be ratified. But Paul Dessous surprisingly demands further concessions. He demands that the interest rate on loans be raised to 25% in order to attract foreign capital. The Korean finance minister replies that many companies would go bankrupt as a result, and the economy would collapse, and that is why no foreign financiers would invest. But Paul Dessous insists on pushing through his demand.
Now, in 1997, Korea's stock market fell 49%, half of its value, and that's not the worst. The exchange rate between Korean won and US dollars dropped 65.9%. So if you combine the depreciation of the currency and the drop in the stock market index, you know that Russian wealth accumulated in the past 20 years were wiped out. The moon was gloomy, of course, and many people were losing jobs, companies were going bankrupt, So it was an interesting time.
The loan package for Korea comprises 55 billion US dollars, the highest sum ever approved under the leadership of the IMF. The IMF itself wants to provide 21 billion, the World Bank 10, the Asian Development Bank 4. The remaining 20 billion is to come from the rich industrialized nations, especially the US and Japan, which had urged Washington to put together a large sum. Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin, in particular, had long been reluctant to contribute any US budget funds.
I think in the final stage, someone succeeded in sort of persuading Bob Rubin in infusing money to Korea. So that together with the US government, we were able to sort of infuse a fairly large amount of money to Korea to solve the crisis. Bob Rubin was a very difficult man at that time.
IMF negotiators in Korea urged speedy financial help, predicting the country's bankruptcy as the only alternative. When it becomes known that the US government didn't want to pay out its participation in cash at all, but only to deposit it as collateral, they are disappointed. In the week running up to Christmas, a Plan B is feverishly discussed in New York, which is supposed to involve the banks of Wall Street in the rescue of Korea. The last resort, the banks must defer any loans due at the end of the year and accept longer maturities. But who should act as broker? That's when the director of the New York Federal Reserve steps in. He heads the most powerful branch after the US Federal Reserve. He gathers the heads of the most important American commercial banks. The bankers are led into a room in the Fed, where Bill McDonough begs them to give Korea more time to repay the loans that are due for repayment. Instead of adding fuel to the flames, he asks them to aid the return of confidence and stability to help the Korean economy recover. It's Christmas 1997, and Times Square is full of shoppers. At this point, the major commercial banks on Wall Street agree with McDonough's argument. Between the lines, he has threatened them that they have to cooperate or else risk writing off all their loans. There was now a good chance that European and Japanese banks will follow suit. At this point, if Korea had had to declare bankruptcy, the Asian crisis would already have turned into a global economic crisis. McDonough saved Korea. A sigh of relief is breathed in Washington, New York, Tokyo, and other metropolises. The IMF staff also catch their breath. Many of them have worked through the nights over recent weeks. They are simply exhausted. Everyone hopes that the worst is over, but they're wrong. For with the beginning of 1998, the effects of the combined impact of the currency crisis, the banking crisis, and the economic crisis are now becoming reality. In mid-January, Indonesian President Suharto signs a treaty with the IMF that instigates massive cuts in the economic system. Many interpret this as the subjugation of Southeast Asia. But by the time the agreements are signed, it's too late to avert Indonesia's economic crisis. Riots break out, more than 1,000 people die, and poverty returns to the country in full force. The International Monetary Fund has insisted that the government cancel many of its infrastructure projects as well as food and gasoline subsidies. It will take a decade for Indonesia to recover. South Korea recovers much sooner, as early as the end of 1998. Until then, however, society as a whole is going through a nightmare.
So many people becoming homeless. You know, South Korea had a tradition of not having homeless, okay, other than the needed and the aftermath of the Korean War. But we began to have a homeless coming to the, the parks and streets. And more than a great number of small and medium firms went bankrupt, okay? And they were increasing suicide, okay? And kids could not go to schools. There was total social trauma in Korean society. Okay? It was one of the most tragic moments in South Korean contemporary history.
It's hierarchical, so intensely hierarchical in that sense. Yeah, I mean the costs and benefits of the programs which are imposed are hugely asymmetric. Absolutely. So some people are bailed out, and other people have to pay the adjustment costs. It's not for nothing.
Some players in the US used the crash in South Korea, for instance, to buy up companies really cheaply after the country had slipped into crisis.
But some of the structural reforms demanded by the IMF will actually benefit the Korean economy. The close ties between the state and the private sector are loosened, and the private sector becomes the motor of change for the better, once it can borrow money again and slowly regains the confidence of the international financial market.
There was a collusive ties between the government and big business corporations. Okay? They were symbiotic. And then in the past, when big corporations had financial problems, the government would always intervene and bail them out. The 1997 financial crisis was a curse to us, but at the same time, it was a blessing.
One significant aspect of Korea's renaissance is that the Korean government refuses to meet other IMF demands that would have required export-oriented companies to cut back significantly on their capacity. As world market demand once again looks to Korea, they managed to repay their loans faster than expected. From then on, the banking sector is efficiently supervised, and the formerly largest bank is sold to an investment group that includes Wei Jianshan. He leads the negotiations at the time.
They not only learned a lesson from how they got into the crisis, but they fundamentally restructured the banking system, brought in credit culture, sold the weak banks to foreign investors like ourselves, recapitalized those banks, and then more importantly, adopted a risk management system. So they prevented themselves from being exposed to a lot of loans, risky loans. And that is why when 2008 came, the Asian banks were in very good shape.
In late 1998, Hong Kong is attacked by hedge funds, led again by George Soros. They bet on falling stock prices and the devaluation of the Hong Kong dollar as a result of the severe recession in Southeast Asia. But Hong Kong is able to fight back, with the city government and central bank together erecting a firewall of hard currency with over $400 billion. Speculation collapses. It is exactly the same strategy that is used to restore confidence in the global financial system in the Western world in 2008, 10 years later. In the aftermath of the crisis, the countries of Southeast Asia will take measures to protect themselves against instability in the financial markets. They are monitoring their banks more closely than in the West, and are building up very large foreign exchange holdings to defend against new speculation. This is interpreted as East Asia decoupling from the West. But when the global financial crisis in 2008 and 2009 causes large parts of the Western financial system to temporarily collapse, these countries have enough reserves to be able to keep their own banks stable. The 2008 financial crisis changes the International Monetary Fund's perspective. Since then, the first priority has no longer been harsh austerity measures, which usually led to recession and poverty for many. Instead, the focus is on proposals as to how countries in difficulty could become prosperous economies again in the midterm, with the help of loans from the IMF.
I think institutions like the IMF, international institutions, have a very critical role to play in this current environment of fragmentation, polarization, because the challenges that we face, be it climate, be it digitalization, be it inequality, the responses or the solutions have to be global, have to be multilateral.
An independent institution that also has the relevant expertise would be a sensible consequence in view of the complexity of our global economy. However, the IMF can only take action if it is asked for advice and assistance by the governments of individual countries.
If you ask me if it would be nice if we had a supranational institution capable of exerting far greater influence, then the answer is yes. The way the current international currency and financing system is organized is far from optimal because it's too powerful, and there's not enough cooperation and too few options. The consequences of one party's actions affect all of the others.
We know that the danger of global crises has not been averted for good, nor has the danger of major financial crises. This is because the volume of the global financial system has more than doubled since the Asian financial crisis. In 2020, it comprised $463 trillion US dollars, a sum moved by the global financial industry annually.
Markets are short-sighted. They don't price the cost of carbon, climate change. They also don't price risk. And the result of that is we have a society, economies that are not as resilient as they should be. I try to capture that in some of my writing with a metaphor. We build cars without spare tires.
The Asian crisis was the zero hour of all crises in the era of a globalized world economy. Only after the financial crisis of 2008-2009 did people begin to think about possible precautions and regulations. This has not changed the basic paradox of global finance. The financial sector has a determined influence on the functioning of the global economy, and it still often thinks in terms of weeks or months.
I think the financial sector is really important. You can't function a modern, complex society without a good financial sector. So we not only have to restrain the financial sector from not imposing harms on the rest of us, so we have to take an active role in shaping our economy, and that includes shaping our financial sector, so they do what they're supposed to do.
The challenges facing the world we live in today are no longer regional, but affect all countries. Climate change, overpopulation, war, alongside an escalating geopolitical battle between the US and China. The consequences of any modern crisis impact millions of people. In the Asian financial crisis, this was also a bitter lesson for the countries of Southeast Asia. Poverty and misery returned for many years. The Asian financial crisis contained all the lessons we needed to avert the crisis of 2008 and 2009. We now know that in our highly complex world, the bushfire, no matter how far away, will inevitably have an impact on us too.
Kong, late September 1997. All the world's financial elite are flying in to come together for the annual conference of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. These two institutions were established at the end of World War II to promote smooth economic growth and to resolve crises quickly as they occur. When the heads of the financial world arrive in Hong Kong, they can look back on more than 10 years of strong, stable growth. The demise of many communist economies and the heightened growth in East Asia have created a boom. Meanwhile, the global economy has moved toward an increasingly intertwined division of labor. Southeast Asian countries have been contributing strongly to growth in recent years. But for the past few months, the currency crisis in Thailand is slowly turning into a massive economic crisis and now threatens to spread to other countries such as Indonesia and the Philippines. So the participants at the Hong Kong conference aren't just there to pat each other on the backs. Delegates from Asia in particular are concerned and are pushing for a joint crisis team made up of all the major countries' finance ministers. The heads of the financial world come mainly from the West, the kingpins of the new global economy. When they meet in Hong Kong, they can't imagine that their perfect world of steady growth might be endangered. But in fact, the crisis that began in Thailand was to develop into a wildfire that could engulf the entire region and bring misery to millions. The Asian financial crisis is to be the first modern financial crisis in the globalized world. Yet the global financial elite is unprepared for the destructive elements that will come to characterize all future financial crises from then on. Fast forward only 10 years, and the world is literally on the brink of collapse when, in 2008 and 2009, first the banks in the United States and then the financial system of the entire Western world threatened to disintegrate. The heads of the financial system and of the Western governments had failed to learn the lessons of the Asian financial crisis. Had they understood the causes of the Asian bushfire and fought them decisively, they could have been spared the near collapse of the financial sector 10 years later.
The problem was the speed with which the financial markets acted, out of sync with the speed of politics.
Until the US financial crisis in 2007, the lessons from the Asian crisis hadn't really been taken seriously, and people thought that doesn't affect us. It won't affect us.
And today, where do we stand today? The world is currently facing many crises. How great is the danger that the global financial economy will crash again? Are policymakers better able to keep pace with the financial markets today?
It's surprising in retrospect how little was learned from the Asian financial crisis in 2008. I mean, in effect, much of the memory of 97, 98 was buried, or it was somehow declared exotic.
The developing and emerging countries in Southeast and East Asia have become important engines of global economic growth since the 1980s, aptly named tiger economies. When they are hit by the crisis, one after the other, the middle classes are almost wiped out. Millions lose their jobs. Hunger returns to countries that have finally been seeing prosperity. Riots break out.
It took 5 years, before we got back to 1996. So it was a pretty deep and long crisis back then.
Thailand was the model of the new global division of labor. It was one of the first countries in the region to see a lot of foreign capital flowing in, starting in the 1980s. At first, it was merely Japanese companies investing, with components or entire products manufactured in the country. Labor was cheap, as were raw materials.
I remember in the mid-80s, Thailand's poverty rate was 30%. So 30% of the population, were poor. Today, it's down to 90%, right? So it took time, but there were people who actually were able to benefit from this growth.
Almost all the countries in the region were booming. More and more young professionals were coming out of the universities. Asian countries were allowed entry into the antechamber of sustainable prosperity.
Bangkok grew very quickly at that time as well because a lot of money was flowing into Thailand through loans from overseas. And these are by Thai companies who borrow to invest.
We mustn't forget that in 1993, the World Bank published a hugely influential book that stirred up a great deal of controversy, The East Asian Miracle. You can imagine that if the World Bank, a highly influential organization, labels an entire region like this, then investors will be keen to get into that region. And that's exactly what they did.
The World Bank and the International Monetary Fund are headquartered in Washington. Their analysis and forecasts carry considerable weight in the international financial world. Their assessment for the region in the spring of 1997 is entirely positive. Joseph Stiglitz is the World Bank's chief economist at the time, focusing on East Asia, and he shared this assessment.
A more egalitarian policy at the center. They were much more equal societies than the United States was. They had focused on governments investing in infrastructure, investing in technology, investing in education policies that I thought were good policies for the United States, the kind of policy I had pushed when I was in the Council of Economic Advisors of President Clinton.
Paul Bluestein is also located in Washington at the time. He is the Asia correspondent for the Washington Post and knows the countries of the region like the back of his hand. That's why he's assigned to the job of interviewing senior officials of the International Monetary Fund about the course of the crisis.
Well, I was a happy newspaper reporter, and just one day I was sent, my editor said, well, let's do a story about what it's like to be at the IMF in the middle of this. What are their lives like? I did a lot of traveling around that region particularly during the 90s.
In the 1990s, Bluestein had experienced the same phenomenon over and again during his travels in Southeast and East Asia. Within the shortest time, an urban economic culture had evolved with great opportunities for social advancement. In just one generation, farmers became engineers. Much of the money borrowed from abroad was invested in the future of these countries.
It was a very virtuous cycle because the governments then had more money, they could pave roads so peasants could bring their crop to market, and suddenly they were middle-class people. They weren't peasants anymore. They could have little businesses and they could educate their kids much better.
What Bluestein observed are in themselves the ingredients to a success story. But what was it that triggered the Asian crisis in the summer of 1997, bringing an entire region to the brink of the abyss? In the 1980s, the neoliberal restructuring of the international financial system had begun, first in the United States. Deregulation of the financial institutions meant that the rules for granting loans became much more lax. A bank no longer had to keep reserves of the equivalent amount in its vaults for the capital it lent. This rule had previously acted as a brake on the volume of loans. From now on, Wall Street multiplied the amount of money that entrepreneurs in particular could borrow. The growth of the world economy owes much to this neoliberal financial policy. But the downside of the neoliberal monetary policy is that the mass introduction of new players in the game changes the financial landscape forever. They would borrow money from wealthy investors and invest it with the intention of making the highest possible profit with the fastest possible turnaround. The Asian markets, with their above-average growth rates, were extremely attractive to them. It is to be an epochal turning point in the history of finance. From now on, the world of money is unstable at its very core.
The advantage of financial markets is that you can go in and out. The disadvantage is that because you can go in and out, it encourages short-term thinking.
So all that needed to happen was on a certain day, people say, you know what, today I'm going to give the money to a different bank. I don't like the way that you look. And then you have, in an instant, literally in a matter of minutes, a $200, $300 billion bank run.
It is a watershed moment in history and our culture that is kicked off in New York and whose consequences can be felt to this day. From now on, financial institutions and the global financial sector grow at a previously unimaginable pace. Investor anticipation drives bankers forward. Short-term profits are best made from short-term fluctuations in the global economy. From currency fluctuations, as in the case of the Southeast Asian countries in crisis, from fluctuating returns in oil, ores, and wheat.
Once you start deregulating in the late 1970s and early 1980s, the financial sector explodes in size. Financiers begin to get paid a lot more relative to other professionals, and inevitably you start to have more financial crises.
The new players work at a breathless pace. For many, the time frame they trade money is no longer than 2 weeks, a month, or even a day. Finance has its own rules that are independent of developments in the real economy.
So to pump out as much borrowing and lending and financial activity as you possibly can to get paid. It's a bit like a nuclear power station deciding to pay its employees according to how much electricity they can generate, not how much electricity consumers actually need.
And a new kind of banker emerges. He defines himself as greedy, because that is what is expected of him. He competes with others. He competes for the lion's share of investors' capital. This gives rise to a dynamic of its own.
One of the factors is scale. It's just the scale. It's huge. Thailand crisis is already a crisis of tens of billions of dollars, right? This is significant money.
When the heads of the financial world meet in Hong Kong in September 1997, very few of them have an inkling of what is already brewing right before their eyes. The International Monetary Fund, the host of the conference, is the very institution that was supposed to oversee the global financial markets and ensure their functioning. If a debt crisis arose in a country, the fund would extend loans, which were usually tied to tough restructuring measures for the affected countries.
As if Spielberg had planned it, the conference in Hong Kong in 1997 was perfectly timed. The IMF and the World Bank hold their annual meeting outside of Washington every 5 years, and in the midst of the crisis they met in Hong Kong.
Companies and private investors in Thailand have borrowed a lot of money from abroad in order to be able to further increase their exports, as well as to profit from the increase in property values. Just as later in the US financial crisis, the investment rush is based on the assumption of steady growth. Companies and private individuals take on short-term debt in order to be able to redeem their loans as quickly as possible from the projected profits. When Thailand's export boom begins to falter due to an economic slump in Japan and the first companies run into difficulties, the Japanese banks are the first to become nervous and cancel loans.
In Thailand, substantial investments were made in real estate, yielding profits, but in Thai baht. If investors accumulate debt in US dollars in order to finance real estate projects in Thailand, and the Thai baht to dollar exchange rate plummets, then they have a problem.
In order to avert the devaluation of the baht, the Thai government has sent emissaries to Beijing and Tokyo in early June to ask both countries for bilateral loans in hard currency. Thai companies needed US dollars to repay their loans abroad. Both countries refused to provide the Thai central bank with a more common currency, which they could have used to keep the exchange
It followed me and was attacking. It has 10-star APS attached to it. So it's sexually assaulting you when you're out? Yeah, again. Really badly. You need to figure out, it's a police grounder hooked up to everything in Vegas because they think they're catching terrorists. And he uses a, we're in progress again. That's all of that was. It's like a million years ago. Look at these beautiful pink oleanders. I love them. These are pomegranates. It's a little bit You need to get the men that really do this with that thing. Well, they do. I don't know what
The speculation process goes like this. An investor deposits a security of $1 billion in a bank somewhere in the world. Then he goes to a bank in Thailand and takes out a loan for $25 billion.
Get these men not able to break the law on these things. You have no idea what I've been through with that device he's using. You need to get these criminals into custody now.
When the exchange rate of the baht to the dollar has fallen, for example, 30%, the investor then buys back 25 billion baht with only 700 million US dollars, thereby redeeming his loan. He has made a $300 million profit and then hightails it out of the country.
I think that he plays for everything.
You have get these men into custody. He was doing it to like the lady across from me. I swear to God. You have no idea how bad it is. It was cute. Oh, he was talking the entire way. It was on my body the entire way. I can tell. You need to get these men into custody. That's very important. The thing is, like, girl with the dragon tattoo. It's so evil. And so are the men on it. That is not men, my dear. In Vegas? It was like girl with the dragon tattoo the entire way. Well, that's all that was the entire time. I don't want you reporting this. So I'm going to follow you out when you go out on Halloween.
So many of the creditors overseas actually ask for their money to be returned.
That, I did absolutely nothing. I posted the entire time. I just sent it out to everybody on the internet. On the internet? I went through email list and he called and said, I don't want her doing that. Why did you come back at 3 o'clock in the morning? I have no idea because the man is insane. I did absolutely nothing else. I posted right away and I've been sending it out all throughout.
Was that the International Monetary Fund had committed itself fairly early on. It said that this crisis was mainly homegrown. Mainly homegrown.
The result is a massive recession for Thailand. It is a harsh psychological shock for the country that had so far been believed in its rise into the leading prosperous countries. As foreign investors flee Thailand, there is no authority to control.
Please get these men into custody. Please, please, please.
Issuing banks, which can't just simply print dollars, and no one did that.
You're going to have to get them in custody. Otherwise, they won't stop. They haven't stopped the entire time.
At the Hong Kong conference at the end of September, two very different realities clash. While the West is celebrating the victories of neoliberalism, a robust and growing world economy, and the exponentially increased importance of the financial sector, Asia is experiencing rampant fear amongst its population. The
finance ministers of the affected countries have an inkling of the massive social upheavals they will face as a result of the withdrawal of international investors and the panic on the financial markets. But the kingpins of world finance aren't listening as they convene in Hong Kong.
The IMF came together to push even more deregulation, capital market liberalization. They were pushing a set of policies that would have made things even worse.
The International Monetary Fund forced the countries to stifle investment of any kind, as well as consumption, at the height of the crisis by drastically increasing the base rates, and that was a mistake.
In Tokyo, before the conference, people are worried that the economic power of the entire region could collapse. Trade with Southeast Asian countries has become steadily more important to the Japanese economy in recent years.
When Thai crisis spread to UAE, then we are afraid that the crisis may spread to other parts of the world. But after time, when the crisis is in Thailand, we will expect such a spread regionally to go.
In Tokyo's government district, staff at the finance ministry are putting in long hours discussing how to avert the looming recession. The IMF's strategy for Thailand and Indonesia is considered wrong. Both countries need new and long-term loans to reform their economies without bankrupting many of the country's companies and factories.
You don't increase the capacity to grow to repay debt. That causes pressure. We just look at IMF debt. There were very clear alternatives. And I laid out very clearly why the high interest rates, tight monetary policy, and austerity predictably would make things worse. Right?
The Japanese government developed a plan to set up a
No!
military fund.
What did that disgusting thing he dared to defend his incredibly low crimes that you owe me life in prison for? The monster is gang raping me to death. Men you allow in here are incredibly low. No, I'm going to rape your... You shouldn't have talked to me. You should have respected the authority of the lowest criminals to ever goddamn get out of it, out in the community. When you hire animals and bring them into affluent communities because incredibly low men can exist in this world, you let monsters so incredibly low. No, I will never arrest a Toyota security guard. The crimes these men have committed are so incredibly heinous, no man has ever committed or could more heinous crime. The Holocaust, murder in mass. If these animals are capable of being, all of them, if this animal is capable of existing, that is why. Or that is the most dangerous animal. They have shown no moral fiber whatsoever. Or anything else of that sort. They are absolute incredible criminals. Extremely dangerous, criminal, and predatory things and men.
Behind the scenes in Hong Kong, both the Sakakibara and the Summers.
No, I have every right to do anything I want in my community. No, this country, it was your country's in-progress police grounders. I don't know if it's anywhere else. I'm positive.
discovery, and his philosophy that was second law. I told you were my friend. What he opposed was my idea of establishing issues. By doing that,
I need you, it goes. I need you. Why don't you call the woman at the AAA and see if he did it to her?
Yeah.
Well, he's not sure if he wants her having. What could possess you, schizophrenic monster cells, to take my license for 2 years and steal the car? Isn't that good? Tony Gregory, the animal, and then
Yeah.
the incredible crimes of those men. The incredible crimes of gang rape, sexual abuse. You are never allowed to follow me into the house. If there is a problem of some sort, if you say a man is stalking me because for some reason you were in jail and you tell the probation officer and he says, oh, I'm doing something for some reason, and you say, and then it turns out to be a legitimate reason, but the man is sex offending, I'm not sure. You can say, I need to request an ankle bracelet instead. Would you want one now? Tonio feels like his gang rape oozing body. What is the term? Security, psychopathic, class A felony, criminal maintenance man. His incredible abuse. Well, you could be having mental health issues. It's Tony gang rape bananas, incredible crimes in Lockmere. Then that's a criminal. And you brought the lowest man at an incredibly low animal. We don't get any other complaints. It's very, very affluent. That is the lowest man. You brought men so incredibly foul.
Well, that's the Asians. We can do it better. That's a common pattern in the financial markets.
That would be a criminal of the country club neighborhood.
They did not think that.
Well, he was incredibly sexually assaulting.
Thought that they had addressed the problem in Thailand, that now everything was going to be fine.
I plugged my phone in to call my father because we have to pay another $400 for registration of our vehicle. I believe we would have had to pay it. That's why he's calling the dealership to ask. No. But I found the license. You can get it through AAA easily.
Hong Kong is the most important banking and stock exchange center in Asia.
Well, why is he commenting on my life? Well, he felt. Remember the entire thing where I was supposed to get like, well, are you taking your medsies? You're having these. I'm not having a screaming episode of Tony gang rape and Neto. No, every single interaction I had with my local police is documented there. For me to have any other interaction with the local police, it's like a Facebook page. There's nothing on it. It's very, very clear the evidence is falsified. The desperation of your situation in relation to the stalking and the incredible level of crime the perps you know are committing. The incredible bad behavior. No, not attack my crotch. Yeah. You know, I need every man that was involved in my case in prison. You need to charge them. You don't care what happens to criminals like that. Because this schizophrenic monster, a schizophrenic monster.
The Japanese government knows that large amounts of money are needed to quickly save Korea from default. And massive economic collapse. It urges the US Treasury Department in particular to act quickly and decisively.
That's correct. It is not. What will happen if you commit a felony? Then the state, I don't care. What happens to what? The paycheck you're paying, they're paying you to bring you into a community to do stuff like this. You let this man run around, carry. Well, I reported it to you every week or every month. Well, that's a lot of reporting, lady. I need that man in prison where he belongs for however long he's accrued with malice and intent, not at large.
Yeah.
I demand it. as an American citizen have that as my car.
Korea successfully competes in the world market in important key industries such as electronics, car production.
He can get anywhere. He can stall a car on the road out back. For sure. The one in the car hurts so badly because he then trades the car stuff. You're not actually supposed to be at large. If Toyota, whose jurisdiction it was, give it a rest on doing that at your victim as you gang rape, sexually abuse fourth graders in the background with these men at this point. You let these men sexually assault me? Well, he would fine. You let these men sexually abuse me in the neighborhood. They had free pass to the fact. How did they get on North Carolina? Law enforcement ability with Tony. What the hell? Okay, so I was shouting at Tonio as the man. He's 3:00 in the morning. Follow me into the toilet. Okay. Well, what could you say? Are you showing us? No, I am telling you that the lowest sex offenders in the history of mankind spoke there. I am demanding the resignation of the Wake County Prosecutor's Office. Every piece of sewer shit that worked on my case. Every one. And I'm demanding the arrest and charging of the Wake County Prosecutor's Office. I don't have any mental. Well, it said I don't have any mental health issues. It says very clearly. Where's all the record of all the crime these animals committed? You are not allowed in a community like the one you are in, or any community. You are an incredibly willing and dangerous to offend male. There has never been a lower or weirder animal than you. That you are running around, that you let this Neville the Beast guy and Hogula, whatever those things are, shocking me. You let them run around Lockmere and McGregor in Cary. They are the worst child rapists to ever exist. You brought men, so that's why I don't want you in my community. Say stuff like that. What the hell are you? What does that mean in mentally retarded schizophrenic man? Yeah, I got it because I'm totally the mental. The man is the worst sex offender in the history of North Carolina on that thing. Oh, to say the man is the worst sexual. That is a Capitol Boulevard crackhead. Why? I am positive. Why are you letting these animals? The incredible crimes of these men. I mean, those men. All that has to happen. You have to be charged with every single crime you committed that's heinous, aggravated, a felony, or a malicious, intentional, and so on. You have to be. Every animal one of them. The Wake County Prosecutor's Office, every person involved in my kidnapping, carjacking, robbery, with some domestic violence on taking the driver's license for 2 years. After 10 years of the worst sexual abuse, kidnapping, gang rape, sexual abuse, stalking, and sexual torture, and stalking, and gang rape, stalking, animals in the skin as the lowest man could ever see, all of which was as completely criminal as anything could ever be. Yeah, technically, legally. And you could disrespect gang rape Casey and Neto. He's sexually assaulting women in the community in North Las Vegas now because he found a way to use it near Nellis. And so now he's able to use his tingle tutor. He needs his tingle tutor me. It was so incredibly bad in Cary, which I reported every month to you. What the guy dad in there? I don't know what that means. That is the most dangerous, retarded man to ever get out. You do not stroke my chin. No, what is this thing where you write directly? What are you talking about? I was being kidnapped and you're a police officer of some sort. If you're a prosecutor's office. The police had gotten a copy of this every month. What would possess you to go back at 3:00 in the morning there? Because we have the police report he filed as to why he was interacting with anybody at all. He knew the case. He didn't even know you. He had gotten calls from WRAL, and the other guy said, do not let that guy call. The guy is like, this pretty woman from McGregor. Obviously, this involves an vendetta at 2 in the morning. Yeah. I don't know if you insulted each other at 2 in the morning. The dead of night. As you can see, it goes all night around here. No, it went all night in Raleigh. It just didn't have the thing that actually sexually assaulted your body. So I would sleep through it. But he would turn it on. There was nothing that sexually assaults your body. It's the in-progress police grounder hooked up to an body scanner, which apparently they have because they're a big city like LA. People report that this has been used as a absolutely horrendous sexual assault device, that there are men not very similar to yourselves, all of them. They even have the same like personality and body, physical body, as they sound the same. They use the same absolutely bizarre language, and they are employed for many, many years. They say, I've talked to multiple people. There are definitely men that sexually abuse and offend on the same tag that you're using. It could be in Florida. It's probably in Pensacola and bigger cities like Miami and Fort Lauderdale and Boca Raton because it's wealthy. They would actually use it. I think somebody turned it into a sexual assault device so long ago. He's making like Merovingian comments. Right? Yeah. Where he could cause an orgasm tingle on a woman anywhere on his dinky, dirty, filthy old cell phone out of Epstein's or some crazy nonsense. It's actually law enforcement security personnel from like town security and maintenance. I'm telling you. And then Detective Pate and Detective Podietto, which are I've never seen a man that looks that shady in public. He looks like he would work as like a foreman at some kind of waste management of some sort or construction. That looks like a foreman at a construction crew. That is he's not white collar. He can barely walk and talk. The thing is so weird. I've never met anybody like that or that carries on like that.
And the bankers listen to this, and they're not very happy.
You need to return the full price for the vehicle you stole. You need to. The Wayne County Prosecutor's Office has to be arrested with these men right now. All of them.
Just got the banks together, knocked their heads together, and said, "Stop pulling money out, stop panicking." It might have worked.
You owe all your victims and myself. You owe these people extreme amounts of damages. There's going to be one at like Times Square. They can get on the one in her apartment, but not on the one on the other side of her house. He said, it's the weirdest thing. The whole one side of her house doesn't have one in it. So she sleeps over there now because he modified yours because there was one on the street to the right. So you're like, he was able to get, it has to be hooked up to like a grounder relatively close by. We're going to have to remove the grounders from all the, you should be fine in the villages as far as the cell phone stalking with an audible noise. Maybe you can even defeat it by unplugging the cell phone, keeping the old cell phone. I wanted to go work on getting a job in Las Vegas. Okay, I'm not getting any younger over here. You owe me damages for everything. You took my driver's license for 2 years. You have stalked me. You have not turned me off one time. I went to a new location. Well, is that why when I said, well, Paragon, that'll come out with investigation. Then you are up there with the public, and oh my God, you look like a lyra bird. And you did do something here. So you didn't stab the people or write any of these emails. That's all that, and then something comes out. Well, what did you do? I don't know, something embarrassing. You wrote something that sounded like the email. Yeah, but not any of this. I don't know. That's not anything next to that. Oh, I think that's just a coincidence. Or you knew that. That would be malice on his part. There's like nothing I could have done. You're just absolutely terrorizing me.
It is too late to avert Indonesia's economic crisis. Riots break out.
No, you haven't.
1,000 people die. And poverty.
You have not turned it off on myself in the last. You haven't turned it off on myself in the last. So you had me trapped in a house, unable really to work. So you expect me to return your stolen vehicle and pay you damages for everything I've done. Well, and these men go to prison because we're in an American legal system. Also, you caught
what has been a sexual assault tool of the beast and the beasts that are on it out of a very specific group, everyone says, that must work in some where other people aren't around because they actually know normal law enforcement and things like that too. Enough. I guess nobody can get in where they are. Responsible parties would be adults in charge that could overall have investigated because they, and whatever this is here, you needed to, okay.
And one of the great number of small and medium firms went bankrupt, okay? And they were increasing suicide.
Because by saying jurisdiction and allowing them to have uninspected government things, access to government access. Okay, they're on law enforcement, and these are obviously like they were all throughout. That is obviously the lowest man in all of Texas. That is obviously the craziest man. That's the gayest man in all of Texas. It's the lowest man in all of Texas. I don't know what that means. I don't either. I think it's the same. That's a schizophrenic, retarded janitor that was able to use like police things and the court system to commit a very serious crime. That is overall here. Whoever falsified this evidence is obvious, and whoever would hang out with Otis Tools over here is obvious, and Neville's and the Beast is obviously a very just a very poor day in quality control. A schizophrenic janitor also. But he was able to use the court system and everything else. Really, yeah. These men are like raping women and children in Boca Raton. You need to answer the report line and do inspections of everything. You need to inspect when somebody calls about something. There's water pouring into the street. Okay, well, an inspection is needed there right now. And then you inspect overall.
There was symbiotic. And then in the past, when the corporation had financial problems,
it is incredibly evil. It has been an incredibly evil.
Are you coming back? Yeah. Bye. I like it here.
One significant aspect of Korea's Renaissance is that the Korean government refuses to meet other IMF demands.
He tried in Florida. He couldn't get, because he figured out he could do that in other. Maybe to catch a predator is just how you need how incredibly bad has that been sucking his bed.
From then on, the banking sector is efficient.
It was really sexual assault to me. It the what you call it body scanner absolutely it latches onto all body parts. He's just modified it and modified. If you did it to the poor woman and this cute Singaporean looking woman, actually since her needs up, she had a nice figure. She had big boobs. It was quite pretty. I could put that better. But she just did. Maybe he was pointing it out or something. But the nice woman from AAA in Las Vegas that looked Singaporean also. Sorry. And she made a face like I thought really, yeah. She got up 3 times. I thought he starts doing it to me because I plugged my phone in to call my father and ask about the money. Really? Yeah, it was like a joke. Okay, so he violently sexually assaulted your nice Bernadette from the back. Exactly. From AAA DMV. And he's been sexually assaulting, he says, women in North Las Vegas. You weren't supposed to allow him. No, he said he followed a couple home in North Las Vegas to watch them having sex. That's one of the things they do. They narrate it all night while I'm sleeping. I'm sitting there oh. All of a sudden I'll go, and I can hear them talking. It's the most horrifying thing in the world. Yeah, but if they can't, especially I'm brooding over your body. They have a Google. What's incredibly evil about that is that there's a yellow man attachment where it attaches on your body and it follows your body around. And it sound stalks your body. There's a crowd stalker for some style stalking, but they had to break in and put something in the house because my mother and father were beyond the cell phone. Now that I can take the cell phone out, if I can get away from bugged house, where I'm being sexually assaulted to death.
But if you have your cell phone plugged in, he's on your cell phone account, and he can he can get on the body scanner and the grounder on the cell phone. It was very bad. Apparently, it's not that bad hard. Yeah, it's not that hard to on an in progress police grounder, and it stalks your body as opposed to just a bug in the house. Yeah, right, and which is very very nasty. But I mean, that thing is just like a thing. It's not a grounder physically on your body. It's just a physically following your body around. So he can really say they can really assault you. Like my feet were vibrating, and it's because you had your cell phone plugged in. Is correct. As soon as you plugged your cell phone and you started attacking her crotch. That's what I noticed at the library. Really? Oh. He stalls cars. Like if you have, he can stall your car because he has like the VIN number, so he's out on Ann and Craig Road. No, I'm not just saying that. He was messing with it on driving down to Craig Road. That's why the car is like really, yeah.
To defend against new speculation. This is interpreted as East Asia decoupling from the West.
No, it hurts. I could tell she like it is. They would kill you over it. It is the most offensive thing that anybody ever did. It kind of feels like the outside. Well, if you're outside, I swear it feels like it's like practically it's car-like. Like whatever he was hitting my body with in the car, whatever he's screaming when I'm screaming here, I believe that's because he switched over to the other one that's like the most painful. We doesn't want you sending that out again. It's a car grounder or something really strange. Really, the one he hits you with, he hits the car with it. He was hitting the car with the car's like lurching along. No, it's him. And then he's like stalling the car, kind of like don't use it in the car. Yeah, don't plug your phone in the car at all. And then he's hitting me with it. It hurts like the absolute dickens. And he said, look, I can follow him in the car no matter what. Follow him in the car no matter what. You be careful driving to Florida. Well, they'll know it was you if something happens. You did that like so badly when I was in, you almost killed somebody. I mean, like you stole my father's BMW. Remember when I have a picture of the BMW I was driving? That was my dad's for a little bit. I was driving back. In fact, I know it was from, and I know for sure it was from the art museum where I took all those pictures of the flowers. And he didn't want those pictures posted. You got your day in court. So he stalls the car with like Boglet and Hogula. That's who the voices were on the phone. Because I had like the phone plugged in. I didn't even have the phone turned off. And he had been stalking. Really, yeah, that was what was going on. So he didn't want the this speech attention microphone is like always on hers. He just will not let them go for like a second. He just switches over and now they're in the car and I'm going to rate them there. But seriously. So I'm like driving back. All of a sudden the car, he stalled the car with the in progress police grounder for stalling cars. He stalled it right, like at the most dangerous place. I swear under oath, I could show you. The man needed to go to prison for like mass terrorism right there. And it was busy. It was like 5:30 in the afternoon, right at the intersection of 440 and 40. I mean, it was like the most. Fortunately, I was able to get to a shoulder. I mean, it was the most dangerous thing anybody's ever done. Again, this is the guy that has. It was them stalling the car. He needed to be. Well, that's right. It was you driving. You stole the car. He needed to be charged with attempted murder on everybody on this road there. It should have been a mass terrorist attack. He can hit me with it when I leave the house. Even because he has the car, he can hit me in the car. I left my phone behind. Still was in the car with me. Really, I checked. That's for sure. Really. It's because it's your car in your location, so he can follow a car even if he doesn't have the cell phone. Obviously, because it's police. Well, the fact that you have nibbled is, I mean, like that's. You could actually change the stoplights. A lot of things, like you're not allowed. That crazy man is not allowed in. The terrorist guy is other guy. The thief is not allowed in the bank. I don't know where it would go if he was. He would steal things. And there's money in there. No, of course I'm allowed in the bank. The other guy, we have. Is there no higher functioning legal system than that? He's gonna stall car on Ann Road out back just because he's having it looks like fun to him. Tee hee hee. Okay, he might have already done that. Really? He was stalling the car on Craig Road. We didn't want you out driving. Yeah, I need the monster in custody and not loose in New York City with me. Really? Yeah. I've been doing this. You know, this was apparently reported to you like a very long time ago. Really? Like a long time ago. No, you are not allowed to. Well, why do they shout if it doesn't hurt? I think you stalking an individual person, you're out of the security office with these incredibly rough, low-class men.
This was also a bitter lesson for the countries of Southeast Asia. Poverty and misery returned for many years.
How did you get access to a body scanner like that?
Contained all the lessons we needed to avert the crisis of 2008 and 2009.
I need my perps. You arrest people, don't you, since you're police? You need to arrest my perps in this. That is an incredibly low-class man. He's a child rapist that lives in a trailer, running loose. You were letting him just do absolutely anything, and you knew it. All of you in Raleigh also. They didn't like you. I never did anything. I just reported crime to them. It tenses your crotch really badly. I didn't know that. No, it feels like you're getting also electrocuted by like a car battery hooked up to jumpers on the one that's outside because I think it's a car thing almost. Why? Sometimes. Okay. It's incredibly. It is often, I would say more often than not, the technology that they're on used to sexually assault and offend and sexually abuse and stalk. It's sexual torture, is correct. And rape with foreign object in the first highest degree. I certainly hope so. It's on the book.
The Philippines, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan. Over $500 billion flows out of developing countries each year. Much of this money flows into Western economies via complex offshore structures. In 1952, the future Kenyan president Jomo Kenyatta is imprisoned by the British colonial authorities. He becomes a symbol of Kenya's struggle for independence.
Jomo Kenyatta is viewed as Kenya's father of independence, which is being usable by the name John Stuart Carmichael. He used to be a water meter leader in the colonial government's municipal council. He was also fairly well spoken. I believe that's part of the reason why he was selected from amongst the political intelligentsia at the time.
Upon his release from detention, the late Douglas Kenyatta becomes a close friend of the last British governor of Kenya, Malcolm MacDonald. In 1963, Kenyatta is elected as the first Prime Minister and later President of independent Kenya, while Malcolm MacDonald becomes the British High Commissioner. The government and civil service of the new country is comprised primarily of what the British called loyalists. Post-independence, Britain retains a number of military sites in Kenya. Today, Britain trains 6 infantry battalions in Kenya every year.
He like trains it at certain spots and they're unbearable. It's absolutely unbearable at this point. It's been unbearable for a while, but I mean, it's unbearable. So
across the country, right down to the coast, all the way up to what was called.
It's so incredibly horrific.
They own the biggest milk company in Kenya. They own one of Kenya's biggest factories.
You seem like you're sleeping okay. I'm not sleeping okay at all, but like to start a new job.
Right now,
you know, I can't get away from the thing like screaming and beating me up, bludgeoning me. I need the freak doing this. Really, I haven't been able to for years. Would you please get this freak into custody?
Just 1 or 2 years
I'm alone in my house. He's not watching what I'm watching on the internet. He's not doing anything.
The memos written by people from his administration that say that he essentially would engage in land grabs.
No.
Of very, very prime pieces of land owned by members of the settler community, etc.
A declassified CIA report noted that funds provided by foreign governments in order to pay for the redistribution of land from colonial settlers to landless Kenyans had allegedly been used by the Kenyatas and their associates to buy land for themselves. Today, the Kenyatta family are landowners in Kenya, holding over 500,000 acres of prime land across the country, while many former Kenyan freedom fighters and their families who fought specifically for the return of their land received nothing. Jomo Kenyatta passed away in 1978.
No! I need him off that before he causes a car accident, which the schizophrenic man over there, he sexually assaulted the AAA woman then. I could tell he was doing it also. She was mad. I had to stand up 3 times and lean over just to call my father from it. From the AAA. He's been sexually assaulting women in the neighborhood and some children because you gave him access out of these really, really rough guys somewhere. They had like a death chamber warrant. Somebody walked in and some awful person in this mess said, no, you don't have to, no. Apparently he did something in front of someone and they tried to push it. And
President Uhuru Kenyatta welcomed the leakage of the Pandora Papers, saying
But he didn't have that thing on. That's what's doing it. It's extremely abusive. It does probably feel like getting electrocuted at the same by like a car battery starter. It almost like that's what it is.
On less than $3.20 per day. 70% of Kenyan families are chronically vulnerable due to poor nutrition, food insecurity, and preventable diseases. Kenyan law requires the president to provide a list of financial interests to the Ministry of Finance each year.
what we own, what we have is open to the public, and we declare every year. And I've always said, if there is an instance where somebody can say that what we have done or obtained has not been legitimate, say so. We are ready to face any court.
He said that he's made his lots of expectations, but we've never seen them. Secondly, families of politically exposed persons don't have to declare their wealth. Between the year that he got in 2013 and today, those have been very good years for the Kenyatta's wealth. There is this feeling that the Kenyatas, as well as other political elite, they have become fabulously wealthy at a time when Kenya is suffering from the worst levels of corruption that it has seen in years. How it's been described is that there's been one rule for the elite, especially the elite that's connected to power, and another for everybody else. So that's what the perception is. I think I leave it at that.
The Kenyatas are what are known as politically exposed persons, or PEPs. A politically exposed person is someone who holds a public function and as a result presents a higher risk of being involved in bribery or corruption.
Politically exposed persons in theory have potential access to public funds within particular countries, and our investigations have come up with lots of evidence that unfortunately there are pets who have been stealing public funds and moving it into places like UK, either to hide it, clean it, or to spend it. So pets are incredibly significant when it comes to...
It hurts incredibly badly. I don't know. Careful about what you're screaming, but I'm like, she's kind of almost not capable of it right now. He said it hurts her so badly. She's a 4th grader and we need him taken out back and shot over it. Which is, it's a threat. Good.
It hasn't happened. I can think of one, former political official who was accused of embezzling lots of money. This is flashed all over the internet.
Not good, but yeah.
That this person was able to open several UK bank accounts, took out a few mortgages on UK houses, opened a UK company.
Can you share any of those remarks?
Because of slap suits in the UK, which I'm sure you're really aware of, very aware of that, unfortunately. I have to like literally double check everything I say, learn it like a script and then say it, so I can't.
Even if that is already in the public domain.
Yeah. It's a big issue. Journalists like yourselves, NGOs like us, are often targeted by very expensive lawyers in London. Unfortunately, you take on dubious clients and basically pursue NGOs, pursue journalists, or daring to mention the corrupt dealings of these people.
That's too dangerous, and whoever let him hook up all that stuff while he was doing the rest, while he actually had a warrant out of their area, needs to also. He's been sexually assaulting women and children like really loud. Everybody can hear him. He turned into this giant like murder for hire horror story that I don't know what the heck happened.
The Elliott family of Azerbaijan have accumulated a vast fortune and business empire.
I'm afraid there's something too.
Azerbaijan is a major crude oil and natural
And
gas
I might be
producer.
right.
Fossil fuels are so abundant that surface oil deposits have burnt for centuries. The UK is the
I'm
largest
pretty
foreign
sure,
investor in
actually, maybe.
Azerbaijan, making up over half of all foreign investment.
The Elliott family is the richest family in Azerbaijan. They came to power in 1993, where they ended up
Or something. I mean, maybe they're just really planning to do it to me.
and Secretary General of Azerbaijan's Soviet Republic orchestrated a coup.
In 1993,
Somebody needs to check what the heck that was.
shortly before Haydar Aliyev's death, his son, Ilham Aliyev, took over as president and has remained in power ever since.
Oh, that's definitely your job. I don't know what. Okay, the politics are somewhat different. It's not good. You're really not allowed to let people be murdered in your beds. It's the law. Not the law. You need to alert the feds. You need to alert the monetary feds. Should have shown up a law a long time ago. There's like a zero tolerance for monetary fed. Supposed to be.
I remember in
Because
1993,
it's just so.
during the difficult electoral and coup period, the British private security companies were doing something in Azerbaijan.
No!
Maybe they
You shook a nap. Could you please get him off of me on that thing? He'll say, well, he got away with it, kind of stuff. I don't care. You need to take him into custody.
Nobody knows what is in this contract between British petroleum and
The other guy was
It's
right.
the
That's a
biggest state secret in Azerbaijan.
On its website, BP calls this contract the contract for the new century. The Aliyev family have vast business interests in Azerbaijan.
Who is the owner of 5 biggest commercial maps in Azerbaijan? It's the Aliyev family. Who is the
No!
owner of the biggest private
Please, that
transportation?
one's for cars. Would you get him off of that before he kills someone?
Who is the owner of
He's
the
sexually
biggest
assaulting
private
women. Apparently, he just sexually assaulted our Bernadette, our nice,
transportation? It's the Aliyev family.
nice person of the
Has
triple
the
A.
state's biggest
Yes.
banks, and after they made themselves owner of this banks, they start using these
He,
banks.
he
to
did. She
roll
was
them out.
making a serious face, got up 4 times. Million. He's so pleased with himself over there.
Heads of state and other major figures have deposited vast assets offshore.
According to a review of nearly 12 million files from around the world. It's the latest report by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists.
I've needed him not at large
Exposed at London
for so long.
worth nearly $700 million, amassed by the ruling family of Azerbaijan.
So one of the properties that we looked at was on Conduit Street in central London.
No!
The property was bought in 2009 by a company owned by one of the associates.
Please get him out of my house, out of my life, and into custody.
And then this property was basically
Ow!
shortly after that to the daughter.
Ow!
At the time, Arzu Aliyev.
Disgusting freak
And
out.
eventually it was sold to the Crown Estate, which is owned by Queen Elizabeth II.
The Aliyevs made a profit of £31
No.
million.
There was another property in Mayfair, Mallock Street.
No! Get him into custody now on that!
It's
supposed to be used to stall a vehicle, not rape a woman.
Overnight, the tenants started paying their rent to an 11-year-old boy in Kensington, there was a cluster of properties in one development called Broadway Gardens. And here in Holborn, there was a hotel.
When the Italian newspaper La Repubblica asked Ilham Aliyev about the Pandora Papers revelations, he replied, "Some forces in the West try to use these kind of insinuations or half-truths in order to discredit the image of Azerbaijan and undermine Azerbaijan's position. They want to accuse us. They want to subordinate us. They want to impose their will on us. And I say, no. I will defend Azerbaijan, its sovereignty, its independence, its choice until the end of my life. And all these kind of dirty stories mean nothing to me and to the people of Azerbaijan."
No!
In the Panama
And
Papers,
in
we
custody
saw
now, they said, right now.
dozens of politicians,
Everyone needs him in
leaders,
custody.
current Formula One leaders,
He's sexually assaulting a fourth grader and absolutely terrorizing people. He stalked cars already. We think we had calls with their cars stalled just because somebody thought it was interesting. And they were very angry. They were concerned about. That's the. I mean, if you're running away from the police, they don't care that much about your vehicle right that second.
You know, there was some like Googling running names from risk databases and things like that. The people conducting these checks are really doing checks to be seen to be doing checks.
At the moment, it's very hard to pursue large banks and big firms as laundering offences because we do not have a failure to prevent money laundering offence within UK law. Transparency International law very much believes we should have. Our research identified 582 UK individuals and firms who were involved in major money laundering cases. We have people who will turn a blind eye to anything they may discover, proceed anyway, and those who maybe don't do enhanced due diligence when they should. You will find individuals and firms that will actually deliberately go out to try and get the services of those who are potentially involved in corruption and criminality because it's big business, it's big money. There are 84,000 UK properties that are owned anonymously. Now, of course, some of those will be owned with legitimate money, but it's quite possible that a lot will be owned with suspicious funds.
Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, is an unusual place.
We did that. That's so great. What are you doing? You're not allowed to interact with the person.
There is a security official.
Who's reporting you for something?
On every corner, even underneath bridges. Ornate parks of marble and sandstone are scattered throughout the city. Only in the suburbs and on the edges of Baku is the fairy tale confronted by reality.
In 2005, Azerbaijan signed the UN Convention Against Corruption. One of the requirements of that treaty was to implement financial declaration for all state officials. Parliament ratified the treaty.
No!
Until today,
That makes them tired. Why does it make them tired? I don't know. They tried it on themselves, and now they're trying it on their victims, which are the children.
The journalists who exposed the huge corruption in the government was stripped
That
at
means
the
it's
front
actually
door of his house.
insane, and it needs to
After
go.
that, we saw that all journalists who spoke about stolen assets, they have a problem. They are put in jail. Their lives become extremely difficult. They are prosecuted. They are blackmailed with private family issues.
No! We're taking him into custody right now is the only thing. You have a $45,000 fine for using law enforcement tech incorrectly here. Okay? Do you understand that? You're not, doesn't mean you're allowed to get on every single thing with this guy over here.
Some of that money is paid through money laundering systems, laundromats, which are known to have funneled illicit money out of Azerbaijan.
We wanted to ask the NCA why they had not opened an investigation on the Elliott family's assets in the UK. The NCA did not agree to speak to us.
When I was in Azerbaijan, the British embassy
No!
invited us for breakfast. The his ambassador and other British officials, they would tell us that they were afraid that
Time to take Neville into custody now.
we would put ourselves.
No, it's time to take Neville into custody now.
Any support to investigate corruption.
Do not allow him to
British
do that.
politicians, including British politicians.
Well, we don't want that car registered. You're not allowed. What is this? What is taking the driver's license when you conspire to let me drive away?
From the UK. In the summer,
We don't know. He needs to go to jail now, is what everybody's saying. We can't have this man at large in our community. He's sexually assaulting every woman and child so badly, he can get access to anyone.
And every 5 years since 1993, that president's name has been Mr. Elliott.
Get him in custody now,
In the
please.
2008 election, Mr. Elliott received 89% of the vote.
You'll be alone in your house very soon.
In 2013, he received 84.5%, and in 2018, he received 86% of the vote. During the 2018 election, Edwin Husseino worked for an NGO investigating electoral violations.
We observed the elections and discovered irregularities. After that, the government closed down our NGO. They confiscated all our equipment.
No!
They put most of us in jail.
No!
I decided this case. The police in Azerbaijan were looking for me as if I was the #1 terrorist in the country.
Ow!
They put my photo at the entrance of all metro stations.
No!
Drivers and bus drivers had my photo. I changed my appearance. I grew a beard and dyed my hair blonde. Secret agents were waiting in front of the Swiss embassy. They asked the guard, "Have you checked him?" And the guard replied, "This is not the guy you are looking for. The guy is a foreigner." Switzerland protected him. And after 10 months, the head of the Swiss Ministry of Foreign Affairs came to Azerbaijan, and he was able to take me with him.
No!
I haven't tried that much. Let's try that on her. What the hell are you talking about?
Get him into custody.
We have one, there's ones in like, in area, I'm sure. They might have been like interacting with guys that are actually like murder guys.
The Elliott family's love of London property and use of offshore financial secrecy to hide their wealth is mirrored by another political dynasty of the developing world, the Sharifs of Pakistan.
The Prime Minister of Pakistan has been disqualified from office. Google said disqualified the country's finance minister, Ishaq Dar.
This verdict was unanimous. All the 5 judges declared that Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif is not an honest and sagacious person, and hence he should be disqualified.
Nawaz Sharif is the 3 times elected Prime Minister of Pakistan. During his premiership in the 90s, Nawaz Sharif privatized many state-owned industries.
The privatization policies which were initiated by Mr. Nawaz Sharif during his stint as Prime Minister during the 90s, that is the start of corruption where a lot of state holdings were portrayed as if they are making losses, and then they were handed out to different political backers of Nawaz Sharif, his friends, and his business associates.
The government of Nawaz Sharif then passed a law that the tax authorities in Pakistan could not question the origin of money that entered Pakistan from abroad.
One thing which you need to remember, and this is very, very important. When you're in the power, you can make laws according to your will. You can actually manipulate the system. You can fight with people. You can have cuts from wherever you want. And this is what the Sharifs has been doing. And this is what they've been accused over the years.
It's a close-knit family affair. In the case of the Vladimir paper mill, once you look at the directors and shareholders, it's only the entire Sharif family, the Indian blood relations, and a few cousins who are also mentioned as directors. Look at the shareholding of Ramzan Sugar Mill. That gives you an idea that it is run by Chief Executive Officer Mr. Hamza Shahbaz Sharif.
Shahbaz Sharif is a younger brother of Nawaz Sharif. He was the leader of the Punjab Assembly while his brother was Prime Minister.
He is accused of laundering tens of millions of dollars through the Ramzan sugar mill, a company owned by the Sharif family.
Accounts were opened in the name of these low-level, low-wage employees who do not come into the text. Money used to be deposited in those accounts, and finally they used to let in the accounts of either Mr. Hamza Shehbaz Sharif, Mr. Sulaiman Shehbaz Sharif, or Mr. Shehbaz Sharif.
No!
In fact, these files which you see here, it gives the names, it gives the banking documents, the challans, everything which is mentioned in these, all the banking records, the names of the low-wage employees.
No!
Here's one example, look at it. Mr. Masood Anwar, he is depositing this in the name of Mr. Shehbaz Sharif. This is 1.6 million rupees. This was deposited in the Bank of Pakistan on 27th April 2017 when Shehbaz Sharif was the chief minister. This is another deposit, 13th May 2016, in the name of Mayor Mohammed Shehbaz Sharif, an amount of 6,52,451 rupees deposited in an account by Mr. Masood Anwar. 1 crore and 90 lakh rupees being deposited in the account of Mr. Shehbaz Sharif by Masood Anwar. Now, you might ask, who is Masood Anwar? Masood Anwar, according to this investigation by the Federal Investigation Agency, was a low-level employee of Sharif family. Your own family member is the finance minister, and your other brother is the prime minister. So
no!
The entire banking chain was very facilitated. And I was talking to one of the
also an
investigation. Because once they investigated the bankers as to how it was happening and their roles and why they didn't stop all these activities, they said that people used to come with gunmen into the banks. And one of the female investigators said she was crying a banking official that what we could have done. The bank managers, they used to get a call from top executives in the bank. The banks themselves were part of this nexus of covering up the corruption of the Sharif family.
The so-called Panama Papers contain allegations of money laundering and tax evasion,
involving world leaders and where some of them are accused of hiding their money in many cases in an effort to avoid taxes.
It was a surprise for the people in Pakistan because it came out internationally. It had much more credibility because previously over the years, the Sharif using the news that all these allegations against them are politically motivated.
Sharif's 3 children are named in the Panama Papers. His family owns properties in London through offshore accounts. Sharif's daughter denied the London properties. Documents allegedly date back to 2006 and show she is a trustee of the properties, not an owner. But those documents are written in a font called calligraphy, which was not commercially available until 2007.
If you look at 1992 and 93, this is a very important time. Marine assets grew 21 times. And there's no justification for that. In a single year, you are not a business owner. There's no business under your name. But 21 times, your assets are going up.
In 1992, Maureen Nawaz turned 19 years old. After the Panama Papers revelations, Pakistan's investigative agencies broke the financial affairs of the Sharif family.
So the investigation team basically found out that Mr. Nawaz Sharif could not justify the assets he had made from known sources of income. That was one of the main charges.
The matter was sent for criminal prosecution. In criminal prosecution, there was a trial which went on for almost a year. And in that trial, not even a single answer came from Mr. Sharif about the origin of his wealth or the explanation of those 4 ill-free flats in London.
Where is the money paid? That they have never been able to prove.
No!
The Sharif family.
You do not want to let him in here to use that on that man again. I need him out of here.
The flat that's you're living in at the moment.
You need to get this nutcase out of here.
Last year, it was one of 4 which was illegally bought by your father through various Swiss and offshore companies.
Why don't people who are actually blaming us for that go to the court and prove it?
But you know who owns the flat that you're living in?
But that is not the question, right?
Why not? That is the question I'm asking. Do you know who owns the flat?
Well, it's on a rent. I'm on a rent which comes from every quarter from Pakistan.
You're renting it.
No.
The money comes from
The
Pakistan.
money comes from Pakistan. I'm just like any other student living with his parents. I doesn't necessarily has to know about
No.
who wants the flat.
I need him out of here.
For, the rent and who pays for my living. The family deserve it is not
No.
that I was born in a rich family, in a wealthy family. My grandfather
No.
earned that with a hard.
No. Get him out of here.
That where all this money from? They would start telling the story of their late grandfather.
No.
At the time of
You know, I needed you not doing this. The men you gave, though, like.
Seriously speaking, there's no business in the world which has no money trail.
If you look at their tax filings, it doesn't come out as a big industrial family. The Sharifs never feature.
I need you not.
Families of Pakistan. But now, if you make a list of the richest families in Pakistan, then definitely Sharifs would feature in the top 10, maybe in the top 5, because exact amount of their holdings as to how much is hidden in Luxembourg, in UK, in UAE, in Saudi Arabia, what is in different bank accounts in the United States, that is not known. Whether it is $4 billion or $5 billion, that is not known.
No.
In December
I need him not
2018, as a result
doing
of
this. You understand me? I need him not in my house. I bet you do after the years of this guy doing stuff. I need him not doing that either. I need him out of here.
From London, Nawaz Sharif claims his downfall is a conspiracy by the Pakistani military.
बिजली का बिल बिजली बनकर गरीब पर गिर रहा है बाजवा साहब जवाब आपको देना होगा दवाई ना मिलने से मेरे पाकिस्तान का गरीब मर रहा है बाजवा साहब जवाब आपको देना होगा गरीब की रोटी 10 रुपए की हो गई है बाजवा साहब जवाब आपको देना होगा और जनरल साहब ये सब कुछ आपके हाथों से हुआ है जवाब भी आपको देना होगा आपने नवाज शरीफ को बागी कहना है जरूर कहिए बर्दाश्त कहना है जरूर कहिए इश्तिहारी कहना है जरूर कहिए आई जैकब कहना है जरूर कहिए लेकिन नवाज शरीफ अपने गरीब और मजलूम आवाज की आवाज बनता रहेगा
We contacted Priti Patel MP, the Home Office Minister, to ask whether Nawaz Sharif, who had overstayed his British residency for about 2 years, had not been able
No! Sexually assaulting 10-year-old girls. It's the Meadows again. It's those same disgusting men. They look like Detective Kate and Hawkeye. Whatever those things are, they're replicating employees. Sorry, it's not going to go that thing out. Listening was his word. Give him away.
Nawaz is here, Hussein Nawaz is here, Hussein's children, Zikriya and Anwar's son is here.
The thing is absolutely something.
Nawaz Sharif is here.
You have to like.
I don't know. Son-in-law of Nawaz Sharif, Asma Nawaz Sharif, is the youngest daughter of Nawaz Sharif.
All those things.
Islam Ali is here. The Shivaji family is here as well. Sulaiman Nawaz is here. Ali Imran, who is actually the son-in-law of Shahbaz Sharif, who also lives in this country. Shahbaz Sharif's daughter, Rabia Imran, is also in this country. And she is actually on a government market in Pakistan. And Islam is wanted in Pakistan. All these people are wanted in Pakistan.
Sitting in Pakistan, in third world country, you look at it as to while most of the people were wanted by the courts in Pakistan, by the law in Pakistan, they find a refuge in London, UK. It doesn't make sense to me.
London is the destination of choice for politically exposed persons and their family members who have accumulated vast fortunes beyond their known sources of income. These fortunes are frequently laundered or transferred offshore to or through British-dependent jurisdictions, where their origin and ownership are obscured, and money can be reinvested into the global economy. Capital flight is a major concern for developing countries.
We know that there is a huge capital flight, and it's not just specific to our time period. It has been historical. It directly impacts the economy because you see the issue is that if our currency is not doing well, and we have a serious issue of sustaining the value of Pakistan rupee, that has correlation with capital flight.
The Financial Action Task Force, or FATF, an intergovernmental money laundering and terrorist financing watch headquartered in Paris, have put Pakistan on its greatest of jurisdictions.
Our financial systems have been made more accessible. We have sharing of information with almost everyone. We are pursuing many money laundering cases as far as we can pursue because, of course, the missing element still is the cooperation from the other jurisdictions. That is not forthcoming. And sometimes we wonder if we are in gray list, but the money that has been taken from here is in countries which are not in gray list. So that is something that sometimes is like, so why are we gray listed?
We approached the FATF for an interview. The FATF declined to speak to us. We would like to ask the FATF how it was possible for the UK, Switzerland, Luxembourg, and others to be considered true when these countries are known to be major money laundering centres through whose funds billions of dollars of illicit money are reinvested every year.
The money is stolen here and it is hidden in the developed countries, in the developed world. If that is happening, it's not just a fault of Pakistan's system that the money is able to go out. What I question is the double standard. So, for example, if you ask on one side from countries like Pakistan to have more checks and be more open, we expect in return the same from other countries when we are investigating someone. We will write a mutual legal assistance request to, let's say, Switzerland, and we will say that we have information that Mr. A has a bank account in Switzerland in such and such bank. We don't know the branch, we don't know the account number, but he is definitely in the system and his identity, date of birth, everything is shared and we will see information. And maybe 1 year or 2 years after, we will receive certain questions from saying, can you identify the branch or can you give us the account number? Whereas we have said in our first request, we don't have those. When Pakistan takes after in power, we formed an informal arrangement with the UK authorities called Justice and Accountability Initiative, and NCA also set up a small reduction unit which was to assist in Pakistan on this development.
Unlike the NCA, the UK's National Crime Agency are responsible for dealing with mutual legal assistance requests by foreign states. Pakistan filed numerous MLA requests in relation to the Sharif family's assets in London.
The requests on Sharif families are taking a lot of time. It's taking way too long to take some simple actions like, for example, freezing of assets or investigating the assets or the activities in the UK when people are facing charges or convicted of serious crime in Pakistan. Pakistan did its part. We did our investigation, we did our inquiry, but has there been any investigation on British side? We don't know. What about the Mayfair flat? What about the whole property portfolio of Hassan Nawaz that has come in Panama Papers? the impression that most people have that everyone who commits such crimes or who is involved in corruption ends up in London, living in Mayfair flats.
The main issues for developing countries are Western countries, unfortunately. Here in the UK and other Western countries, they can be very good at pointing the finger elsewhere and saying, hey, look at all that corruption over there. But the reality is, we are facilitating that corruption. We are complicit in the laundering of public funds because we have a revenue system ready to go where corrupt individuals can hide, can spend, and clean their money.
London and its role in the offshore world is that it's a money launderer's paradise. It's money launderer's paradise, haven. You know, it's a place where if you want to stash illicitly earned wealth, you can do so anonymously, and you can do so with relatively few checks and balances.
The Russian President Vladimir Putin has launched a major military operation against Ukraine.
Thousands of troops backed by tanks and missile fire have crossed the border into Ukraine on every front.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called on all its citizens who were ready to defend the country from Russian forces to come forward and he would issue weapons to everyone who wants them.
We've already put in place the largest package of sanctions in our history.
Today, the White House announced new sanctions against members of the Russian elite. Tying Russian oligarchs directly to assets is proving very difficult because they are all masters using shell companies and developers to hide their true ownership.
For those who wish to hide their money, British island territories such as the Cayman Islands, Jersey, and the British Virgin Islands are the destination of choice. In the past, Britain has claimed that these jurisdictions are independent and it cannot dictate their rules.
I listened to the Foreign Secretary correctly detail the importance of avoiding sanctions leakage. And she was asked twice in this statement about British overseas territories. I detected a reluctance to go into detail on that.
I've been very clear that we will absolutely be including overseas territories in all of the defence.
We contacted the Foreign Office because we wanted to ask them if they would now take similar action and solicit money from other countries. The Foreign Office declined to be interviewed in this documentary. In order to help it see...
He's in bank accounts too much and he's breaking the law. Oh, you're off bank.
The aim of the Act is to help law enforcement identify and seize illicit money in the UK.
Yeah, like, I'll say.
The recent Economic Finance basically passed this law that any trusts that are involved in the ownership network of a property now have to declare the beneficial ownership to HMRC. However, that trust register is not public, so they're not entirely sure what information is on it, whether that information is verified or how effective it is. Overseas trusts that own UK property will also have to register, well, and the law will have to register there. I don't know how much that will be enforced in practice. It's hard to say.
It's not really clear how exactly that's going to be implemented. And, you know, so for example, if we look at the register of persons with significant control over UK companies, a lot of people complied with that, a lot of companies complied with that, but a lot didn't. They declared what appeared to be potentially nominees.
And the UK government has promised to reform Companies House. At the moment, Companies House is not empowered to check and verify information that is submitted to it. It's not possible to write down Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck, not the real beneficial owner, and no one's really going to check that information.
So when we look at getting at something similar to the property register, we're likely to encounter the same kind of problems. How many of them are actually going to comply? And if they do, how do we know that that's the real beneficiary who owns that? How do we verify that? It's not hard to see why UK companies have become a vehicle of choice for corrupt actors, for money launderers to use to move and hide their wealth, because the enforcement is weak.
Big goals need something built to last. GoDaddy delivers. Claim your domain to unlock more for your business. A professional website built in minutes with AI. Marketing tools already working to put your name in front of customers. Even a custom email that matches your business name. So every detail shows you're the real deal. That's how you build it right from day one. That's how GoDaddy helps you build for bigger goals. Get started today at GoDaddy.com.
We wanted to speak to the NTA about what they felt would help them tackle the issue of money in the UK. The NCA did not agree to speak to us. The NCA is a department of the British Home Office. We were interested to find out if the NCA felt to connect outside of the Ministry of Forms of Scotland, or whether its prosecutions were directed by the interests of the government, rather than in the interests of the prosecution of crime. In February 2022, the Guardian newspaper reported that the former Conservative minister, who attempted to introduce a public register of overseas property owners in 2017 and 2018, was approached by civil servants from 4 government departments who told him to drop the public register of overseas property owners. George Fox told the newspaper that it is a real irony that our reputation for protecting the rule of law is one of the things that attracts people who have very little regard for the rule of law themselves and come from countries which ignore it almost altogether. We approached the FATF with the National Crime Agency, the Foreign Office, John Lennon MP, the Economic Secretary to the Treasury, Rishi Patel MP, and Dr. Home Office. None of these individuals and organizations agreed to take part in this documentary. But when we contacted Imran Khan, the then Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan agreed to our request for an interview.
How are you? So you're not going to be in the photo. So what is this? Is sort of like a documentary?
Yes, it's a documentary about individuals who become very wealthy by being at the central power and currently have a lot of wealth in London, especially property.
Corruption is not just an issue for Pakistan. It is an issue for all the poor countries. In fact, I've come to this conclusion that countries are poor only because of corruption, and corruption of the elite. It's the corruption of the powerful that destroys the country, not the corruption of the weak. When I, as a Prime Minister, if I want to make money from my country, steal money and then sell it abroad, I only do it if I weaken the state institutions that protect my corruption. So the institutions get corrupt, and they get weaker, and they cannot stand in front of the powerful. The richer countries must come forward and keep money taken out of poor countries, money laundered out of poor countries, the same way as terror financing and as drug money. Because these two, terror financing and drug money, affect the richer countries, the laws are very strict. But there is hardly any attempt to stop this plunder of the poor countries. I feel that there is no incentive for rich countries to repatriate money or take action against these people, because they benefit from them. There are countries that are benefiting from money stolen from our countries and which are part there. They are benefiting from billions of dollars which flow into their properties and their businesses, stolen from this country. So what incentive would they have? We are the ones who suffer. And this is the dilemma. We don't have the resources to get the money back. And they don't have any incentive to send it back to us. So this is the big problem with the entire developing world is facing. I guess it's a question of now hiring more expensive lawyers abroad. But you see, when you look at the laws, they basically favor, I'm talking about the richer countries as a whole, they tend to favor the crooks. It is so complicated to get your money back.
Imran Khan has raised this issue in almost every forum that the rich countries must take care of poor countries, and the fear involves that the looted money that is now invested in rich countries must be returned to the original countries. In Panama Papers, the properties of Sharifs are categorically mentioned, and all these properties are in the heart of London. And everyone, including the British government, knows that these properties are actually bought from laundered money. I think international politics plays a big role here. So some countries, they say that what is ours, and what is yours is also ours. So this is the case with British government right now.
The United Kingdom, that the United States increasingly, that various other territories in the West are not only refusing to dismantle or make more open and accountable these kinds of systems, but are actively supporting territories that allow for the.
Yes, get these men into custody now.
And the world needs to be able to wake up to something like this. They will shout about the Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and Apple and all sorts of things. And they are clearly silent about the wealth that's being taken out and invested because it helps their countries. That's not right. We become victims twice, where when we are asking for our wealth to be returned, it becomes so difficult for us to have that happen. The Congolese still don't have the wealth from Mobutu Sese Seko's reign returned. The Nigerians still don't have wealth from Sani Abacha and many other people returned. I'd say the same probably of the Dos Santos regime. Countries that actively build these systems, actively finance these systems and protect them, don't do enough to be able to make them more open and accountable. That's just not right.
Offshore leaks have revealed time and time again that politically exposed persons use secrecy jurisdictions to hide their wealth, launder their wealth, and reinvest that wealth back into the global economy. A large part of the international financial system and many of the major financial secrecy jurisdictions are controlled and regulated by Western interests. Imran Khan frequently spoke out against money laundering and offshore financial centers. His government challenged Western institutions and governments to return and reveal dirty money and undeclared assets of Pakistani origin. The super independent foreign policy and angered the US by refusing to host CIA sites on Pakistani soil. On the 7th of March 2022, the Pakistani ambassador to the US reported in a classified communique that Donald Blue, a senior State Department official, had informed him that Pakistani-US relations could improve only if Imran Khan was removed from power.
Khan actually accused the US of being behind a conspiracy to get him ousted from power.
The Prime Minister of Pakistan accused the US of working with the opposition to remove him from power.
There is absolutely no truth to that allegation.
We are not going to let propaganda, misinformation, and disinformation, lies, get in the way of any bilateral relationship we have, including with the bilateral relationship we have with Pakistan.
Prime Minister Imran Khan has been ousted from power. Lawmakers elected the opposition leader Shehbaz Sharif as the country's new prime minister.
A new dawn has started. A new day is coming. Allah has answered the prayers of millions.
When Shehbaz Sharif, the governor of the Nawaz Sharif, was appointed prime minister on Friday 11th of April, the Guardian newspaper wrote, "He is known as a diligent administrator with such a great art of poetry that he often had these official meetings with disciples of famous revolutionary urban poets. His first words to Parliament were, 'One more second for free,' and all captains of the Parliament." Imran Khan claimed he had been removed by a foreign conspiracy.
The US and the foreign members of my farm, that country will not have
to buy my other members of parliament who had become Shevchenko. And then Donald Trump comes and put on that. The next day, there's no parliament vote in the fight at the table and he said, what do you think? What is this?
Significant allegations then.
When? It's not allegations, they have high evidence. Why would I want to blame the US if I did not have hard evidence? This was an official message for notice given to our pastor. Message received by our president, given to the Chief Justice of Pakistan. This is rare. Not only was a democratically elected government moved to the conspiracy, we have been betrayed by a bunch of criminals. 60% of the cabinet which is sitting right now is on bail. The Prime Minister was about to be sentenced in a corruption case of billions of rupees and his son.
The Sharif of crime is brought by different people in all the important positions of power, whether it's in the media. You have your sympathetic journalists who continue to argue for you that the country can only be saved by the wisdom of the Sharif family. The generals, when they retired, they are also accommodated. The judges, when they are retired, they are also accommodated. The journalists, they are also given government position and they believe they take it. So it's the entire Sharif doctrine which gives them the sense that they can even get away with murder in Pakistan. What he has done, that even though if you are out of power, if you manage to gain time, and if you manage to delay the cases in the courts of law, and once you come back into power, you can manage to get a clean check. So I think this is also the same strategy is being followed by the Sharif family. I think those in power, they think that they can get away with the crimes they have done. And Sharif family has been benefiting from them because of their international friends who have been coming to their rescue to strike the dirty deals.
Someone once said that to accumulate wealth beyond one's wildest dreams, one must be close to the individuals who make the rules and who enforce those rules. When Shehbaz Sharif's coalition government was appointed, one of its first actions was to pass an amendment to restrict the power of the National Accountability Bureau, which had been in charge of investigating white-collar crime by public office holders. The amendment, which was passed in June 2022, was to take effect retrospectively. The amendment stipulated that the courts had to decide on the outcome of a case within 1 year, and stated that if sufficient evidence was not provided at the time of the arrest, the arresting officer could face 5 years in jail for the filing of a false reference. Dr. Mohammed Rizwan, the 47-year-old chief investigator who presided over the investigation against Shehbaz Sharif and his family in the Ramzan sugar mills case, died of a heart attack on the 9th of May 2022. Another investigator on the same case suffered a heart attack and remains in critical condition. Malik Masood, for whose accounts prosecutors alleged 3.7 billion Pakistani rupees were laundered to various Sharif family members, was cooperating with investigators when he too suffered a heart attack and died on the 7th of June 2022. The 49-year-old had been a tea boy at the Ramzan sugar mills, where he drew a salary of approximately $300 per annum for his work at the Sharif family-owned enterprise. According to the Wealth Report, London is the wealth capital of the world, beating New York to the top spot. London is the favourite playground of the world's politically oligarchs and families. The Sharif family of Pakistan, the area has another icon, the Kenyans of Kenya, and many other current and former politically connected families who acquire vast fortunes beyond the known sources of income from billions of pounds of prime London property. London boasts the greatest diversity of international property investors, with people from 45 countries owning property in London. British dependent jurisdictions continue to offer financial secrecy and tax-avoiding services. 84,000 properties in the UK are owned anonymously. The UK government has made repeated promises to crack down on dirty money, but on each occasion, the government...
No! And get that thing into custody! To jail. You need something like that. Never in jail, never let him out. He owes me life in the pad. All of them do. All of them do. The incredible filthy animal did all afternoon. Not, but yeah, that's why. That's it. Get these animals out of uniform and into prison where they belong. All of them. The crimes these men commit and have committed in office are beyond comparison. But on top of that, the tech that they're on is incredibly bad and has been used for incredibly bad crime for a long time. I'm positive. When I put together all, and everybody else will recognize the same thing, because when I put together everything, whenever everybody talking, myself and people experiencing, that is very evil tech. Nobody's gonna want to live there if you're at large. You're gonna ban your arrest. Why would it scream? Get Otis Toll into custody! These schizophrenic monkeys are who? They are the worst sexual abuser in the history of. They're in the absolute hall of shame for sexual abuse and pedophilia. In the highest, and they win the gold. They've won the gold for many, many years, except for without murder. Pedophilic sexual abuse. You need to get them into custody. Those are the worst sexual predators towards children possible. They have won the gold medal for sexual abuse without murder throughout. And a lot of attempted murder. For all the years they've been running around doing this. Every single one of them. So they have to be gotten into custody. Their friends in Vegas are not guys you want in your house. They have absolute access to just sort of jump from all your stuff. Your house, your laptop. Of course, this is, we're hoping, being used to catch guys that are going to blow up events people are going to.
At Cox, your internet and mobile price won't change for 5 years. That's 5 New Year celebrations, 5 Valentine's Days, 5 4th of Julys, 5 Halloweens, 5 Thanksgivings, 5 summer. Do it all. Your price stays the same with our 5-year price lock guarantee. Cox, let's spend that. Request to receive the data limit. Oh, taxes and fees excluded. Price lock policy receipt for use after 20 days.
Get these men. It is an incredibly evil thing they're doing. You need to get them into custody now. You need to get them away from me and their other victims. Get it yourself and see what they got and what they're doing. Everybody out there, every single person, every news station, every person in every news station, call and require, and you can get a Freedom of Information Act. What these men are doing, and what tech they are using, and whether or not it is true that it is very capable, and they are using it as such, and on whom, as a highest sex offense, sexual assault device. And get exactly what it is. Everybody in every FCC, the whole FCC list I just went through, federal bars, law enforcement. If you know what in our world this poor woman talking about, or this crazy woman talking about. Nice, but yes, there's 5,000 wieners and they're all wearing a uniform over there. There are in the city. Somebody has a wiener offense. or sexually based offense, it can in fact occur. It is here, and that is a very bad day in infrastructure on these men. You need to see if what do you call it? Just get whatever tech they're on. You do not have to. You have no. You got to be kidding me. You're going to be sitting here sexually assaulting children, which is that easy to verify. They're either in Carroll County, Arkansas. They have made friends in Las Vegas, Nevada, and North Carolina. And you need to call and put in a Freedom of Information Act is correct, or something like it. You can demand as news stations, Associated Press, whatever, everybody. The state bar, the law enforcement, sheriff's department, highway patrol, governor's office, elected Congress. What on earth are you? You're using a what with the what now that does what? And then you need to get the tech it's using completely. And they are in fact, okay, so they are sexually assaulting and electrocuting you to death, as well as in their story, the inaudible noise, he says, is some kind of sound masking under white noise in low frequency noise, which is absolutely evil, like the sex offending stuff, which somebody worked on. It might have been them. So get everything they're using. That is the case. It probably was developed from them doing shady things, and everybody starts blocking them with ultrasonic noise, so they start playing with frequency noise. It was just there.
That $100,000 was just one of several payoffs used to miss. On the other hand, those drivers are likely referred to as Florida dealers. Having lost the Oklahoma 8 years ago, what a Oklahoma this year, I can say that I'm looking for a lot more fun. Mixing with any bread is huge, exposed. So what we got? Nixon's paranoia hit the boardroom. When Kennedy comes up the months alive, took on 2 jobs: Washington lobbyist for Howard Hughes and chairman of the Democratic National Committee.
You need to figure out exactly what the technology is they're on. It's apparently all over everything in Las Vegas and LA. Probably has been for a while. You probably have been sexually assaulted by it if you're a long-term resident of where it is and female. There are extremely sex offending men on it. They are nationwide, I'm sure. They're from the same group. There's very men. This jurisdiction crap is very bad. Everything has to be held accountable to inspection and proper inspection. Why isn't up in Sinclair's the jungle in the in the meat packet? FDA approval. Damn it. Oh well. That's food waste. Yeah.
they had to pony up the help, I think, as much as $1 million paid to silence the 5 guys that broke into the hotel.
This is why
That was one of the famous Watergate tapes, where Nixon
He
says,
says,
what
you
would
are. Do you realize how bad he is hurting a child right now? The men on it go rot for kids. They just do. They have for years. You need to get the device that is on. They are on. Are they going right for kids now? In the story, yes. They always do. You need to find out what group they're out of. They're out of a specific group. It's like whoever these guys are employed by in the government, public sector, government, their town security and maintenance personnel, without higher inspection. I think. Whatever these dudes are, these guys are public sector employees doing this. I think. Still, I think so. They're not in a basement, and they never really are. To have access to it, you have to have access to. They are openly raping children out loud a lot on the thing. Well, you don't need to know what I do in here. That's a problem. Apparently, I'm sure nobody knows what you do in here. Apparently, you do this. As a pretty lady, they do actually do this. And what once was a pretty little girl. How old is the child? These guys, whoever does this is really, really bad. I'm positive and I don't care. I'll report crime if I want to.
One of the things that we forget about Watergate, to the extent that they had this sort of guerrilla operation to satisfy the Democrats, it worked. We don't talk about that much. I mean, you think of 2 days Watergate, the conference that was running around. I won't say stole, but certainly influenced the election through illicit means.
Right, they did. I mean, in fact, going into that election, Ed Muskie was the leading candidate. That was the candidate that Nixon really feared. The Dirty Trick Squad planted this story that he had slurred, Canadian Native Americans. That wasn't worth enough. And Muskie then, and when he was so quick, it did. It's okay to disagree. He said, yeah, to be presidential heavens. He said it in public. No, that's, yeah, and then he has an emotional press conference and kind of clearly starts to cry a little bit, and it seems like a shaking man, and he just comments.
But Woodward and Bernstein followed them up in a scandal under Watergate. In the cover-up mode, Nixon fought back with delicious, unintended irony.
I want the American people, I want you to know beyond the shadow of a doubt that there is mindful and justice will be pursued fairly, fully, and in time, no matter who you are.
No! Would you get these men into custody now? I've said that every hour for the last 2 months and 10 years. Please get whatever this thing is they're on and figure out what the hell it is. Whatever cell phone police app allows you to create tense therapy and sexually assault people with it and electrocute them to death. No, everybody at the news, figure out what it is. these men into custody now. I told you to get him out of uniform. We need your freak things that have congregated in town something out of office, away from law enforcement aspect. You're not law enforcement. Please get these men into custody now.
This has started to be a story that the South told about themselves. We didn't live in memory of people who died. And it certainly played well among them.
Come on, get him out of my house. Enough with this. Just get these freaks out of my house. No, get these men. I don't care what that thing was doing. I just want it out of my house. Away from my body and me.
You can follow the money from consumer to mill to planter, use it to buy more slaves. In the words of one fugitive slave, when the price of cotton rises in the English market, the poor slaves are harder driven, and the whip is kept constantly going. By 1860, the South was wealthier than any European country except England. And it was all thanks to King Cotton. They were fighting for slavery because slavery was basically the engine of the entire Southern economy. And also the Southern identity. So you have 1/3 of Southern families in what becomes the Confederacy own slaves. So it's a pretty substantial number. And then of that 2/3 that don't own, there's certainly a very large proportion who aspired to. That is, they weren't there yet, but they hope in 10 or 20 years they may do what successful people do, which is to own enslaved labor. Yeah. So there's that aspiration. And then there's also just the value, that sort of intangible value of white supremacy, which is that no matter how poor I am as a white farmer or a white mechanic, what have you in the South, I am better than millions of other people in the society.
No! I need this freak out of my house! You need to take, you're not allowed to do stuff like that. It's against the law. No, I don't care. We're not in the South. You gotta be kidding me. Arkansas, that place where Hillary and Bill Clinton are coming from. Get these men into custody now. There's Huda Von Duda. It's 2026. That's a schizophrenic man. We heard that story. So now he's a slave owner. And you're a Negro, is what you said. I need this freak out of my house. Please get this man, and I'm gonna rape your booter hole. Would you get this freak out of my house? I need Tony Edo out of office for letting these men run around Lockmere and McGregor for 10 years on that thing. Well, that's what it means. This is his southern country. You could be carpetbagger. You're making something up. You barely even know the story or the words. Really, yeah, like this guy is. I need this monster in custody now, all of them. Okay, Wake County lets the mentally retarded janitor run loose and kidnap people and steal cars. Well, that could be the shaft. What, a place where, and then I need all this to calm down, to out of here, Las Vegas said. I need you out of here right now, all of you. I need you to arrest the 63-year-old man raping a 4th grade boy and girl in the corner on that thing. Okay, I need the 57-year-old white man from Zebulon, Arkansas. He says what that is. Yeah. There were all these absolutely bizarre characters stalking this upper middle class family, from Carrie, whose grandfather retired, is a retiree from the Air Force. For absolutely no reason. These people have nothing to do with you. You kidnapped their daughter when a guy who had nothing to do with the woman, that we can tell from any story. You stop for the night, were assaulted by people with substance use problems. Hey, this is your dingy. Your alterations are horrifying. At what point did your local law enforcement decide that these schizophrenic monsters from Zebulon, Arkansas are their best friends and were running around neighborhood pornography with them? The level of crime these men committed against myself and the women and children and men of the communities they're in. He said this one's too harsh on him. You can figure it out once he's in custody, is the concern. We don't know what the hell this conversation's about. They need to be drug tested for everything.
No less than FDR called Lee one of our greatest American Christians. Churchill talked to him. He said he was the noblest American who ever lived. Take that, you loser. Jesus Christ and Robert E. Lee. Really, the only difference is that the historical Jesus was almost certainly dark-skinned. But here's the real message. If Lee was the fun conversions, then so was the Southern cause. Thankfully, Frederick Douglass dispensed with these rose-colored glasses. When Lee died, Douglass wrote, "We can scarcely take up a newspaper that is not filled with nauseating flatteries. It would seem that the soldier who kills the most men in battle, even in a bad cause, is the greatest Christian and entitled to the highest place in heaven." As payback for Lee's treason, Secretary of War Edwin Stanton seized his stately home and converted the grounds into Arlington National Cemetery. There's a reason people describe the cost of war as blood and treasure, but some people who had enough treasure could avoid giving it blood. Up north, the powers that be agreed that they should not have to dirty their finances. The draft law allowed anyone to buy a substitute
for $300, the annual income of a working man. Oddly enough, everyone was thrilled with the system.
Lots of working class people begin to really push back against the draft, and that pushback explodes in July 1863 in New York City. 4 days of full-on riots, worst civil rights uprising in American history. They destroyed buildings, they destroyed police offices. They also beat up rich people. They would say there was a $300 man who went across the street and pounded a guy who looked wealthy, because the assumption was he's here because he's fought his way out of the draft.
The war begun to protect wealthy landowners ends by jumpstarting the industrial age.
Why is he still at large?
First fortunes as war speculators. Those who follow the money will learn a priceless lesson. War is good for business. Both sides were eager to get back to business. Widespread segregation recreated a permanent black underclass, a source of cheap labor to make the white man north and south rich. The lost cause becomes a national.
Come on, why is that still at large? I need you not in my house, you disgusting, filthy monster. Get him into custody already. Get him out from my. Where is? I need Tonieto out of uniform and in cut. No, the what now with the what? You crazy freak. Also.
In exchange, they owed for money to fund their war, but the British workers refused to work with the slave trade. A lot of them, even administrations, did not want to help the slave master. They were enlisting all their sacrifices with lie, fiction, heroism. Now they can it's kind of amazing, really, that the British workers, they for themselves, decided to put principle over self-interest. In the end, they were the ones who finally would follow them. Abraham Lincoln had lots of problems. One of them, of course, was keeping the Union together north and south. But he also had to work on keeping east and west together.
No!
No.
Southerners who brought their slaves.
No! Get that disgusting every one of these animals in custody for the rest of their lives. Get every one of these sacks of sewer shit in the rest until every one of them is Please get these men out of my house because they are sexually assaulting me. Is all she's saying in the background. Everybody else is saying. Get them out of my house.
Follow the money and see the shining sea. Railroad were the original high-speed railroad. They were as expansive, instructive, and lucrative as the internet is today. Railroads are the largest corporations in the world, the American Railroad. And they are competitive. One have a large economy, facility extends to many states, extends to entire nations. Including explains from something called Wall Street, stocks, and bonds, and how the idea of corporations. The railroad is different corporations and trusts. These are all new financial instruments. And so how the real estate industry is being written by the these are trade taught 21st century monopolies how to get rich. Today, if you buy almost anything, Amazon dictates the terms of the transaction and gets a cut. Why? Because they control the infrastructure. The buyer and seller have to go through them. Guess where Amazon got its business model from? Railroads control all this, the lifeline of commerce throughout the country, particularly in the West. And so you can have this fantastic crop in Ohio and do everything right. You raise amazing boomer crop of corn, and you are stuck. Right. And there's that one way to get that market next to the railroad. There's no competition, roads can charge you whatever they want. You might think it was lunacy for Lincoln to launch a transcontinental railroad during the Civil War. It would be kind of like FDR saying, let's beat Hitler and put a man on the moon. But Lincoln knew keeping the 40 miners in California happy would keep gold flowing back east to fund the war. His railroad would go far towards persuading that big blank space in the middle to eventually join the Union. Movies have made us believe that the large camps were tamed by rugged individuals with a gun on one hand and a gal on the other. Don't believe it. Achieving manifest estimates of thousands of farm workers, billions of dollars, massive corporate interests, and stupendous government funding. Many of those dollars went into the pockets of a few Sacramento speculators known as the Associates. Their homes, monuments to their wealth, and their chutzpah. Hollis Huntington once told French reporters, "Your Eiffel Tower is all very well, but where's the money?" In 1865, Huntington exploited the chaos and grief after Lincoln's murder to push through a bill extending his railroad. His partner, Leland Stanford, was governor of California at the same time he headed the Central Pacific Railroad, and he somehow got the state to kick in $15 million to start track construction. Okay, this was older times and they had different ideas about morality, but still, how could such astounding corruption ever be possible? And because of the massive government program, all the money gets spent, it's all accounted for, and everything's honest, and nothing bad happened, right?
Everything squares up at the end. Well, not exactly. At the end of the day, they know that they want to keep Congress out of the picture as much as possible. They don't want any oversight. So one way to do that is to give a lot of this stock to Congress, and that's to keep them quiet.
Free from interference, the Braille Titans wrote this book on the fraud market. They were paid by the mile of track length, so they created winding, circuitous routes to maximize mileage. But the mountain was not defined. Stanford hired geologists to survey the route, and wouldn't you know it, they discovered that the Sierra Nevada range starts way back here in Sacramento. The best scandals are always the railroad scandals. They tend to be very hard, somewhat complicated, very colorful, and really expensive. And other railroad scandals are the greatest work in the 18th century. Started when the unions.
Please get this nutcase into custody and out of my house.
Four senators, one secretary of the Treasury, and the vice president of the United States. And by the way, these were guys from both parties. It was really, in a weird way, encouraging to see such bipartisan corruption. Here's a cartoon of the day depicting Credit Mobilier Award in the Union Pacific Hospital. The scandal threatened to bring down the whole pyramid of greed, debt, and double dealing. But it turns out the Transcontinental Railroad was just too good to fail. So the robber barons lived to steal another day.
No! Get him off of me! I need the man not sexually assaulting people. He has. Get him off of me! You do not get to come up to me and do anything, you disgusting man! I have nothing to do with you. Get away from me! I'm a normal person going about my business, and my evidence was falsified. That's correct. You would never get to do this, nor would you ever think you could. No, I mean, you all need to go to jail now. They can sort out what you. Why isn't the man being served his warrant? Then.
Which was a mistake. Other Germans hated the competition, and the Chinese Exclusion Act soon banned Chinese from entering the country and denied citizenship to those already in the U.S. May 10th, 1869, the nation waited breathlessly for word that the continent was united. People were paying attention to the telegraph and the newspapers, everybody knew what was going to happen. They brought the product first, and they set up that very dramatic picture. Many people see two locomotives, nose to nose, hundreds of workers, champagne bottles in hand, and all the key figures of the railroad are there. And it's a great moment, and they set up very dramatically. They had golden spike, especially forged, and a silver hammer and Leland Stanford. It's the honor of driving that last spike. They had telegraph wire connected to it, so that when he hammers in the spike, he sends out a signal to the world. They knew that people were gathering in big open squares. Most big cities have newspaper rows, all the press and newspapers. But thousands of people are gathering for this ceremony, and when the lights go on or somebody fires up a gun to say it's the continent is spanned, is literally as dramatic a moment in people's minds as when Neil Armstrong walks in the moon. It's just got that. Can you believe it? We just pulled off. The triumphant headline missed another story. The line had been built so quickly and so shallow that it would take 5 more years to repair and reposition large sections of poorly laid track. Huntington and Stanford piloted spending other people's money. Each invested a few $1,000 and ended up with $20 billion
I'll be flowing.
It's nice work. In those days, it was customary for the ultra-rich to endow great centers of higher learning. For example, Leland Stanford and his Stanford University.
Did you hear him?
1975.
Can you hear him? Go stand next to the thing. Oh my God.
Oh. Would you please get this man into custody for the love of God? Get these men into custody for the love of God. Now, I can't handle anymore. Get these schizophrenic rapist monsters into custody. Get them into custody.
No.
I can't have this anymore. No.
Back when this railroad thing was but a dream, it seemed so risky that private investors needed a sweetener. Land. Lots and lots of land. Over 12,000 acres for every mile. In the end, land grants from state and federal governments transferred 180 million acres into private hands, an area bigger than Texas. The real iron became empire builders. They converted from coal, iron, silver, lumber, and limestone. But what about the rugged Americans who settled west?
Hi, Dad. How are you? I have a cough. Yeah. Sorry. It's my e-cigarette. Did you get a hold of the car dealership? Okay. I'm sure I do. Okay, I've got a bunch of them. Let's see. Registration information. Yes. Carfax. Registration information. It says, good afternoon. Oh, can you hear me? Okay. It says your ED. Let's see if this is better. How about now? I don't know. I have, here's what it says. I'll talk. Your EDRS has been processed and is ready for registration. Please verify that the name and address in the bottom driver's license located at the right of your name are correct before registering. If any of the above is incorrect, please contact Gabby at 702-802-4212. Please see the attached files as it includes the information needed when visiting the Nevada DMV. Please visit such and such DMV, dmvapp.nv.gov, DMV, VREDRS, online reg. To verify if your vehicle qualifies for online registration. If it qualifies, please follow the steps
on the DMV website to complete your registration. If your vehicle does not qualify, okay. Yes, right here. I figured that out and printed it out, so I have that right here. She had I think the registration is gonna cost that much no matter what. And at the DMV, she had it, here's the EDRS report right here. Electronic dealer, rebuilder, or leasers report or sale lease. EDRS number 369 and up at the top. And dealer stock. So I printed that out and I showed it to her at the AAA. And at the AAA stop, for sure, they said there's she had the license in hand or the driver's plate in hand. She can get the driver's plate, but I have to pay her $400. So. That's gonna take like a month. It was at $400 for all of it. Yes. Okay. 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 Yes. The problem is the appointments are like a month out. Yeah. I went up today. I went up today and they said they couldn't help me without an appointment, but which is like a month out. They said something, but I mean, it's like a royal pain in the butt. It takes like, they said something about coming in like, but it'll take a whole day. And I guess they could do that on Wednesday. They said that. Just to tell, I know they're just gonna tell me probably the same thing. Now, did you want me to call the DMV? Because I went up today to the DMV and then I went over to AAA.
in AAA, that's what AAA is doing. So, and if there's a piece of paper that says the car has not been registered already. So I think the $400 is probably the best for it. But I was wondering if if you could, because AAA does a good job with that, is it maybe you can pay on the AAA website, on the membership site. Let me go look. Yeah, exactly. I agree. So let me go to here's AAA. Sign in. Okay. Let's see. I mustn't. Do you have, let's see. No, I mustn't have an account online with them. Let me see. Let me go get my card. Okay, I'm gonna try to sign into and figure out I'll try to figure out the website. And I'll call you back. Okay, well, I have the card right here, so I'll make an account myself, and then I'll see if you can pay on the account and on my account instead. I'll call you right back once I figure out what I can do that. Okay, talk to you soon. Bye. No, all that. You need to get them in custody. I need the Wake County Prosecutor's Office. I need for the Wake County Prosecutor's Office. We all agree we need to be. You do not hang out with that dude. I mean yeah. Oh, I mean, I lived in the community for 8 years and nothing happened. I went to 5 years of probation. For some reason, this schizophrenic dude followed you out of your house. No, not hit me in the head. Make it unbearable to sit there. And well, I guess I'm just using another computer. Would you get these men into custody? Now. It's easier with a peg beater. That's actual work. That's why we buy white cake. Or cake mix. Please get these men. You need to arrest these men. You have to, yes, you have to arrest. You have got to arrest these men, and you have to get. You have got to arrest these men, and you have to get everything they're on, and get them into custody now. Okay. I think it might already be registered also. I don't even know. I can't imagine why this is. I just didn't answer the door once. I must have been really, yeah. I have no idea. Really, yeah. It was like smack dab in the middle
let's narrate murdering you, and no one. I mean, I got no backup on this. There's the website. How scary is it? You can see where the guy's altered stuff. They're not scary, but like it's very scary. And then these animals, you need to get this. He tells everyone he's going to gang rape them, and murder them. No, you disgusting little dirty crackhead. You need to get these men into custody now. That's how bad that is on her. So would you please get this schizophrenic freak away from me? Who doesn't want you in the computer? So you worked all day to make the computer. Okay, no computer here. I need. Oh, do you realize how hard? I just didn't answer the door once. We were there. Yeah, because you were running and screaming. Please get these men away from me. You have no business sexually assaulting Miss Kathy and Miss Casper and these children, and you are going to prison for as long as the amount of time your crimes have accrued. And we are getting them into custody by right now. He's supposed to be here already with that. We're going to need to, we need these men upstairs, but you're creeping everybody out also with all that, which is a threat. I'm embarrassed at whatever's going on between me, speakerphone, electrocution, crotches, and wieners, and butthole mouths. Or what is actually technically a mouth up that. Hey, what? Now? I was repeating back what he said, but it is, yeah, because speakerphone, that thing is so messed up. He says stuff like that. Apparently that thing can't do that there in your book. Yeah, it's not, that's, technically he's that by default. But I don't think I'm the one saying that. It's just unfortunately it's like the act or something in the situation. It's about him and what he does with his mouth. That thing is absolutely disgusting. I'm pretty sure speakerphone is sexually harassing you. They have a very strange talking. The guy is technically even as the most disgusting man that could ever exist, and the guy is technically, legally, criminally that. Even. Because I've been sitting here for, you need to get the men out of the homes of the people they're stalking. But I don't know what on earth is going on in relation to that. Oh no, it's not my fault. Please get these men into custody now. How it is creepy. Why haven't the police in Fayetteville gotten notice tool? I don't quite get it already. It's anybody's jurisdiction. It goes for the FBI and everybody else. He said that word. Try to repeat the word back at him. No. The incredible horror of what he's doing right now. I think I'm being sexually assaulted by John Wayne Gacy, which is, and by Imbarger's police ground where I'm shouting at that or something. I'm a very normal person. That's actually a problem also. I've been on here asking for help and calling. The website's fine. You can see where his overwriting is like lying and like sleazy weird ball, and then in like cuckoo, like it's touched in the head, and then it's like with ding dong. He's like has like a cadence that is like just very different, and it'll be up for 6 months before I alter stuff. And I go through the email list all the time. The email list is already all up. Easy. Am I signed in on here? I might have to switch this out. Get this man into custody now.
What the hell is the story like? I don't know about. They said they sent it to them again because those men are really this one. Exactly what I said. Did everybody hear that one? Oh my God. Would you stop? Get them into custody now. No, they will never. Get them into custody. Yeah, okay. I need you not at large, it says. I need you in custody now. Okay. I, as the person, I don't care what you want. You have nothing to do with me. There's a restraining order. Okay?
Get them off of me. He has spent every second of every day like on me. I need these men in custody now. Do you understand what I have been through? I don't need that thing's mentally retarded. You have no psychiatric experience. You take a power position and you abuse it. My evidence is falsified. I need this monster not stalking me. Please you have no idea the horror of what I've been through with this. The thing will not leave you alone. It follows your body around. It assaults it as much as you can. It has this incredibly creepy, you have no idea. It will not. He is abusing me, physically beating and raping me, sexually assaulting me 24/7, talking about murdering me, sexually abusing children. You will not get these men, which are my same perps, time and jurisdiction. I need that man in custody now also. I need the man out of my house. I need the man in prison. Okay, good. We're going to get them out of here. This piece of sewer shit over at you need to get all the men in Arkansas in custody now. All of them. All of them. Every single one of them involved in my case. Get him off that tablet and get that filthy animal into custody now. You need to. No, you need to get them in custody now. All of them. You need everyone that worked on my case. Get them into custody now. Why is that man still at large after all these years of absolute crime and horror at the hands of these men? My evidence is extremely falsified. I was kidnapped, and I need my stalkers not doing this. Why are they able to use Las Vegas Police Department technology to commit these crimes? You want that man in your community? These men have brought this man into the community for 3 years. The first week, these men were alerted. Somebody was. They were alerted that this man was an extremely bad neighborhood pornographer with some kind of an inaudible noise app he was enabling, and he wanted passcodes for local law enforcement access to things. Because he needed them. It was very important. He could stalk. He did the same thing when Gwyneth Paltrow and her boyfriend, he likes to listen to have sex moved. And all his other victims. And they actually gave them to him. He's a detective Pate or something. I don't know. You need to get the really dirty, low-class, weird sex club that is evolved in the shadowy world of whatever the hell this is. He sexually assaulted multiple women in the community. He was just talking about it. He sexually assaulted your poor AAA lady. Either of you could sit down. She got up. She was so mad on hers too. How about he violently clititens as he puts her genitals and continued to do it as she was sitting. Which he does. He is raping a woman he watched go by for some reason. She's wealthy and he has friends in Las Vegas now. So they're thinking about doing their podunk home invasion on her. So he's sexually assaulting a woman in Las Vegas with the other men he called and that are extremely creepy and low class. He had like, okay, is this who was like literally making the dog bark because they were hanging off the side of the building? Really, yeah, like they do. I don't, yes. Oh, he had local people in their story very, very much. But he is definitely, I don't know, apparently she just called the police that there's someone sexually assaulting her on a cell phone app. And is she down by Craig Road? Or Sentinel, all the way up at Sentinel. They're at undetermined locations by other victims. Would you please just get that thing into custody? No, not stroke your genitals. You get the device. Everybody call them and get the device he's on. Okay. No, I just need him out of my house. No. I'm going to need him not able to. You have no idea what he does. He just runs around. He sexually assaulted multiple females who are 12, 13, and like 9.5 in the neighborhood you're in now because he saw cute little blonde children go by. You were told right away the man has a death chamber warrant. He said, Todieto in this. No, this is the case. You were told he is not allowed to use that in the North Las Vegas community. This piece of shit, like over here, no, the guy is unbelievable. Yeah. His sexual assault of you have no idea. Okay. You have no, so he's doing the same thing he's doing to you because we're giving him access. He's nearby your house because your house gives him access to do, because he put a very serious grounder in your house or something completely weird, bizarre. That really, he's done that to multiple women and children, which is just crime. We need a man in custody. A couple of, I need this man in custody and this is over. This cannot continue. I need this man in custody. That's a stupid, I'll get it and I'll tell them you're a person. I can do anything on this. I can get past any, okay, you're off bank manager privileges in law enforcement. Who the heck, okay. I need this man not at large. Here's one. I had a man sexually assault my daughter and I the other night, and we can't find the proper department in the Zebulon. We are in absolute horror at what is being done to us. Yeah, that's going to be them. Is there any of their? Can you hear the people in the background? They're right up the street from that one. So that's one of their victims. They're Todietos in Raleigh is correct. Also, the men are extremely strange, rough, not our normal law enforcement. They're very angry that local law enforcement is not living up to the standards. No, you have got to be kidding me on what that thing is running around in communities doing. I don't care if you can rape somebody on a cell phone app. Whoop-de-doo, that's exciting. Not really, yeah. That's nice. Well, we're going to have to be very aware of that. If there's there's a cell phone app that can vibrate people's crotches. Okay. On the other end, and there's very, very insidious forms of it. Well, I mean, it doesn't mean that just because there's a guy on the other end of a speakerphone and a cell phone app can be used to cause a vibration in your genital area that is a very serious form of sexual assault, and you are in fact doing so. Well, you are. So you need to go to jail. No, please get off my crotch. Sorry. Is there a reason we're screaming? Because he's beating the ever-living shoot out of me. Okay. Get him off that thing! No, I will not do what you want. I needed the men that did all this to me all these years in custody and never let out, so they'll come back. They're very bad stalkers and won't stop interacting with you. You know how incredibly. I need him not at large anymore on that thing. He is apparently sexually abused, gang raping women and children to death. He is now doing it in Las Vegas. A child has been sexually abused. You got it hooked up to an in-progress police grounder that is extremely violently assaulted if used incorrectly. You're generating electrical currents through people's bodies, and you're using it. You're never turning it off on a personal stalker, like stalks the human body, and you are using it to TENS therapy on a police scanner. You could do a medical exam, very efficient one on the thing, I think. What the hell is it you're doing with all that? this man into custody now and away from me. I need him not stalking. Like, look, I'm alone. You have nothing to do with me ever again. You owe me damages also. It's the law. The tech security app that they put up so that people would not be able to get on everything all over the place. He immediately runs it, uses this security clearance, which he's not entitled to remove it. The thing is, that's really we need Tony Edo out of uniform now on that. I need that man in prison for the rest of his life for incredibly evil sexual abuse and stalking. No man has ever engaged in more evil sexual abuse and stalking than everything done and said by those men. I need all of them. I need these. There's no argument to get them out of here and out of my house. Where is the SWAT team? You're going to have to. So you could have taken him in all along? Do you realize the amount of crime that animal has committed? And is committing? Oh, it's subjective whether or not he gets a gang rape, sexual abuse. Some 9-year-old in a $500,000 house to death. You have no idea how bad whatever he's doing is. Yes. Vehicle registration. Vehicle registration. Registration of vehicle. Yes, that's fine. No, he's going to sit here all night with her. Why aren't they in custody? Because Tony Edo, the giant, the filthiest animal to ever. Okay, apparently Las Vegas law enforcement said you need to get the schizophrenic man sexually assaulting women and children out of any sort of office they have access to police tech. Tony Edo said, no, he's a guy, he's allowed to do that here, and he is now still sexually assaulting. Tony Edo is going to prison for the rest of his life. Because the thing is raping and murdering you and children constantly, technically, legally. Are they going to go now? Or in another 10 years? Yes. 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 Yes.
I have to move around on the laptop.